All right, so does this sound like you? Are you brand new to Amazon KDP and you're looking to publish some books and make some passive income online? Or have you been doing it for a few months and you haven't gotten the results you were hoping for? If you're either one of these people, then this is the video for you. After growing a community of over 20,000 subscribers and getting over 700,000 views with my no-nonsense Amazon KDP content, I've compiled all relevant videos plus extra into this A to Z high-content Amazon KDP course you're about to watch. This video will show you my entire process from start to finish in great detail without any vague fluff that you see all over the place. We're going to go over how Amazon KDP actually works, how to understand the algorithm so we have the highest chance to succeed. I'm going to show you how to find potential topics on Amazon, and then most importantly, validate those topics to find a winner based on a number of parameters we're going to go over. I'm going to show you exactly how I create a great book that people actually want to click, buy, and read, how to build an outline, how to find a good ghostwriter, how to create your title, your cover, your A+ content, and any other accessories necessary for you to actually launch your book. We're going to go over how to actually launch our book for maximum ranking in organic sales. Organic sales is the secret to making money with Amazon. If you're solely relying on your Amazon ads to bring in all your sales, it's going to be very hard to be profitable. We're of course going to go over the upload process as well as my Amazon ad strategy. So we're going to expand into audiobooks for some extra passive income, as well as we're going to go into how we can utilize our book traffic to sell things off of Amazon. So this video is the exact process and system I've used to generate over $180,000 with Amazon KDP and Audible. I have multiple 5-figure books, and it's the same process that I teach my students inside PMA. Take Mario, for example. With his most recent book launch, which was only his second high-content book, he grossed almost 8,000 royalties in just the second month of it being live. 70% of the sales coming from organic traffic. And he just recently made a post in our mastermind group about his July results, and they're even better than this. So now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that you can publish a few coloring books and suddenly get these kind of results. And please stop listening to anyone who sells you this dream. Mario put in the time, the effort, the investment, and created an awesome book and an awesome topic to get these results. And although possible, it does take work. So what I'm saying is that when you look past these empty promises of getting these kinds of results easily and remove your unrealistic expectations, Amazon KDP is a very viable business model. If you are willing to put in the time, effort, and investment, you can succeed. Just a quick disclaimer to filter out the people that don't want to be here. This video is not some get-rich-quick promise with a vague overview of how to create a couple low-content books on Canva that most likely will never sell. There's other videos you can go and watch if you want that. Although that's great to learn the process, you're probably not going to get the results you're hoping for. This video is going to be a very thorough program that shows you how to publish high quality, high content books that have the highest chance of selling, backed by data, strategy, and intention, not minimal effort and just hoping something works. And the reason that I publish high content books and recommend other people do so as well is, let's say you want to make $1,000 a month from one book. You have to literally sell triple the amount of low content books versus high content books based on a standard royalty amount. Not only that, but because low content books are so easy to make, it's way more saturated. You have to sell triple the amount of books and compete with probably 10 times the amount of competition. To me, it's a no-brainer. Yes, you can make money with low content, but in my opinion, if you have to sell less of something and there is less competition, it's way easier to make money. And so we will dive into the content in a second, but because this is a very long, thorough video, it's important to set ourselves up for success with a good foundation. And so how you actually succeed with online business in general is understanding the plateau of latent potential. So to keep this brief, basically, things will take longer than you think they will. Doesn't mean that they don't work. They just will take more effort and more time. And the important thing with this is most people come in with an unrealistic expectation, what they think will happen. And then when it doesn't happen that way, they get disappointed and quit. And so your expectation will create your reality. You can't come into anything with an unrealistic expectation and expect to not quit, because most likely you will get disappointed. And when it doesn't plan out how you think it should plan out, you think it's not going to work. So how you actually get results with, in this case, Amazon KDP, is you want to have focus, you want to have daily improvement, and then you add time. So you want to pick something to hyper-focus on. In this case, we're picking Amazon KDP. You want to stay consistent and improve daily with it, not thinking about a time frame or making 10K a month in 4 months, just focusing on each task every day, and spend enough time to actually get results. From there, you simply ignore everything else, because shiny object syndrome will destroy your life. If you never apply intentional focus for a long enough period of time, why would you expect to get anything out of it? This is exactly why most people quit. And I can promise you, as someone who sells education, this is exactly why people quit. They just don't stay consistent. And if it were easy, everyone would be rich. So only the ones who persevere and stay focused will make it through until the end. And coming from experience, it's never the smartest people who make it through to the end. It's always the ones with the most self-belief and the willingness to keep going. And so if you really want to give this a fair shot and succeed, you have to adopt this mindset. And that is that everyone knows you can't get a six-pack in a week or lose 100 pounds overnight, yet they all know that it's possible if you put in enough effort and time. The result in their head is inevitable because they've seen it happen over and over. They know that somebody can get a six-pack. They know somebody can lose 100 pounds. There's just a barrier in between. Online business is literally no different. The result is there. It's been proven that it's there 10 times over. There's just a mountain to climb in between. And so in order to succeed, you need to know in your heart that it is there, that the result you're hoping for is on the other side. There's just a barrier in between. And so just to drive home this point, your expectation creates your reality and determines your future success. Commit, stay focused, and stick around, and I promise you'll be fine. This video is going to give you more than enough to be able to publish high quality, high content books with intention and strategy. And most importantly, build a foundation for your Amazon KDP business. Before we dive in, make sure to download the keyword research spreadsheet below. I will talk about this later in the video, of course, when we're actually looking for our book topics. However, this is a very valuable and important tool to finding good book topics. It goes over the exact metric that I use. And you can just simply plug and play the numbers and it will auto-populate the colors and tell you if it's good. But most importantly, when you do opt into the email to get this spreadsheet, you're then going to be opted into the 10 days of publishing mastery. So over the next 10 days, or it might be 11 or 12, I'm not sure, you're going to get one email every day that's not vague or written by AI. It's going to be very thorough about that specific topic that day. So for example, it's going to start with your book topic and then creating your book, finding a ghostwriter, and just go into great detail how to actually do each of those steps properly. So as you work through this video and work through the process, you're also going to get these emails. It's going to be very thorough to go into a bit more in-depth theory on how to do those things correctly. So you have this video to follow, which is very thorough, as well as the email sequence. So over the next few weeks, you will learn so much about Amazon KDP and just build an insanely solid foundation of knowledge that will fast track you to getting the results you're actually hoping for. So download the spreadsheet, you will get opted into that 10 days of publishing mastery. But with that out of the way, good luck. I'm rooting for you. Like I said before, Amazon KDP is a great business model. It takes time, effort, investment. It takes some grit, but I promise you, if you persevere, you can achieve what you want to achieve. And the biggest thing I see with my students and people who actually have success is you just stuck around long enough. They stayed consistent, they worked hard, they learned, they published books, and they got consistently better over time. But the people who do not quit cannot fail. With that out of the way, welcome to the beginning of the rest of your life. I look forward to seeing you on the other side. So first things first, what exactly is Amazon KDP? All you do is create books, you publish them to the platform Amazon KDP, and then when your books sell, Amazon will print them, ship them, and deal with any customer service issues. So we will get into the exact book creation process later in the video, but first things first, we have to set our mindset and what expectations we should have for our Amazon KDP businesses. So one thing I do want to get out of the way quickly is the dream you were promised probably isn't true. If you were expecting to publish a couple of coloring books, make thousands of dollars, and just change your life overnight, although there is the odd exception, this probably won't happen. We have to treat Amazon KDP like a business. It takes research and strategy, it takes time and investment. However, if you do look at it like this, it's very realistic to have results. What you expect determines how you think and act. So that's why I'm just talking about this now. It's very important to have your expectations in the right place. The reason most people fail is they never even give it a fair shot, and then they quit. They have these unrealistic expectations. Then when those expectations aren't met, they get discouraged and they just stop doing it. However, the result they were hoping for was unrealistic to begin with. So you have to focus on learning what makes a good book topic, a good book, and a good launch. And then you create, you publish, you learn, you iterate, and you rinse and repeat this process. And if you do this over and over again and don't give up, very likely you will have results, because in my opinion, like I said, it's one of the best beginner-friendly businesses. But the hard part is just figuring out what works. Once you figure out what works, it's actually kind of easy, and you can just rinse and repeat the process. However, it does take time, effort, and investment to figure out the process that actually works for you. But I will say, when guided correctly, you can absolutely have results with your first book or two. I did it. My students are doing it right now. So it is important to be optimistic. However, set some realistic expectations and just really spend the time to learn the process. So how to actually publish for results. So what we want to do with our Amazon KDP businesses is we want to give ourselves the highest chance to succeed before we even start. So let's look at all the different types of books we can publish on Amazon. So these are probably the main things you've heard of before. We have notebooks and journals, we have coloring books, we have activity books, we have medium content books, and we have, in my opinion, what the ideal scenario is. And before we actually select which books we want to publish, it's important we actually look at some specific metrics, because we want to give ourselves the highest chance to succeed before we even start. And if we're stacking the odds against us, it's going to be hard and we're going to get discouraged. So these metrics are things like saturation and competition, demand, profitability based on your ad cost. Can your book actually make money? Your return on investment? Will your book actually rank high in your search term? And the longevity of your books. So we won't go over all this. However, just as an example, you've probably heard of publishing coloring books and have been quite enticed. And although the demand is very high for coloring books, it's also very saturated. They're very easy and quick to make. And there are tons of books being published in these topics every single day. And there's also lots of established brands. So it's very hard to penetrate some of the most popular topics because you're competing with books that have thousands of reviews and large audiences. When it comes to the profitability, you're only making a couple dollars per book. However, your ad cost is still high because these high demand topics are very competitive. So the ideal scenario, in my opinion, has minimal competition, has high demand, the profitability is good, your books simply make more money because you have a higher royalty rate, you have a good return on investment based on what your book can make over time, easy and realistic to actually rank high in your book topics you choose, and also your book has a chance to sell for years to come and isn't just going to spike and then die off. So the best types of books to publish, in my opinion, that actually give you the highest chance to succeed are high content books in high demand topics. So high content books are books that have anywhere from 20 to 30,000 words. These are things like cookbooks, exercise books, workbooks, beginner guides, complete books that are helping somebody solve a problem. They're not smaller, low content books like coloring books or activity books. They're complete books. And although that might be overwhelming, they're actually very easy to create. So just as a quick reference, let's compare what making $1,000 a month looks like between low content and high content. So let's say we have a coloring book. It's most likely going to make around $2 royalty per sale. This means you have to make 17 sales a day or 500 sales a month to make $1,000 from this book. And of course, that's not including any ad spend that we might incur. Compared to high content books, you're going to average around a $6 royalty per book, which means you only have to make 6 sales a day or 167 sales a month to make this $1,000. So we have to sell basically 3 times less the amount of books to make the same amount of money. And in my opinion, as someone who has sold thousands and thousands of dollars of things online, if you have to sell less of something, it's way easier. So high content books, in my opinion, are the best way to publish because you have to sell less of them. And there's way less saturation because there's a bit more of a barrier to entry when creating those books. And so high content books have the highest royalty, the least saturation, and in my opinion, they're the most realistic to actually build a profitable Amazon KDP business. So a simple sequence to understand and master. And if you do understand these 3 things, even if it does take some time and investment, you will have success with Amazon KDP, is you want to prove somebody is looking for something. You want to solve one problem for one person and prove that people are actually buying those books. You want to give them exactly what they're looking for, but better. Solve the same problem, however, make it more desirable and enticing than your competitors, so your book actually stands out. And we want to launch that book aggressively so it ranks high and actually gets seen. Because the thing that people don't realize about Amazon KDP is if you publish a book to Amazon, nothing happens. There's too much saturation. We have to actually tell Amazon that people want to buy our book by launching it aggressively. This helps our book rank higher and actually get seen by our customers. And the reason this is important to understand is we want to launch our books in line with the Amazon algorithm. So to keep it simple, the Amazon algorithm is a performance-based system. Because there are so many books, not all of them can actually rank high or rank under your desired search terms. So the books that sell the best will always be prioritized. So when we do have a high demand topic and we simply tell Amazon that people actually want our book with our book launch, this is how you have results because you're publishing in line with how Amazon wants you to. So let's go over the publishing timeline itself. If you have no idea what you're doing, where to start, or what exactly this is going to entail. So this might seem slightly overwhelming, however, it's really not. Once you do the process once, it's very easy after that. It's just with your first book that you have to take a bit of extra time and effort to learn the process. So basically, of course, you have to get started, set up your account, download any tools you might need, which we will get into. You then go into the keyword research phase, actually finding a book topic to publish a book in. Once you do that, when it comes to high content publishing, we're going to be doing some research and actually outline that book. It is very straightforward to do, especially with AI. Once we have an outline of our potential book, we can then find a ghostwriter to actually write that book. So that's what you do with high content publishing is you find a ghostwriter on platforms like Upwork or the Urban Writers and get them to turn your book outline into a completed manuscript. It's very affordable to do this nowadays with AI. While your book is getting written, you can work on your book accessories. This is things like your title, your cover, your A+ content, your book description, and more. From there, once we get our manuscript back from our writer, we can finalize it. This is things like having it edited. If the writer didn't do it already, we can get it formatted and just ready to actually publish on Amazon so it looks like a completed book. From there, we can finish up any accessories we might have. You might need to have your page count or a few other things to finish things like your cover and your A+ content. Once you do that, you can organize all your files and upload your book as a draft. And once your book goes live, and we can then upload our book to Amazon at a discount to actually launch our book, and it will then be live on Amazon. So this is a rough 90-day timeline to get a book live on Amazon. However, I will say this is a conservative number. This is mainly based on somebody who has never published a book before. They have to learn the process, find all their freelancers, but you can absolutely do this in 60 days or less. And once you've already done it a couple times, it's going to be way quicker. So once your book is live, we go into my exact book launch process. The first thing is I get my book ready to actually launch it. This comes in the form of putting my A+ content onto my product page, as well as getting reviews for my book. Once we have a good amount of reviews on our book, we can then go into the advertising and our actual launch phase. This is when we start our Amazon ads and drive traffic to our book. As we drive traffic to our book, it's going to make some sales because our book is discounted and we have some reviews. It's then going to slowly work its way up the rankings, hopefully ranking on page 1 of our main search term. We then want to nurture our book, continue to gather reviews over the next 90 days, ideally shooting for 100 plus, and we then turn that book into an audiobook, which is also very easy to do. And then from there, we simply rinse and repeat this process with our next book. And our goal is to have anywhere from 5 to 10 high content books in high demand topics ranking high with enough reviews, a nice cover and title to warrant sales, so that it will sell consistently and make profit. Then as you do this over time and you stack these books, it will slowly stack your income. And so even if your book only makes $200 a month, which is very relatively easy to do, if you have 10 of those, you're making a few $1,000s a month. So Amazon KDP definitely is a long-term compound game. But the important thing is you're solving one problem for one person, you're finding high demand topics, and you're launching your books aggressively enough so they can actually get seen. And so just for a more visual example of what we're doing, let's say we're publishing a book in the topic raised bed gardening for beginners. So as you can see, these are the books that are ranking in the number 1 spots. This is ideally where we want to get to because we will get the most organic sales if we do so. However, when we publish our book, it's most likely going to come up on page maybe 5 or 6, depending on how saturated the topic is. And so the reason we're launching our book is because if we're ranking on page 5 or 6, we're never going to get seen. And so we have to jumpstart our book, tell Amazon that people want it. It's going to slowly rank from page 6 to page 5 to page 4 and inevitably to page 1. And then like I said, if you do have a book ranking high on page 1 with a good amount of reviews and a nice cover and title, there's no reason why it shouldn't make some money. If you stack this over time with multiple books and audiobooks, you're going to build a very realistic and sustainable Amazon KDP business. And the reason I also like high content publishing is because it's way easier to do this. If you look up color and book topics, they're extremely saturated and it's very hard to penetrate. So we will get into my exact step-by-step publishing process in a second and how I do every step properly. And basically all you're going to need is a keyword research tool to actually find book topics and a tool to get reviews so you can prep beforehand and actually have a good book launch. So when it comes to keyword research, there are 2 tools I recommend. You can get either one of these. I personally use BookBeam. This is a great way to see the bestseller ranks of books, which we'll get to, and to do everything you need to do. However, it is a paid tool. But if you do want a free version that does a very similar thing, you can get the DS Amazon Quick View extension in the Chrome store. When it comes to reviews, I personally recommend Book Bounty. It's a great site for this, and I like to prep beforehand, at least a month or 2 in advance of launching my book. And if you do this, you're going to drastically increase the chances of your book launching correctly and actually ranking high and making sales. So where exactly do you start and how can you get going with publishing your first book and actually making your first few dollars online? So most likely you're going to be here, either in phase 1 or 2. The important thing is you do download any necessary tools, you create your account, you start to learn the process and actually what it entails. And then from there, you can move into the keyword research phase and start to find your first book topic. So Amazon KDP has changed. What do I mean by this? There's a very clear difference between old Amazon KDP, how people used to publish on Amazon, versus how you should be publishing today. If you publish how Amazon likes, your books will be favored. So first things first, let's talk about the Amazon algorithm. So the old Amazon algorithm was an SEO-based ranking. So basically, the more keywords you had in your title, your cover, your metadata, your description, the more your book will rank and the more your book will be prioritized. And this also led to people doing a lot of keyword stuffed titles. They would just cram as many keywords as they could in their book titles. And so basically they were creating a book to rank, not a book to actually get clicks. And so if you still publish like this today, I promise you, your books will not sell. And so the new Amazon algorithm is a performance-based algorithm. To keep it simple, if your book does well, Amazon will favor it in the rankings and show it to more people. And so we have to aim for consistent sales. If our book isn't making consistent sales, nothing is telling Amazon that people want it, and there's no reason why it's going to show it to more people or prioritize it when it comes to the ranking of our keyword. We also want to make more sales for longer. So the more sales you get for 30, 60, 90 plus days, the more your book is going to stick to the top of the ranking. So if you can, launch your book properly, get ranking on page 1, and get consistent sales, this is what's going to tell Amazon that people want your book and if it should keep it there. Nothing to do with keywords anymore, and it's everything to do with the performance of your book. So we will dive into how we should be executing our book specifically in a second. But something to note is as long as you're targeting your main search term, you have your one main search term in your title, that's all you need. If you have your one main search term in your title, it's going to be prioritized for that ranking. And if your book sells well, it's also going to be favored when Amazon decides where your book should go. Should it rank at the top of page 1? Should it be shown to more people? But most importantly is we have to find one high demand topic, create a title targeting that specific person. And if we do that, our book will rank anywhere else that's relevant. Because that's what the important thing is here. We want to rank where relevant, because the old version of Amazon KDP, where you just ranked everywhere you could and made sales because there was no saturation or competition, does not work anymore. We have to find a very specific topic for a specific person, make a book for that person, and then Amazon's going to prioritize us. A few other things to note is I've also heard that Amazon will monitor retention. So are people actually buying and reading your book, specifically the ebook? Because they can see exactly where people leave off in their ebooks. And so if they're buying your book, reading a page, a chapter, and stopping, and if there's tons of people doing this, Amazon's not going to think that people want your book. So we have to actually make a good book so that people buy it and actually read a good chunk of it. Not only that, but also leave reviews. If they're buying your book, they're reading it, they're leaving feedback, they're leaving a positive review. This all takes into account when Amazon decides where your book should rank. Another thing when it comes to old Amazon KDP is there was no quality control. So basically you could just create low quality books, which is what people did. They put a bunch of keywords in their title, so it ranked everywhere. And because there was no quality control or no competition, their books would just sell. But nowadays there's very, very strict quality control. So you have to have good quality content inside your book. You have to have high quality formatting that's professional and works well in ebook format as well as paperback format, as well as originality. Are you just plagiarizing and copying other books or articles, or are you actually creating unique content that solves the reader's problem in an effective way? We want to create a brand with our books. We want to have high quality content that looks a specific way. It's branded and formatted. That's an enjoyable read for the customer. We want to have original content where the customer is actually learning something and they choose to buy our books over other books because of the experience they get. There's also some shadow banning going on. So if you do have a spammy, AI written, low quality book, Amazon's not even going to rank it. It's not even going to rank it or show it to anybody. And even if you do get sales because it's low quality, people aren't going to read it. People are going to leave bad reviews. And regardless, it's going to end up in page 5, 6, 7 and beyond and not get seen by any customers. And the other side of that is low quality books won't even be let through. So they are cracking down with their approval process. And if they don't think your book is up to their standard, they're not even going to allow it to be on Amazon. And I'm seeing this happen more and more. And the simple fact is Amazon wants to keep their reputation. They want to have good quality products for their customers. And if you're not putting good quality stuff on their website, they're going to say, no, sorry, we don't want it here. But the ones that are high quality, that people like, they buy, they read, they leave reviews, Amazon will favor these because it's making Amazon money. It's making their site look good. And these are the ones that's going to get shot up in the ranking. How many keywords you have, the relevancy of your metadata is irrelevant. What's relevant is, do you have a good book and are people buying and reading it? And like I said, as long as you're targeting your main topic, that's all you need. So when it comes to low content books, you have to actually make it enjoyable. So for some reason, I feel like people who publish low content books just think they have a pass and they can just create a bunch of crappy AI generated books, publish them to Amazon and expect to make money. It doesn't work that way. And a perfect example of that is coloring books. As people are making these low quality AI coloring books with no quality control, there's nothing wrong with using AI, but if you are, actually look at the pages. How is this experience going to be for the reader? And if you want to know more about this experience, go and read some reviews of some coloring books. And you'll very clearly see that people have a horrible experience. In this case, this book has half the pages that are just colored in gray, so you can't even color it. The one purpose it's looking to solve, which is giving you a book to color, the person can't even do. So of course they're going to leave a bad review. And also a lot of the images don't make sense. They have really random AI generated stuff in them, and people just don't like them. But people continue to make these books with no quality control. They just pump them out and then wonder why they don't make money with Amazon KDP. But it's very obvious. And of course, when you get these negative reviews, people don't like the book, Amazon's not going to prioritize it and not going to show it to anybody. When it comes to high content books, you want to simply solve their problem. Take them from point A to point B and deliver what your book promises. No more, no less. It seems like a simple concept, but a lot of people just miss the mark. A book doesn't have to be expensive and complicated to solve somebody's problem. Do adequate topic research, find out what people are actually buying and what they want. Create a strong book outline that's very detailed, completely outlining exactly what the book should be. And think about it. Think about what the reader's experience is going to be like when they work through this book. And make sure you showcase that in your book outline. And then go and find a good ghostwriter. Even if you don't have a high budget, you can still vet ghostwriters, look at their portfolios, read their reviews, give them a message. Especially when using sites like the Urban Writers, they make it easy to do this. So go and find a good ghostwriter within your budget and deliver them a strong outline based on your topic research. And if you have a high demand topic, you create a book that people want to click with your title and your cover, and and you have a book that they want to buy because it's speaking to their problems, they will have a good experience. They're going to have a good experience. They're going to read through the book, and they're going to leave a review. And all these things combined tell Amazon that people like your book, and it's going to rank it higher. And when you are ranking high, let's say on the top of page 1 for your main search term, when there is high demand, your book sells very well. The hardest part about Amazon KDP is finding a high demand book topic and getting our book in front of people's faces. And when we do that and we have a good book, people just buy it and it's quite effortless. And so most likely you don't need any more Amazon ad training or any of these complex marketing strategies. What you need to do is find high demand book topics and create a book that people actually want to buy. So another note is if your account does get terminated, it's for a reason. Amazon is cracking down on quality. And if you're making low quality stuff against their terms of service, they're going to terminate your account. And I've never seen somebody lose their account for no reason. And even if they did, they've always gotten it back. So if you do lose your account or you're afraid of losing your account, as long as you don't do anything wrong, you won't. You'll be fine. And even if for some reason you do lose it, it's very possible to get it back. They don't want to ban accounts. Amazon makes money from people like us who publish our books to Amazon and sell it to the masses. They want us to publish books. They don't want to terminate accounts unless you're creating low quality products on their platform and abusing the system. So just create high quality books, publish the right way, which you're learning in this video, and you're not going to lose your account. So another thing with the old Amazon is low quality reviews. So people will get very low quality, unverified reviews. And of course, they still do this. And Amazon is a lot more strict now with the review policies. So I personally would only get verified reviews if I am using things like review sites or anything similar, because I want people to actually purchase my book and then leave their feedback. People also used to do a bunch of review swapping. So they would swap reviews with other publishers. And this is a surefire way to get your account terminated today. They would also get friends and family to leave reviews on their books. So Amazon doesn't like when people who share addresses leave reviews on each other's books, because it's kind of juking the system. They want your books to get honest feedback. And so avoid having any friends and family leave reviews. So today is very different. The review policies are a lot more strict and we have to get high quality reviews. We have to set our book up for organic reviews. So you want to set your book up so people buy, read it, have a good experience, and leave their feedback. This looks very good in the eyes of Amazon, and Amazon will rank your book better if it sees this happening. We also want verified reviews. We want people to actually buy our book and then leave their feedback. So if you are using review sites, make sure you're getting verified reviews, and simply just make a good book. If you give the customer a good experience, your books will sell, they will leave reviews, and it will be prioritized in the ranking. So my $100,000 keyword research method for Amazon KDP. So if you're brand new to this, there is a few terms you need to know. The first one being keyword. A keyword is just what people search on Amazon. They go to Amazon, they go to the search bar, they type in stock market investing for teens, but I also use this interchangeably with book topics. In my opinion, a book topic and a keyword are the same thing. Technically, stock market investing and stock market investing for teens are the same topic. It's on stock market investing. However, I like to publish books in very specific topics. So although it's in the same overall book topic, the search term changes, which means the book topic changes. Stock market investing for beginners, let's say, and stock market investing for teens are two different topics with two different audiences. So the next term we have to note is BSR, which is bestseller rank. Every book on Amazon has a rank called the bestseller rank in relation to every other book on Amazon. It basically just tells you how well a book is selling. So we will, of course, dive into Amazon and see what this looks like and see the information we can pull from it. But when I use these two terms, this is what I'm talking about. So what we aren't doing is we are not simply picking a book topic, creating a book, and then finding keywords for that book to rank under. This is what a lot of people do. They look at keywords as after the fact, they've created their book. Now let's find some keywords for it to rank. This is very, very wrong. Do not do this. Of course, we do want our book to rank under keywords when we go to publish it, more so with low content books. We want it to rank as many places as possible, but the initial keyword research process to find the book topic is very important, and we want to make sure we're finding a specific topic that proves our book can do well. So what we are going to be doing is we're going to be finding a profitable book topic or keyword. We are then going to create a book for that main search term and that search term alone. And then we launch our book properly so it ranks underneath that search term on page 1. Somebody types in stock market investing for teens. They see our book, which is about stock market investing for teens. And because it's ranking right there and it's for that specific customer, they're going to buy it. And honestly, if my book ranks for nothing else but that one search term, because it's so focused and specific, as long as there is demand, your book will sell. And so that's what I always say is that 90% of your sales are going to come from your main search term, stock market investing for teens, as long as you're ranking there and there is demand. And if you only make a book for that search term, it's also going to rank anywhere else that's relevant. So we don't want to just try and make a book that ranks everywhere. Doesn't make any sense. Create one book for one specific search term, and it's going to rank anywhere else that's relevant. So my process is very simple. It does work for high content and low content book publishing, regardless of what you do. You can use this method, but basically I'm going to be looking for topics that people are already buying. I'm then going to reverse engineer what's already working and create a high quality book that the customer wants. I'm then going to launch it properly so that the customer can actually see it. And what happens when you have a book topic that people are already buying, you create that thing that the customer wants and you put it in front of their face so they can see it, they're going to buy it. And I know it sounds super simple, but this is the secret formula to Amazon KDP. This is the formula I've always used. I'm always going to use it. When you understand this premise, you're going to do it once, it's going to work, and you realize you can do this for as long as Amazon KDP is alive, and you will always make money with it. Amazon KDP is not oversaturated. It doesn't make any sense. There's always people looking for something. There's always people buying something. And all we have to do is create that thing and put it in front of their face. And when you learn how to do that, learn how to make what the customer wants, learn how to put it in front of their face, then you realize there's no competition, there's no saturation. You can literally do this as long as you want and you will always make money. This also eliminates any book marketing. So when you're just putting your book in front of somebody who wants it, all you're going to be doing is running a little bit of Amazon ads to keep your book relevant, to launch it. But in terms of book marketing, there is no marketing because people are already searching and buying the topic and your book is there. Your book is now ranking and getting seen by those people. So what book marketing could you possibly need to do? If there's a bar that lets out at 2 a.m. and you have hundreds of people coming out of that bar, if there's a hot dog stand right there, they could have the worst hot dogs in the world, but they're going to sell out. That hot dog stand needs to do absolutely zero marketing because they are in front of somebody who wants that thing. So what is my actual process to finding these book topics? So basically we're going to go into Amazon. We're going to search through the bestseller categories. I'm sure you've seen this method before. It's very common. However, there is a specific twist that I've been doing lately and I'm going to be adding in for 2025 and beyond that makes a big difference and helps you find the untapped topics. It's very easy to find book topics, but finding book topics that are untapped with low competition is more difficult, but I will show you how to do that. From there, we're simply going to record a list of these potential topics, and then we're just going to validate the list. Based on these specific metrics I've been gathering over the last few years, it's going to be the most accurate way to predict if we can actually sell in a keyword or not. So when it comes to finding our book topics, we are going to need a specific tool to actually view the bestseller rank of books. And there are two things you can get. One is either DS Amazon Quick View. This is the free tool. So if you don't have a budget for a paid tool, you can get DS Amazon Quick View in the Chrome store. But if you do have a budget, I would recommend using BookBeam. This is what I use. It allows me to see the bestseller ranks of books. It has tons of other features and tools as well. And the next thing we're going to need is simply an incognito or private window. The reason we want a private window is we want to be able to look at the US market, Amazon.com, with a US zip code without any search results being skewed from our own personal shopping. So most likely the algorithm will show you things that you already are interested in. So you want to go to a private browser and make sure that this isn't happening. So let's hop into Amazon and have a look at how I find some keywords. So I have Amazon open in the bestseller categories, which I will leave linked below. I'm on Amazon.com. I have a US zip code plugged in, and I also have my keyword research spreadsheet. So I will link this completely free below, and we will go over the metrics when we go to validate the keywords in a second. So don't worry about the metrics, simply download this spreadsheet so you can record your potential topics, and then we will validate them after. So now all I'm going to do is start to go through these bestseller categories and start to find some book topics. So we can go to health, fitness, and dieting. So just spend a good amount of time doing this, and all you're going to do is just start to look at the books that are here and ask yourself, what are they about? So if you don't know what they're about at a glance, just keep looking. You will very quickly see book topics that just show themselves to you. Like right here, the anti-inflammatory diet, that's a potential topic. And we're just going to go in as many categories as we can and find as many book topics as we see. So when it comes to timeframes, some people go and do this for like 2 hours and wonder why they didn't find a profitable keyword. If it was that easy, everybody would be rich and you wouldn't be watching this video. You can't just find a good keyword in a couple hours. You might get lucky. Luckily, you have my spreadsheet to prove if it is good or not, which we will get into. But don't be afraid to spend 1, 2, 3 weeks doing this. For a couple hours every day, create a list of multiple hundred keywords, validate them all, and you're going to find the real winners that most people don't find. Amazon KDP is a slow process. Take your time, look for good book topics, look for book topics that are untapped, people haven't seen before, because if you're only spending an hour on keyword research, it's most likely that other people are also spending an hour or two doing it. And so they're just going to find all the same stuff that you are. Of course, we're going to dive into a little bit more strategic of a method that I use to find the untapped stuff, which will open up more ideas quicker. But don't be afraid to spend a few weeks doing this because the keyword is the most important part of the publishing process. So right away, we have core exercises for seniors. So I'm just going to start recording these down, core exercises for seniors. We also have anti-inflammatory diet. And so this part of the method is very simple. Just go into as many book categories as you can. But this is where my method differs a little bit, and what I've been doing just more recently, and it has been very effective, is I will actually click on these books. And although it's no surprise that you click on these books and you start to look at the books that come up underneath the book that you clicked on, what I'm going to do now is spend a majority of my keyword research just clicking into books. And what happens is when you continue to click into books, you're going to get kind of deep into Amazon and find some more interesting topics, because if we're just looking at the categories, it's only going to show you the surface level few hundred books, which everyone's going to find. Everyone's going to see those. So if you just start to click into books, once you get to a new product page, have a look at what's being recommended and click into another one, you're going to get very deep into Amazon and find some very interesting topics. So of course you will find some very repetitive topics because they're going to be related to the book that you're on, but that's fine. Just keep getting creative with it, find some topics that are a little different, and click into those. And if you are finding you're not seeing much, that's fine. Go back to a new book, a new topic, and start fresh and go into the books that are there. So we've seen a lot of Ayurvedic books, but now we see Reiki for beginners, so this is a different topic as well. So now it starts to move into something different, as you can see. And these are all books that aren't just ranking in the categories. These are books that I only would have seen if I clicked into books. So you can safely say that people are only finding these if they're doing the same thing. They're not just going to be on the surface level exercise categories where everybody sees them. And so this is just where you're going to find some topics that aren't as exposed. Here we go. We have middle school study guide. So that's a topic. I'm definitely going to record that. And this all came from clicking on an Ayurvedic medicine book. We have the guide for women with ADHD. So women with ADHD, that's absolutely a topic. High school study guide, study strategies for teens. So once again, we're just looking for topics and recording them. And we're going to worry about validating them in a second. Don't worry about the metrics, just worry about finding potential book topics. So this is kind of my secret method. Just go in as deep as you can and continue to click on these books. And this is where you want to spend a majority of your keyword research. Don't just stay in the surface level categories. Go into books and you're going to find some more hidden topics that aren't as exposed to the public. So I'm going to go ahead, do this for a little bit, and then find some things that we can go and validate. So for the people who do have BookBeam, there is a very valuable tool we can use on the BookBeam web app, and that is the niche finder that's under research. So we go to research, we go to niche finder, and now what we can do is simply put in the parameters of a book that's selling well and see what books fall under that category. So I'm going to click the US market. I'm going to change the bestseller rank to 1 to 30,000. So low, it's selling well. I'm going to change the number of reviews to around 150, 200. So this way it's going to show me books that are selling well with a low amount of reviews so I can actually compete with them. If there are other books selling with low reviews, it must mean the topic is pretty good. And for age, usually I'll do around 6 months, anywhere from 6 to 12 months, because that means it's a newer topic, somebody published in it recently, and their book is selling well with low reviews. And we can click find books. So now it's just going to show you book topics that are books that are already selling very well with low reviews. So right away we have Ocean Scene Coloring Book. We have the Home Apothecary book. So these are all topics right away. So we have 2,000 results, so we can keep going through the pages and see what we find. Easy weeknight dinners. This is definitely a book topic. Maybe weeknight dinners is a popular up and coming cookbook niche. So if you do have the BookBeam tool, definitely check out the niche finder. It's a great way to bypass the Amazon search and just find some winning topics, because if the books have low reviews, a low bestseller rank, they're selling well, there must be some sort of validity to the topic in which we can further validate. So now let's get into the most important part of the keyword research process, and that is keyword validation. So what exactly makes a winning keyword? One, a topic that people are already buying. We want to prove that people are looking and buying for something. And two, a topic that we can sell in. So if people are already buying a topic and there isn't too much competition, there's no reason we can't sell books as long as we do create a good book and launch it properly. And there are two metrics that we use to find out these things, and that is traffic and demand and competition and visibility. So these are the two sections of metrics I use, and you can download my free keyword research spreadsheet below, so definitely check that out if you haven't already. So let's go have a look at the spreadsheet itself. All right, so let's go over the metrics I have for validating keywords. The first one is the traffic and demand section, starting with the search volume. So you will need the BookBeam tool to see this. If you don't have the BookBeam tool, that's fine, just ignore it. However, if you do have the BookBeam tool, we're going to record the search volume of the keyword. We're then going to record any books that have a bestseller rank of 50,000 or less, and ideally less than 150 reviews. So these are what I call winning books. We want at least 3 of these, because what these are doing are just proving that books with low reviews are selling. If there's a lot of books with low reviews selling, it must mean the demand for the keyword is high, and we can create a book that sells as well. The next metric is dead books. So these are books with anywhere from 25 plus reviews that aren't selling very well. They have a high bestseller rank. And the reason why this is important is because if there are a ton of dead books and no winning books, that metric alone tells us there are more books that aren't selling than books that are selling. So why would we sell books if there's no winning books, there's 10 dead books, telling us nobody is buying the books that are there and all the books that are there are not selling? So in my opinion, this spreadsheet is very accurate in determining if a keyword is good or not. So definitely download it for free below, as these are the exact metrics I look at when determining if a keyword is good or not. So going into competition and visibility, of course we have our search results, and we will hop in and validate a keyword and walk through these metrics in a second. So if you don't know where to find these, I will show you. We then want to ask ourselves, do the books actually match the search results itself? Because we want our topic to be stock market investing for teens, and the books underneath it are stock market investing for teens. That shows us that the data is relevant. If we type in diet cookbook, and there's Golo diet, pescatarian diet, keto diet, Mediterranean diet, the metrics for that keyword aren't relevant because we don't know which books are selling well. They're all different topics. We want to make sure the topics that are underneath our search term are all the same. It's the same topic, so we can let the data tell us if the book topic is good or not. The next metric we want to look at is actually pages of books. So although we do have the search results, this doesn't tell us the full story. What's going to tell us the full story is when we actually start to look through the pages of the books and then see when it starts to either die off, when the books start to not sell very well, or goes into a new topic. Because if there is 30 plus pages of relevant books, it's going to be hard to rank on page 1. However, if there's only 4 to 6, it's going to be a lot easier to get from page 5 to page 1. And so this is a very important metric to actually determine the saturation of the topic. And a final metric is authority figures. These are books that have over 1,000 reviews, which are just very hard to compete with. They are authorities in the topic. And if all the books that are selling well are authority figures, it's going to be very unlikely we're going to be able to compete with them. So let's go ahead and validate some keywords. So there's a couple of keywords here I want to validate together. One is a good keyword and one is a bad keyword. So we're going to very clearly see the difference, and you can understand how effective this spreadsheet really is. So the first one is good energy cookbook. So all I'm going to do to validate this keyword is the same thing. Go to my Amazon window and type in the search term. From there, I'm going to record the metrics that we talked about. So the first one being search volume. So for the good energy cookbook, we have 40,000, so very high. However, it doesn't tell the full story, but I do like to record it. So 40,000, and the spreadsheet will auto-populate the numbers for you. So now we're going to be looking for books with a 50,000 BSR or less, with less than 150 reviews. So we have 1. It's a bit over, but that's fine. We have 2. We have 3. We have 4. We have 5. So we're going to go with 5. So we have 5, so we are in the green. So now we're going to be counting the dead books. How many books have 25 reviews or more or not selling? So I'm just going to quickly count these. So I had about 14. So I always take the metrics from page 1 of the search results. Page 2 and beyond isn't super relevant. I always like to look at page 1. So going into the search results, we have 3,000. Do the books match the search term? Yes. They're all on Good Energy Cookbook. So now we want to look at the pages of books. So this is an important metric because when we do look at the pages of books, it's going to tell us exactly how much actual saturation there is in the topic. And so as you can see, we're on page 3, and there's already books that are on different topics. We have the Blue Zone Kitchen, we have a smoothie book, we have an Instant Pot cookbook, and more importantly, as you can see, some of these books have no reviews. So if we publish a book and get as little as 1 review, we're already going to come up on page 3. And so then all we have to do is simply go to page 1 with our launch, and we're right there. So if there is a ton of traffic on page 1, we're only having to move through a couple pages of books to get there, and it's not very hard. So in this case, I'm going to go 3. So just to reiterate what I'm looking for, is I'm just looking for where it kind of dies off. The books on the topic have very low reviews and aren't selling at all, as well as it starts to go into other topics. Air fryer cookbook, anti-inflammatory diet cookbook. So it's different topics, and it's also books that aren't even competition. No reviews, not selling. So in this case, we can go 3. And now finally, I'm going to go to the authority figures. Once again, back on page 1. So in this topic, there's actually only one authority figure, which is this main book here. So we're going to pick 1. And just to reiterate, authority figures are books with over 1,000 reviews. So now let's quickly go over these metrics and see what we found. So I will make a note that this is a diet cookbook. Diet cookbooks often die off before Christmas. No one is starting a diet right now. Come January, this topic will pick right back up. However, the results are still pretty good. So as you can see, there are lots of books that have low reviews that are selling well, and there are virtually no authority figures. The only metric that is red is the dead book metric. So basically, it's telling us that there are a lot of books that aren't selling. However, if you do look at the books, they have 37 reviews, 4 stars, 16 reviews, 22 reviews, 3 reviews. So realistically, are these really our competition? So of course, it will be hard to stand out in this topic because there are so many books that look similar, but that's something to keep in mind is a majority of the competition is just the first 2 rows. So basically this is telling us if we can publish a book, we can get 100 reviews, we can launch it properly, we can have a desirable cover, and we can rank on the top of page 1, there's no reason our book isn't going to sell. And of course, going into the new year, when the topic picks back up, most likely what's going to happen is a lot of these books are going to be selling even better. So the dead books are going to go down and the winning books are going to go up. So if we change this to, let's say, 8, the dead books to 5, now we have a really good keyword. There's no authority figures, a lot of books are selling, even with low reviews. So as long as we make a book at least on par with these, our book should sell. Now, of course, I don't recommend you publish in this topic because good energy is a trademark term, and a lot of people publishing in it don't really realize that. A lot of the traffic is coming from the one main book, so I wouldn't recommend it, but that's why it is a good example to look at. But basically how I've designed the spreadsheet is if it is all green, it's going to be a good keyword. In no way will an all green column like this be a bad keyword on this spreadsheet. So even if you're kind of confused with the metrics, you're not really sure, just fill them out and find the ones that are all green. Do this to 200 plus keywords and I promise you, you will find a winner. A lot of the time you might have passed by winning keywords because you didn't know what to look for. So let's go and validate another keyword here that might not be as good and compare the results. So this one here is renal diet cookbook. So I'm going to run through the search results here and get some of the metrics. So let's go over what we found. So as you can see, the traffic and demand section is very bad. There's no search volume. There's literally 0 winning books, and there's over 20 dead books. So over 20 books that aren't selling and no books that are. The only books that are selling was a couple authority figures that had over 3,000 reviews. So how I do keyword research is I would stop right here. If the traffic and demand section is bad, I could care less what this section looks like. It's irrelevant to me because if nobody is buying the books, this doesn't matter. And so always make sure the traffic and demand section is good before you even move on. If you really want to find a winner, there has to be lots of demand, there has to be lots of books selling, and there has to just be clearly people buying the books that are there. So I don't mind if there are a ton of dead books, because like I mentioned, a lot of the dead books have low reviews, they have bad covers. So the most important metric I look for is the winning books. If there is clear proof, 4, 5, 6, 7 books that have low reviews that are selling well, that means that there's high demand in the topic. Ideally, we have all green, but this is the most important metric to look at. And then when you pair lots of winning books with an all green competition and visibility, as long as you make a good book and launch it properly, which I do have other videos on my channel talking about, your book is going to sell. So just to reiterate, if you have no idea what these metrics mean, you're very confused, just fill the spreadsheet out. It's going to tell you if the keyword is good. This is exactly how I do keyword research. And this process very easily proves if a keyword is good or not. From there, all you have to do is, of course, create a good book people want to buy, get enough reviews to compete, and launch it so the traffic can see it. But the foundation of the good keyword is there. And so the crazy thing is, I do a lot of coaching calls. I help a lot of people out with their Amazon KDP businesses. I have paid courses, I have free courses. It's very often I will see people publish in these type of topics that simply have no demand. And then they're asking me how to improve their book marketing to sell their book. But in reality, it doesn't matter the marketing strategy you have. Your book is never going to sell because nobody is looking for it. So get this spreadsheet. It's completely free in the description below. Fill it out and it will tell you if a keyword is good or not. So the most important thing with this process is finding proof. We want to prove that other books that we can also create are selling well. If we find other books with low reviews, maybe they're self-published, but they're selling super well, it's basically telling us as long as we make a book on par with that, we launch it properly, it's going to sell too. Once we do that, we want to prove that we can actually compete with the books that are there. How many authority figures are there? How much saturation is there? And then all we have to do is give the customer what they want. Reverse engineer what's working, do some research, find out how to position our book, and just give the customer what they're looking for to solve their problem. What's also important is not to be afraid of competition. As long as reviews are low on the books that are there, under 200, go where the demand is. Most self-publishers don't make great books, they don't make great covers, and they don't launch their books correctly. And 90% of the books under most search terms aren't actually your competition. You're only competing with the first 2 rows of page 1. So as long as those books are reasonable, the reviews are low, their covers are just okay, as long as we make a better book with the same amount of reviews, we launch it properly, we're going to sell just as well as those ones, and hopefully even better into the future. Once we are ranking on page 1, then we can optimize our book to be the best book in the topic. Of course, we would have already done research to find out how to angle our book to make it more desirable. But more importantly, we now want to look at things like the click-through rate on our ads, adjust our cover, adjust our product page, and slowly improve the conversion rate of our book, make it the most enticing book there, and of course, slowly start to gather more reviews. If we have a good book that's selling at 50 reviews, it's going to sell even better at 200 plus. So don't be afraid of competition. As long as the books don't have 1,000 reviews plus, it's fine. As long as they're under 200, under 300, because if you have 100 reviews and the book has 300 reviews, if you have a better cover and title, your book will sell better than that book. Reviews only matter when they start to get 1,000 plus, but when it's 100, 200, 300 in that range, the best book with the best cover and title is what's going to win. All right, so by now you're probably feeling one or even all of these things. You're overwhelmed with all the decisions you're about to have to make. You have no idea what direction to go in, what topic to pick, and you just feel stuck. And you're slowly starting to feel the analysis paralysis start to creep in. Trust me, this is normal. I've been there before. I get it. Just keep moving forward. And I'm sure you would love it if you could have an expert look over your potential book topics so you can move forward with confidence rather than stress. Whatever topic you decide on, the rest of this video will walk you through my exact book creation process, as well as how to launch it effortlessly. However, what if I told you that you could have an expert actually review your potential book topics and break down exactly why they'll work or why they won't, and either give you the green light to move forward or tell you to scrap what you found and keep looking? And how much of your stress will get lifted if you could have this for every step of the process: your book outline, your book title, your book cover, your A+ content, as well as on top of that have a complete comprehensive step-by-step system to follow, all necessary tools and templates to streamline the book creation process, as well as a mastermind community to hold you accountable. If you had all these things, how much time and money, and most importantly stress, would it save you? So you have 2 options moving forward from this point. Option number 1 is to continue on with this video. It's of course very thorough, as well as you can watch some more YouTube tutorials just to fill in the blanks. However, this might lead to some uncertainty. Of course, you're going to have a lot of blind guesses, hoping that you make the right choice. You might be stuck with some questions that you can't get answered. You're going to be spending a lot of time and money to create and publish books. Hopefully you have success fast. But when you are just doing it alone, there's a lot higher chance of you ending up back at square one with no success and not understanding why. And so that leads us to option number 2, which is having a clear, comprehensive roadmap to follow, content approvals throughout every key phase so you know you're on the right track, expert tools and templates to streamline your book creation process, and a mastermind community to keep you accountable and get your questions answered when you need them. Basically, a complete system to follow with handheld guidance along the way. So if you are taking this very seriously and you want a bit more than some YouTube tutorials, definitely recommend option number 2, which is my complete program Publisher Mastery Academy. It's my complete system start to finish in great detail with handheld guidance along the way. And so if you do want to learn more about what's inside or even book a call to see if it is right for you, definitely check the first link in the description. Like I said, this is for people who are taking this seriously and they want a bit more than YouTube tutorials. However, with that out of the way, we can continue on with the video. So the first step to creating your book is, of course, the table of contents and the book outline. So we're going to start by building the table of contents for our book. Basically, what are the chapters and structure going to look like? From there, we can then turn that into a book outline, either ourselves using ChatGPT or we can outsource this step. From there, you're going to have basically a point form version of your book, in which we can then go and find a ghostwriter to turn that into a completed manuscript. And there are many ways with AI to do this now, so it is very cost effective. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to go and look at our competitors' table of contents. We're going to build out a rough structure, understand what our topic needs to have inside it, so that we take the customer from point A, which is where they are now, to point B, which is where they want to be. We're going to look at the similarities between the books, because if you do look at a lot of the best-selling books in your specific topic, the structure of them will most likely be very similar. And then we're going to build out ours based on this baseline structure. And we can also add a twist to it. So basically, a great book and a book that sells well is something that solves somebody's problem better than the competitors. It also solves the same problem faster than the competitors. And overall, you just have some sort of enticing offer. You're simply offering the potential customer, hey, I'm going to solve this problem for you that you're looking to solve, but I'm going to do it better, faster, and easier than the competitors. So you have to find a way to structure our book so it is more desirable. Then we can showcase that on the cover and title. So of course, we will go over how to quickly make our table of contents and our book outline with ChatGPT. But if you do decide to outsource your outline, you don't want to do any work at all, there's a few places you can do that. The first one being, of course, Fiverr. This is a great place to find freelancers. The Urban Writers is another place. This is actually where we can go and find a ghostwriter very easily. They also have a book outline service. Or the Urban Writers also has a tool called Dibly Create. And this actually allows us to create book outlines with AI very easily. So it is like ChatGPT, but it is built specifically for this type of thing. It's built for writers. And that's another way you can create your book outline. So before we dive into creating our table of contents and our book outline, we can look at a quick sample here. This is a sample of what a book outline should look like. Basically, to keep it simple, it's just a point form version of a book. So you have the chapter title, or just a placeholder for now. You have heading 1, some points for heading 1. You have a resource that gives information for that section. You have heading 2, and rinse and repeat that process. If you go and look inside a book, a nonfiction book specifically, it's just going to be broken down into headings and subheadings within those headings talking about topics. And that's all our book outline is. It's just showcasing what that is, outlining what the book's going to be. And then we have a ghostwriter that takes that point form book and turns it into an actual readable manuscript. So the ChatGPT prompt to create our table of contents and then inevitably our outline, which we will get into, is based on the top 3 books on, you can insert your topic here, ChatGPT for Beginners. Can you create a rough outline of the table of contents for my book? Ensure it covers what the book needs to have, as well as have a competitive edge. This could be something like a 5-week plan, complete guide, 5 minutes a day. If you do have any ideas, you can put it here, or you can simply leave it broad. And of course, all these prompts will be in the blueprint document that is linked below. So let's dive into ChatGPT and use this prompt to create our table of contents. So I did briefly prompt ChatGPT with this. Let's see what it came back with. It based it off a couple books. And of course, if you want to go deeper into this prompting, you can actually go to Amazon, find the best-selling books that you like the most, the ones that sell the best and have the best structure, and get ChatGPT to build you a table of contents based off of them, and then add a competitive edge, of course. But basically, it did come back with the 5-week plan like I specified here. But the title it came back for my book is Mastering ChatGPT, a 5-week beginner's guide to AI productivity and profit. So of course, we will dive into book titles in a second. But overall, I don't mind this. I think Mastering ChatGPT actually sounds pretty good. And if it's really bold and bright on the cover, and then underneath that it says a 5-week plan to mastering ChatGPT, it's going to be very enticing and very clear what you're offering. So of course it has an introduction. Going into the table of contents itself, it has the 5-week plan. Week 1, foundations of ChatGPT. Week 2, crafting effective prompts. Week 3, boosting productivity with ChatGPT. Week 4, monetizing ChatGPT skills. Week 5, advanced applications and future trends. So of course you can dive deep into what it actually covers inside, make sure that it is relevant to your topic. But the most important thing is you can clearly see how valuable these tools are very quickly with the simple prompt. It completely outlined the book for me. And of course, if these bullet points in here aren't perfect, I can do a bit more research, I can prompt it further, and I can expand it out. And then right there, I have a rough table of contents that most importantly has a competitive edge over the competitors. Because if their books are just ChatGPT for beginners, and I have ChatGPT in 5 weeks, master ChatGPT and making money online with AI, and the table of contents is this very clear 5-week plan, and each week covers something else, it's just a way better way to package information. And so when you're deciding on your table of contents and creating your book, think of the experience the reader is going to have, and how can you lay out the same information that the competitors do in just a way better way to digest. And so prompt ChatGPT with the prompt I gave you. This is going to give you your rough table of contents. If you want a different result, you can prompt it different ways. You can prompt it the same. You can just copy paste this and put it in again. It's going to come back with a different response most likely. You can try out their different models. So the GPT 4.5 is really good for writing and exploring ideas. I reached my limit on prompting this, so I can't do this right now, but it's getting very good at things like this. And you can even go as far as prompting ChatGPT and asking what you should prompt to get something. So in this case, I asked ChatGPT, I want to make a book on Golo Dye cookbook. What would be the correct prompt to build in the outline based off of the competitors? So it actually gives me a prompt that I should give to ChatGPT that's going to help me build my table of contents and my outline. So these tools are very effective. Exactly what you're looking to get from them, just ask them that. And yes, of course, you can dive deeper into AI automation. However, just keeping it simple and asking these tools what you're looking to get from them is the best way to get some pretty good results. And then I simply took this prompt, I gave it back to ChatGPT, and it basically gave me a complete table of contents for this book. And then from there, we can refine it, make sure it makes sense in our topic, and then we can go and actually create the outline from this table of contents. And so once you're happy with your table of contents, you're going to take this and give it to a freelancer, whether it's on Fiverr, the Urban Writers, or if you do want to do this for free, you can continue to prompt ChatGPT and start to create the actual book outline. And so now you can simply ask ChatGPT, can you start to create the book outline itself, starting with chapter 1, based on the information in the table of contents, and it will start to outline the book for you. And you can do this for each chapter and build out a complete book outline. And as you can see, we have chapter 1, embracing the Golo lifestyle, as an introduction, some notes about the introduction, and then goes into heading 1, the information under heading 1. The only thing I would do differently here is I would ask ChatGPT to actually add some resources to this outline. So I have some specific resources for this specific section, so I can check where the information is coming from and make sure my writer has something to reference. But you can just take it one chapter at a time, see what it comes back with, and just further prompt ChatGPT to refine it into what you're looking for. So when it comes to outsourcing your book outline, you can simply go to Fiverr, type in nonfiction book outline, and go and look at the postings that are here and see if you see any one that stands out to you. So people are going to have a description, they're going to have reviews, they're going to have a price, and you can simply click on these profiles. You can see what they have to offer, what you actually get, and of course the price for that. Some will be cheaper, some will be more expensive. Depending on the budget you have and what you're looking for, you can determine which freelancer is right for you. You can give them a message, ask them for a custom quote based on what you're looking for. And it's also good to go and look at their portfolio and see the books that they've worked on or the other outlines that they've built. But if you do have a limited budget, you can absolutely do this through ChatGPT, as well as you can also do it through Dibly Create. So Dibly Create is a custom AI platform meant to create different things for your book publishing process. This is a paid tool, of course, but it's going to be a lot more inexpensive compared to outsourcing something. So when it comes to actually creating something with Dibly Create, once you're on your dashboard, you can simply go to New Project. You can choose a template and see what they have to offer. And you're going to find things like nonfiction outline, book description, ebook. And so based on the nonfiction book outline, it's going to have this template you can work through and fill out, as well as you can also use their AI tool called KIP. This is going to allow you to do all these different things as well through AI. So specifically a book outline. And basically you're just going to give it some information. You're going to ask the genre, the number of words your book is. So a standard nonfiction book is 30,000 words. Number of chapters, let's say 12. This can be rough. Your audience is going to be adults. You can put your book title. Of course, if you don't have this already, you can put a placeholder, the genre of the book, nonfiction, and then you can put an explanation of the book. So this is where I would put my created table of contents. It's good to create your table of contents first. You have the rough structure. And then regardless of how you create your book outline, whether you outsource it or do it yourself, you're going to know exactly what the structure is going to be. You don't have to worry about it being something totally different than what you were expecting. So I'm going to put in the 5-week table of contents based on the ChatGPT book we were prompting for and see what it comes back with. From there, I just click generate. It's going to create me a book outline based on this information. So it did take about 2 or 3 minutes to create, but let's see what it came back with. So it gives a quick overview for the writer, some notes. Then it goes into the chapter summary itself. So it goes into the introduction, just a quick overview of what it should be. And most importantly, dives into the chapters itself. So I probably should have put in 5 chapters instead of 12 because it is a 5-week plan, but that's fine. But as you can see, the outline is very detailed. So the Dibbly Create AI tool is very effective. It is very detailed when it comes to actually the information it pulls, where it pulls it from, and actually giving you potential resources to go alongside this. So as you can see, we have chapter 1, laying the foundation, why ChatGPT matters. It goes over some important points. And of course, it does have the resources like I mentioned, and you can check these for yourself to see if they are relevant. And this will be very helpful for your writer. So if you do want to dive into the AI tools, Dibbly Create might be effective to check out. You can do the same thing with ChatGPT. However, you're going to have to be prompting it yourself. I will leave links to all these tools below. Nobody's sponsoring this video. They are affiliate links. However, I'm only recommending tools that I do think are actually useful. So once we've actually created our table of contents as well as our book outline, however you want to do that, we can then move on to the next phase of creating a book, which is finding a writer. And so if you are looking to make your first $1,000 a month online, you're most likely a beginner in some sense. So I'm not going to recommend any complex ways to find a writer. There's a very simple way to find a ghostwriter to write a book for you, and that is the Urban Writers. So the Urban Writers is simply a ghostwriting platform. It's gotten very good over the years, and it's very easy for beginners to find ghostwriters for their book. And most importantly, they have some very affordable options, which we'll get into. But basically, you can go to the Urban Writers website. You can post your project with one of these 2 buttons here. It's going to ask you a bunch of different questions about your book. And if you have created your table of contents and your outline by now, you most likely will have the answers to them. But most importantly, you want to definitely look at the option of having an AI generated manuscript. So basically what this is you have a professional writer who works with AI tools. It's not just AI creating this book to write your book. The reason why this is important is because it's still going to be a very high quality book. However, it's going to be half the price of a normal ghostwriter. So this starts at $1.70 per 100 words. And you have a professional writer that works with AI tools to build out your book. You have a professional editor that also gives it a final review to ensure it actually meets specific requirements and is ready for publishing and isn't just a low quality AI written book. And this option actually also includes a book outline. So if you're not super picky with your book outline and you want them to create one for you, this will come with one. They'll also make your manuscript, of course. They'll plagiarism check it. They'll go over any drafts and revisions, which is very nice because you're not just getting back what you get back. You can get lots of revisions done to ensure it is of a certain standard. And they also create a book description for you. So just to break down the cost of this, let's say your book is 30,000 words and it's $1.70 per 100 words. It's going to cost about $510. So this is very, very low for creating a high content book that's 30,000 words. And of course, you can also change it a bit as well. So if you are doing a cookbook or a fitness book, it might not need 30,000 words. It might need a lot less. So let's say your book is only 20,000 words. It's only going to cost around $340. So when you think about actually outsourcing and creating low content books, they're anywhere from $50 to $100 to get done properly. And it's barely cheaper. Yet this book is going to warrant at least triple the royalties and have way less competition. And so with AI, high content books have never been more affordable than they are now. I definitely recommend you check out this AI generated manuscript through the Urban Writers. I will link the Urban Writers below. Once again, none of these companies are sponsoring this video. They are affiliate links. However, I would only recommend things that are actually going to be of benefit to you and are actually worth the price. So now let's actually walk through finding a ghostwriter. So when you're on the Urban Writers website, you're simply just going to go to post a project. You're just going to create an account from there. And once your account is created, it's going to take you to your dashboard. This is where you're going to manage all your projects and your freelancers. So once you're here, you can simply select post a project and then new project posting. And you're going to have a few different options here. So you have the bundles, which are packages that come with your ghostwritten book and a few other things. or just individual packages. So if you have everything already and you just want to get your book written, you can simply just go individual package and look for a ghostwriter. But when it comes to the bundles, if you're wanting a few other things, you can come and have a look in here and see if one of these bundles has what you're looking for. So depending on the bundle, I believe they all come with a fully written, copy edited, and proofread manuscript in the ebook and paperback formats. But depending how high of a tier you go with, you're going to get a description, you're going to get actually even a book cover, even an outline. So it's very much a done for you template. So depending on the budget you have, maybe come have a look and see if one of these packages works well for you if you're wanting to get a few things done. So if you're just going through the individual package and you just want your book written or maybe one or two other things, you can actually just kind of customize it as you like. So you can get your book writing done, you can get your book description, you can just kind of select what you want and make a custom package. So there's tons of stuff here: cover design, illustrations, translation, editing, audiobook narration, the outline, the formatting. So if you really need all this stuff done and you just want to do it in one place, you can just select all the ones that you like and build out your own package. So once you've selected what you want, you're just going to go continue, and we're going to want a nonfiction book for this. Now it's going to ask for your outline. So it's going to ask you if you want a professional outline created or if you just want to add in your own file. So now you have to actually select the type of writer you're looking for. So you can go all the way to the bottom and get the cheapest writer they have, which is the rising writer. So they're still vetted, but they just haven't built their credibility yet with the platform. And then from there, you can work your way up. You have urban, you have top, you have premium, you have finance and technology, and you have also allow all to request. So you can have as many writers as you want who from any tier request to write your book for your project, and then you can vet from there and decide which one you like the best. So just select which one works for you and which one fits inside your budget and go from there. Depending on what budget you have, I would recommend maybe going for either the top or the premium tier, just because the book is the most important part. And I'm sure you can get some good books written with urban and rising, but they're only a little bit more, and it might be worth it to get a bit higher level of a writer to get a high quality book, depending on the topic that you're in. But like I mentioned before, it's the outline that really creates a good book. So as long as you have a really high quality outline, pair it with a mid-tier writer and you should be in a good spot. So now it's just going to ask you some simple questions about your book. So just fill this out however you see fit. In terms of word count, a good rule of thumb is I like to stick between 25,000 and 30,000. That is about a 150-page book. And it's really the sweet spot with publishing, as it's not too expensive, but you're still being able to take the reader from point A to point B with enough information. Less than 25,000 would definitely be too small of a book, especially in nonfiction. And over 30,000 might just get a bit fluff-filled and expensive for not a lot of extra benefit. So depending on the topic, if you're more technical, you might want to go 30,000. If you're more of a basic niche that's simple, maybe gardening, maybe you want to go with 25,000. So fill out the parameters and click continue. So once you fill out that information, you can select if you want any editing. So you do get essential editing included. You get a review for grammar, spelling errors, syntax errors, punctuation, and inconsistencies. This is nice to have, but if you want a bit more advanced line and essential editing, you can go with the $7 per 1,000 word option. So it's actually not too expensive for what it is. So depending on if you want more advanced editing or if you just want to keep it simple with what you get, select what works for you. So this is actually a cool feature. You're going to be able to select the level of AI that you want used in your book. So if you want people to use AI for structure, to use AI for content, you can select what you want, or you can select freelancers are not allowed to use AI at all. So I think this is a great feature, especially in this day and age, because I personally would not want somebody using AI to write my book just yet. I don't know Amazon's stance on that. And I don't think we're there yet in terms of creating AI generated books and post them on Amazon, especially in technical topics. So I would want AI only used to maybe help with the chapters and the layout to figure out the structure of the book, but I want the book written by an actual ghostwriter. And then now you're simply going to review your project. You might have a few more steps depending on if you selected a few different options like your description and your book cover and different things like that. Once you've approved it, you can simply select post your project, and then you're going to have freelancers coming to your project, and you can also go and look for freelancers and invite them to apply to your job. So you've posted your job. So now your project is available for freelancers to see. But what we're going to do is actually go a step further and go and look for some freelancers and invite them to our job. So you can simply go over to freelancer management and you can go into search freelancers. So I really want to find somebody who has good ratings, who maybe has published a book on the topic before. So what I'm going to do now is simply go in here, go to writer, and I'm just going to look through and find any freelancers that might be a good fit for my book. From there, you can select your project. You can select them to invite to start now or to schedule them, or just invite to request to see if it's something that they would be interested in. Maybe write a quick note, tell them about your book, tell them about your project, tell them why you think they'd be a good fit, and you can click invite. So I do recommend you do this for at least a couple hours, at least go through and really see what kind of freelancers there are, and really find somebody that fits well with your book. So we don't necessarily need an expert on the topic, because if we have a good outline, which we should have done, we for sure should get a good book written. So focus on finding a good writer that fits in your budget and create a strong outline. And if you pair those together with some good editing at the end, you're going to create an awesome book. So once you find your writer, it's going to be very easy and intuitive to then work with them as they're writing the book. And you're going to be able to collaborate them and send them messages. And it's all going to be done through this dashboard. So it makes it super easy and efficient. Another thing I want to mention is I actually have a section here called team management. So you can actually create a team. So this is an incredibly good feature because as you start making books, maybe you start using their services for other things too, for descriptions, for editing. You can slowly start to build your freelancer team. So you have all your freelancers in one place, and you can create a very streamlined process of getting your high content books created. So that is how the Urban Writers works. If you have any questions, definitely leave them in the comments below, but it's very straightforward. It's a very intuitive platform, and it's definitely the easiest way for beginners getting into the high content publishing space to find some really good freelancers and get their books written without any friction. You also don't have to commit to your project yet. You only pay when you find your freelancer, so you can go through this whole process and not spend any money. So I haven't spent any money yet for this particular project. So if you're interested, definitely go and check the link in the description, go through the process and see if it's easy and intuitive for you and if you find a few freelancers that might work for your book. So let's get into our pen name or our author name. So I'm sure you're wondering, what do we do for our pen name? Do we do a brand? Do we do a person? Do we do somebody who's not real? Do we do ourselves? That's not super important. What's important is that it comes across as fun. It's inviting, it's credible and professional in the topic that we're in, and it's clearly thought out. It's not just John Smith with a random stock photo that doesn't really have any sort of credibility to it. We want it to be thought out and obviously look like a real brand or person. So that brings up the question, do we do a pen name or a brand name? So overall, it doesn't really matter. What matters is what would you be proud to talk about when your family and friends ask you what you're doing. So sometimes people will create a fake person or a fake name, and this is fine, but then you're going to tell your friends about it, tell your family about it, and it might come across as weird, and they might question the validity of what you're doing. And of course, you don't do things for other people, but it's also good to consider how are you going to feel about talking about your business. So what I personally do is I like using pen names that are branded as myself. So it's essentially just a picture of myself, maybe even from the back or something, so you can't even recognize it, but then a pen name under that. So it's not just a random person and a random face. It's me, but I'm just going by an alias to stay anonymous. So you can always just have an author's photo that is an illustration to be creative and stay anonymous. So it can be a picture of you that's in an illustrated form, like this one here. So it's just kind of a good way to stay anonymous, but still come across as something fun and credible. And in terms of the brand name, you want to go up with something that's related to the topic. So depending on what you're publishing in, make sure that it is something relevant. Like Smart Little Owl, it creates activity books for children to learn and educational content. But all in all, it's not as important as you think. What's important is you're actually proud to talk about it, proud to promote your business, and proud to promote what you're doing. So I do recommend trying to promote it as you. Maybe you can stay anonymous by using a pen name, but I would recommend that. And if you don't want to show your face at all, go the illustrator route with a pen name, but it's still technically you. So your pen name is just going to be something that you plug in when you're publishing your book, but to go the extra mile, you can actually create an author profile, which allows people to click on your author and actually see all the books that you've been publishing and have an author bio and stuff. So this is done just through your marketing tab and through Author Central. All right, so once you do go through the Urban Writers process and you are having your book written, we can then go and work on all the other accessories for our book, starting with our title. So in my opinion, the title and cover are the most important thing when it comes to actually selling books. Even if you don't have the most reviews, a good title and cover will captivate your audience and make them click and buy your book without even thinking. So when it comes to our book title, there are three main things we want to nail. The first one is it has to be clear. It's very important the customers know exactly what your book is about. We don't want them searching up a topic, seeing our book, and not knowing what it's about. We want them to know what it's about at a glance. And of course, it has to be enticing. We want to be more enticing than our competitors. If we're just the same title or the same generic statement, they're just going to pick the book with the most reviews or the nicest cover. And most importantly, we have to have a better offer than our competitors. So like we already talked about, it's good to frame your book in a different way than all the other books. Basically, you want to solve the reader's problem better, faster, easier than the competitors. So when they read all the books, they're deciding which one they want to buy. They see yours, which is solving the same problem all the other books are, but in a way more desirable way. So now when it comes to our book title, we don't want to work harder with this. We want to work smarter. So we want to utilize AI to come up with some book title ideas. ChatGPT is very good at creating book titles. And then from there, we can refine it to what we're looking for. So once again, the prompt for ChatGPT will be in the blueprint linked below. But basically, we're just going to ask ChatGPT, can you give me 10 title options for my book on Golo Diet for Seniors in this case? Base the structure off the best-selling books on Amazon. Some desirable attributes inside, so you can add some desirable attributes that your book does have. Complete 21-day meal plan, over 75 delicious and easy recipes. The book helps with weight loss. So you can be as detailed with this as you like. This is fairly simple. However, just cater it to your topic, cater it to what you think will stand out and look good. And of course, add in any important features of your book so we know that we are nailing the things that our book does cover and the customer knows what they're getting. So, and of course, I prompted ChatGPT. It came back with these title options: the complete Golo Diet cookbook for seniors, Golo Diet for seniors over 60, 21-day Golo meal plan for seniors, the Golo weight loss solution for seniors, easy Golo Diet cookbook for seniors. Then of course it has different subtitles: a complete guide with 21 days of simple meal plans and 75 plus fat burning recipes to regain energy and lose weight naturally. The ultimate weight loss cookbook with 75 plus easy and delicious recipes to support metabolism and healthy aging. So when it comes to deciding what your title should be, the important thing is, one, our main title is not only hooking them in, but telling them what they want to hear, because this is going to be the main title they see on our book. The subtitle they can't always read, depending on the size of the font. And then the subtitle is meant to tell them basically what they want to hear. It's telling them exactly what your book is going to do for them and how it's going to do it. So for example, a complete guide with 21 days of simple meal plans and 75 plus fat burning recipes to regain energy and lose weight naturally. So it's telling them exactly what the book is, what it's giving them, and what it's going to do for them. So I think I like this subtitle the best. Of course, I can keep prompting ChatGPT and get more ideas based on what my book is about, but I'm most likely going to go with a subtitle like this. It's telling them it's a complete guide. It has 21 days of simple meal plans, so it has a clear step-by-step vision of what the book's going to be so they can picture that. And there's over 75 recipes, so it is desirable. It's going to help them regain energy and lose weight naturally. I think the ultimate weight loss cookbook is good as well. This is just speaking to what they would be looking for, because if you have more recipes than the other books, that's great. And depending on your topic and depending what the people are looking to do from your book, you can change the wording there. So whether it's supporting metabolism, healthy aging, losing weight, it's important to look at your competitors and see what the similarities are, because people who are buying these books might be looking to do a certain thing. And if all the other books are talking about supporting metabolism and healthy aging, and your book is targeting how they can jump higher, it's not really relevant. So we want to make sure we're hitting the pain points of what the customer's looking for, while being a bit more desirable than the competitor. It's not just Golo Diet cookbook for seniors, it's the ultimate weight loss cookbook with 75 plus recipes to regain energy and lose weight naturally. So we really want to be enticing and just make sure our wording is a lot more desirable than the competitors. So the best thing to do when deciding on your title is go and look at your competitors. Does yours sound more enticing? Does it stand out? Does it have a clear offer that is better than the competitors? Maybe you're solving the same problem in less time with more recipes, with a better outcome, and pick your title based on that. All right, so I'm just adding this section in because I realized I kind of brushed over the main title quickly and forgot to really go into it with detail. So basically, in terms of the Golo Diet cookbook titles, like I said before, with your main title, you're just wanting to hook them in, tell them what the book is about, basically what they're looking for, and have some sort of desirable attribute. So in this case, the complete Golo Diet cookbook for seniors works well, because if it is for seniors, it's telling them it is the complete Golo Diet cookbook. It's telling them exactly what they want to hear, and then it's going into it with a bit more detail with the subtitle, going into exactly what's going to be inside the book. So with cookbooks, I will say there's less room for creativity. People are looking for a specific cookbook when they're searching them up. So we want to make sure that the core concept isn't getting lost and we're not too creative. So in this case, I would go for something like the complete Golo Diet cookbook for seniors. It says what the book is about and who it's for. But if you are in topics like, let's say, ChatGPT for beginners, you have a bit more creative freedom. I did get a few examples here so we can dive into it quickly. I'm not necessarily going to only go with ChatGPT for beginners. That is the main search term, and we want to make sure that we are targeting that audience. However, now we can be a bit more creative because there's many ways to position that a book is about ChatGPT for beginners. So I simply did the normal prompt. Once again, I did put the example as well that I got back before, Mastering ChatGPT, a 5-week beginner's guide to AI productivity and profit. And so it gave me a few options based on this. We have ChatGPT Unlocked, the no-code ChatGPT blueprint. So I actually really like this one. Of course, the generic ChatGPT for beginners might work well, but most likely a lot of the other books are going to be on this. So what I would do is I would do something like Mastering ChatGPT, the no-code ChatGPT blueprint, something that is still clearly targeting ChatGPT and what the customer is looking for, while being way more enticing than the competitors. Because if all the other books are just ChatGPT for beginners, and we have Mastering ChatGPT beside that, it's going to be different. It's going to draw attention, as well as it's going to be more desirable, as well as if we have a subtitle that's 5 weeks to master AI and boost your productivity. It's really speaking to the best case scenario that the customer could be thinking about. So when it comes to cookbooks, keep it simple, focus on the main topic and who it's for, while being enticing in a sense, like maybe it's 15-minute recipes, maybe it's 5 ingredients or less. But the important thing is you focus on the main concept itself. But with a topic like this, I would steer away from ChatGPT for beginners and go with something like Mastering ChatGPT, the no-code ChatGPT blueprint, beginner to pro with ChatGPT. It's still telling the customer the same thing in just a better way. And just to reiterate, with the cookbook style titles, you want to very clearly be about this specific topic, who that's for, but some ways to make it enticing is doing things like 15-minute recipes, 5 ingredients or less. And so it's still the same topic, but just a bit more enticing than the other books. So I can talk about book titles forever, but the most important things you need to nail is your customer needs to know that the book is for them. It's very clear that the topic they're searching up is clearly aligned with your book. They're not confused at what it might be. So you can be creative with your title, but the important thing is the core concept isn't getting lost. It needs to be easily read. So it needs to be a simple, effective title that can be showcased on the cover, where they can see and read it at a glance. And of course, like I mentioned, we have to have a better offer than the rest. So if you nail these 3 things, it's easy to read, they know the book is for them, and it's a better offer than the rest, I'm sure your title is going to do fine. And another thing we can add to this is make sure you do have the desirable attributes in your title, mainly your subtitle, that your customer is looking for. So like we talked about here, the 75 plus recipes, the books for weight loss, for healthy aging, whatever it may be, just make sure you have those desirable attributes. So first things first, what is the purpose of our book cover? First of all, it's the first impression. It sets the customer's overall feeling for our brand. Is it high quality? Is it professional? Is it cheap? Is it DIY? Do you stand out and grab attention, or do you blend in with everything else? The first impression is arguably the most important thing, and we need to nail it. The second thing is it determines that they're going to purchase. I personally believe that someone decides if they're going to buy your book long before they even click it. The emotional response they get from your cover and your title is everything. It sets the standard for their time on Amazon. Simply nail the product page and you're going to close the sale. The feeling and impression your book leaves is so much more important to selling books than just having a lot of reviews. Of course, if you have 600 reviews, you're going to sell a lot of books, but most of us publishers can only get to the 100 mark in the first 6 months. So we need to make sure we nail the cover so we compensate for not having 600 reviews. The third purpose of your cover is it separates you from other books. People hate making the wrong choice. People are constantly comparing everything in their day-to-day life, whether it's clothing, whether it's groceries at the store, the labels, the nutrition facts, whether it's a new car they want to buy, so they're comparing all the models. People hate making the wrong choice. They're constantly comparing, and it's no different on Amazon. That's why we have to ask ourselves, how do we compare to the competitors? Are we the same? Are we better? Are we more professional? Are we less professional? Is your branding unique, or do you just have some stock photos just like everybody else? We have to ask ourselves, what is our unique attribute that separates us from the rest, and make sure we emphasize that. So how do we execute our covers effectively? Our overall objective is to 1. Hook the potential reader as fast as possible, encapsulate everything your book is going to do for them as quickly and as clearly as possible without leaving any stone unturned in relation to their problem or their desired outcome. There basically should be no reason for them not to click your book. I can't express the importance of this. If you give them no reason not to click your book, they're going to click your book. You want to give them the feeling of, I might not find a book more suited for me than this one. If you give them this feeling, even if they don't click your book right away and they keep scrolling, they're going to remember your book, and maybe they might see it on another advertisement, or they might just not find what they're looking for and go back up and click yours. So how do we give them no reason not to click our book? There are 3 important pillars that we have to understand to do this effectively. Pillar number 1 is targeting the niche properly. Of course, this comes in the form of your title. We need to properly target the reader's desired outcome or their problem that is easily felt quickly. So I'm not going to get into book titles here. I have a book title video which you can go and check out after this video, but overall we need our title to be easily read quickly. And the second way to target the niche properly is having a proper visual that represents their problem or their desired outcome easily. That's not overly complicated. It's not a cluttered stock photo or some sort of intricate visual that we think that they'll understand but they're not going to. It needs to be simple and to the point and understandable. Who is your customer? What do they need, and how do they do it? Answer these questions at a glance. With your covers, you want to tell the customer exactly what they want to hear. The book is to give them what they actually need, but the cover is to tell them what they want to hear so they actually click and buy it. Pillar number 2 for giving them no reason not to click our book is creating a sense of authority. This comes in the form of your professional branding. How's your typography? Is it well spaced? Is it well sized? Is it nice fonts, or is it something that's confusing and hard to read? What's your color palette look like? Is it clean and concise and clearly done professionally, or is it just a bunch of random colors that either match somebody else and doesn't stand out, or just doesn't really look very nice on the eyes? And of course, your overall brand identity. How does the cohesion of your cover move into your product page and your A+ content and the interior of your book? Is it all together and clean and clearly cohesive and put together nicely? We don't want to have some random photo on our book that doesn't really have anything to do with anything. It doesn't really give a sense of credibility. We want to have clean and concise branding on our cover that's clean on the eyes, that matches our A+ content, and even matches the visuals inside our book. This gives the person the experience of somebody who's actually a credible author. And of course, none of this matters if we don't understand pillar number 3, which is making it instant. Is the customer experiencing all these different things? The targeting, the branding, the credibility at a glance, or are they having to search for it? We have to understand people aren't on their computers on Amazon, taking their time, reading covers slowly, looking at titles. They're on their phones, scrolling extremely quickly, and the books that grab their attention the fastest are the ones they're going to click on. We need to make them stop scrolling. We need a loud cover that stands out from the rest with a desirable title that's easy to read. Leave an emotional impression fast, and this is what's going to make people remember your book and click on your book. You need to understand what your customer is actually doing on Amazon and how they're shopping to have the highest chance of selling to them. A car commercial is different than a beer commercial, which is also different than a children's toy commercial. They understand the audience they're trying to sell to, and they sell to that person. If we don't know how people are shopping on Amazon, why do we expect to sell them a book? We're creating a book for somebody who's not there, and we need to create a book for somebody who's scrolling on their phone fast and needs to be stopped quickly. Most of you have a fine cover, a well-constructed title, you target the niche effectively, but you're simply just not hitting the customer hard enough and fast enough for them to stop in their tracks. Your books are just fine, but fine doesn't sell. We need the wow factor that makes somebody turn their head and think, I might not find another book like this. So now let's actually break down a good cover and see how it's executed. So I see this cover all the time on Amazon, and I think it's just a great example of an awesome cover. It has who it's for in a clever and interesting way, the making of a manager. It has a visual that's easy to understand. Even if this book didn't even have a title on the cover, we'd right away understand that it's a book about leading or charging forward or managing. It's just a clear visual that represents the topic extremely well at a glance. And overall, it's just a clean, simple design that is nice on the eyes but also stands out. This is so important. We don't want to do too much. We want to just be the most professional, clean, put together option because people like nice things. People like pretty things. They like new cars, shiny jewelry because they're nice on the eyes. And that's what our book cover has to do. Another thing I love about this book is this simple subtitle that is focused on the reader's desired outcome rather than keywords. What to do when everyone looks to you. I talk about this in my book title video. People are too focused on ranking everywhere that they can rank, but forget that to sell books, you actually have to have a desirable book. And I categorize a book with a keyword stuff title as a pushy salesman. They just don't work anymore. This book can rank for a quarter of the keywords as another book, and it's probably going to outsell it. Basically, this cover has everything that it needs and nothing that it doesn't. So now let's actually break down a bad cover and see what not to do. So this is a bad cover. I'm sure you've seen a cover like this. I'm sure you might even have a book that looks like this, but they're a dime a dozen and they don't work anymore. The old school 90s slideshow looking font, the corny stock photo that doesn't really add any value. It just looks like you're being lazy and picking a picture off a website rather than creating your own illustration or your own brand identity. And it just overall looks cluttered. It doesn't wow me in any way or present itself as some sort of authority or credible person in the topic. We want to be unique. We want to be the outliers. We want to actually create a nice looking clean cover that has our own branding, our own illustrations, and that stands out from the rest and doesn't look like everybody else. This style of cover, go search any keyword on Amazon. I guarantee you're going to find 3 books like this. And yes, there are books on Amazon that look like this that are selling because they were made 6 years ago and they have 400 reviews. But the era of these books are over and we have to transition to more professional looking clean covers that actually make us look like a credible author. Which one of these looks more credible to you? It's very simple, and this is how people are shopping on Amazon, and this is how we have to make our book covers moving forward. So now let's compare some good and bad covers and see how they differ. So I love this example. 2 of the same topics, 2 very different books. The one on the left is just super clean. It has nice typography that's spaced nicely, that has different sizing so it looks like it's done by a proper designer, has a nice color palette, and it just looks clean. The one on the right is that same sort of style of cover, corny type of 90s font, the stock photo that doesn't really add any value, the banner on the bottom with the author. People recognize the books on the right as the DIY option, and we have to transition to creating covers like the one on the left to come across as the most credible option. Here's another example on a book about raised bed gardening for beginners. Same concept. The one on the left is clear, concise, has everything that it needs and nothing that it doesn't. Not to say the book on the right right is bad. I'd actually make the argument the one on the right is actually a better book than the one on the left because it's clearly done by a real gardener. But nobody knows that. They just see a cover that kind of looks sloppy and DIY, so they're going to pick the one on the left all day long. Let's look at some more winning covers. Beginner's Step-by-Step Coding Course. Learn computer programming the easy way. Super clear, super straightforward, has some visuals that represent the different programming languages, that's easily recognizable for somebody learning to code, and just gets the message across so quickly and efficiently. How to talk to anyone. 92 little tricks for big success in relationships. Clean, straightforward, to the point, loud, stands out. It's going to be an effective cover. The Telmore Effect. Nice typography. I like the kind of visual that's encapsulating the title that makes it seem like it's some sort of effect and it has something to do with the actual book itself. So it's just super intriguing and it's going to get somebody's attention. So what do all these winning covers that we've looked at have in common? They don't look DIY. There's no 90s looking font or corny stock photos. They have professional typography that is clean, easy on the eyes, spaced well and sized well. It's loud and stands out. It doesn't have any twins. It has a nice color palette that stands out from the crowd and is easily read. It's straightforward with no fluff. There's no keyword stuff title. They're just straight, clever titles that target the reader's desired outcome or problem in an effective way. And of course, it's easy to read on a phone screen. Our customers are shopping on their phones. If they can't read your book cover on their phone, why would they click it? And lastly, cohesive branding. It has a nice cover, which has the same style as their A+ content, which has the same style as the illustrations inside their book. But most importantly, they stand out and deliver their message fast. We need to encapsulate everything that the customer would want at a glance. This is how people are shopping, and this is how we're going to get clicks on our book. So what also comes with the cover is, of course, the trim size. You're probably wondering, what size do I have to create my book and what size do I need my book cover to be? So there are two places that you have to give your trim size to. That is your cover designer and your formatter. So how do we determine our trim size? First of all, we have to ask ourselves, what type of book is it? Is it a workbook? Do they need to write in it? Do they need to lay the book flat? Is it a quick read? Is it something small that they can just lay in bed and read? And another thing you have to ask yourself is, do you want to stand out? Because what a lot of people don't know is your trim size determines how big your book looks on Amazon. The little thumbnail preview of your book is directly determined by the trim size your book is. So if your book is a square, it's a square. If your book is a skinny rectangle, it's a skinny rectangle. So as you can see here, these two books are different simply because they have different trim sizes, and Amazon showcases them how the book actually looks. So that being said, it might be worth sizing up just to stand out a bit on the Amazon rankings. So a more detailed way to determine your trim size if you have no idea what you're doing is look at the competitors. They've done the research and did what the market wants and what the book entails. So go and look at the trim size that they're in. If you're not sure where to find this, simply go to the book's product page and you're going to see that little banner there, and you're going to see that there's a section called dimensions, and that's going to show you the trim size. So in this case, this book is 7.5 by 9.25. So some standard sizes to go off of is 5 by 8 is just a regular standard nonfiction read. Same with 5.5 by 8.5 is just a very standard book. And then there is 6 by 9, which is usually still a standard nonfiction book, but slightly on the larger side, if maybe it has some pictures and stuff inside. And then when you go bigger than that, going into the workbook section, you can go with 7.5 by 9.25. I've used this before for a workbook and it works really well. Then you can go up to 8 by 10, which is an even larger workbook. So Amazon only allows certain trim sizes. So these are the main trim sizes you're most likely going to be publishing high content books in. So don't get confused. Pick one of these sizes based on what your book entails. So the spine size is actually determined by not your formatter, your cover designer, based on the page count. So based on the page count, they're going to create the front of the book, the back of the book, and the spine in the middle. And based on the size of your book, it will change the spine size. So if you don't have your page count yet, but you want to get going on your cover design, simply just get the front of the cover done. And then when you have the page count, go back to your designer and say, hey, I have the page count. Can I get the spine and the back of the cover design now? So based on your book, determine your trim size, which determines your cover size, and then decide which platform is right for you. Get Covers, Fiverr, 99 Designs, and make sure you get enough resources and information for your cover designer so you're actually getting something that you want and something that's going to stand out and not leaving it up to them. So if you actually want me to look at your cover and tell you if it's any good, make a post in the Facebook group. It'll be in the description, and just post your cover and I'll let you know what I think about it. So when it comes to our book description, we're simply going to create our book description with ChatGPT in the ADA format. So the ADA format is just a simple copywriting format. It stands for attention, interest, desire, and action. So we simply want to grab their attention, hook them in, tell them some interesting things about the book and get them actually interested to read more and to buy our book. Then tell them the desirable attributes of our book and why it's for them. And then of course have a call to action, telling them to go and purchase the book. So here is the prompt here. And so it simply says, create an Amazon book description in the ADA format for my cookbook titled, and you can put the title of your book. using typical Amazon formatting. A short, engaging intro paragraph, clear bullet points highlighting benefits, and a compelling call to action. And include these important details. And of course, you want to include any important details of your book and why it is desirable and why it would be what they're looking for. And write in a persuasive, customer-focused tone similar to best-selling cookbook descriptions on Amazon. So you can cater this to your topic. You can also link other books on your topic if you do like the descriptions. But let's dive into ChatGPT and have a look. So I simply put in this prompt, and basically it came back with this, which I copy-pasted over to a Google document. And of course, you can make some changes to cater to your audience or if you think it needs a bit more. But like we prompted, it's just going to come back with an enticing hook sentence. Are you over 50 and tired of struggling with diets that don't deliver lasting results? This was slightly different than what it gave it, but I think I prompted it further to get something like this. And of course, it's going to cover what's inside, have a closing sentence, and just have a nice structured book description that's easy to read, enticing for the customer, and is actually selling your book. Just because somebody clicks on your book doesn't mean they're going to buy it. So we do want to actually sell our book and tell the customer why they actually need it.
So A+ content, we're going to be going over everything you need to know about A+ content in this video. What is it, how to make it effective, and why most people get it wrong. And if you do it right, you can actually double your conversion rate in some circumstances. We're going to go over my formula and layout for successful A+ content that I use with all of my books. We're going to go over where to create it for free, how we can outsource it briefly at the end, and then we're going to go over how to upload it properly. So what is A+ content? So A+ content is basically when you're on the product page of a book, you essentially just scroll down and it's going to have a little section called From the Publisher. And it's basically just bonus content on your product page to help sell your book. Everybody should have A+ content on their books. In my opinion, it's one of the most valuable features for your product page that can increase your conversion rate. It's very visual. It gives people an understanding of what your book is all about, and it's a great way to sell it to them. So why would you need A+ content? Basically, A+ content gives your reader a more visual understanding of what your book is about and what's inside it. People want to be able to visualize their end goal with the problem that they have, and A+ content is the ideal way to show them that you know how to take care of them and you know how to take them to their end goal. So how can we actually make our A+ content effective in getting people to buy our book? So a good question to ask when considering this is, what is the goal of our A+ content? The goal of our A+ content is to essentially provide the potential readers with an idea of what they can expect from our book and the experience that they're going to have. Basically just reiterating what I just said. So it's easy for me to say this, but to actually apply this properly, we have to ask ourselves, what is the secret to doing this effectively? And the secret to doing this effectively is showcasing what your book is about at a glance, not with a bunch of text. I can promise you that this is what most people get wrong. Customers have already read your title, they've read your subtitle, they've read your description, and they're going to go down and read your reviews. When they inevitably make it to the A+ content, I promise you they're not going to read anything that's more than a sentence. We have to highlight our book and our brand as visually as possible and as quickly as possible, and this is how you maximize your conversion rate, because they get a broad picture of what exactly your book is going to do for them at a glance with images, visuals, snippets from inside the book, and just overall valuable content that sometimes the description and the title just doesn't get and doesn't give to them. So what do I mean by this? We have to hit specific pain points with bold statements that are easy to read. We have to get images and diagrams from inside our book so they can envision the experience that they're going to have when they read it. Even if we don't have images or diagrams in our book, we still should be taking some pictures from the interior formatting, because if you've done it properly, your book's going to be formatted really nicely and it's going to look like a professional book. Showcase that. Showcase a chapter title, chapter 1, chapter 2. It just shows the potential reader that you have a nice professional book that's going to tell them what they need to hear. And the third thing is we have to simplify the book's core idea and showcase that to them at a glance. So let's look at some examples of some good A+ content. So right away we have some A+ content for a book on companion planting. So this is actually 4 columns going downward, but for the sake of the slideshow I had to put them beside each other, so just picture them stacked on top of each other. But basically it has a nice clear statement: use nature's power to grow a bountiful vegetable garden, minimize pests, improve soil quality, increase garden yield, and then it goes right into the interior pages. So a strength of this book is clearly the formatting. They did really high quality formatting, colored images, nice illustrations, probably done custom for the book, and they want to showcase that. So they give you some important points of the book, like good advice, plant profiles. So when people are considering buying your book, they're going to see, oh, plant profiles. Instead of just reading that, they're going to see the actual plant profiles that they have in the book. And it's going to be extremely desirable because they can see the quality of it, the depth of it, the fact that they have some images there. It's clearly a well put together book. And this is clearly just giving the reader a really desirable snippet of what they're going to experience. And it's so much more likely they're going to buy the book if they can see this. So here's another one that's okay, but we're actually going to make some tweaks to it to make it better. So this is another book on vegetable gardening and just has the main banner here, has some points in the book, And if I were to improve this, I would basically remove these text boxes here, and I would emphasize the main points, because those are the main things that people are going to see and read. We can't expect them to go and read these paragraphs. And the second thing I would do is I would take away this box here, and I would just create a bold and clear statement on the image itself. So this could be something like the last gardening book you'll ever need, something to just hook them in, give them a desirable picture of what the book is about. So here's another A+ content. It's a book called The Gap in the Gain by Dan Sullivan. So there's a bit more text in this one, but what I do like about it is it has this clear visual of the whole process and kind of strategy that he uses for the given topic of the book and how he's going to teach you the core idea. And I think this is a great way to not only give somebody credibility, but give somebody the ability to have a look at it and say, oh, wow, this actually makes a lot of sense. This is super clear. I'd love to read further about this strategy, and I wonder what more diagrams they're going to have. So it kind of leaves you wanting more. So here's another gardening book, Elevate Your Garden and Grow Your Bounty. A nice, clear, descriptive hook. It's going to have some more information in the second one, and then some snippets from inside the book. Now, I personally would remove the text, but that's just me, but I still think this is a strong A+ content. So here's one from Alex Hormozi's new book, $100 Million Leads. Get more leads, because when you double your leads, you double your business, and when you double your business, you make more money, and that's the goal. So just a very clear and descriptive paragraph on what the reader's going to want, basically telling them exactly their end goal is inside this book. And what this does is it shows the potential reader that you understand the position they're in, you understand how to solve the problem. And even though it's text, that's fine. It's very clear to read. There's some nice color highlighting their important points, and they can easily read this at a glance, and they'll probably be inclined to read it at a glance because they want to see what it has to say. So here's another one on a book about ChatGPT, and there's a few key points I like about this one. I really like how it has a section that says updated for ChatGPT 4, and it's just showing the people that it's the most up-to-date version. So what I also like is the last block, get a ChatGPT prompt cheat sheet. So this is extremely effective because as you're saying to the reader, I'm not just giving you a book. There's a cheat sheet in here. There's everything you need to succeed in your goal, which is making money online with ChatGPT. So it's just enticing them and showing them the package that you have. Our last example here is a low content, an example for a book on activities for seniors for relaxation, anxiety relief, and just exercising your brain. So it really just showcases the inside of the book and what they're going to get. It shows pages, it shows it's a large print layout, it shows it's going to exercise your brain. And then although I don't like the smaller text here, because if it's a large print book, the odd that this person is going to be able to read this tiny little text is not very high. But what I really like is the collage of all their books. It's just giving you this kind of authoritative figure and credibility that I feel does a really good job of selling your books. And then there's also other books that have links to them. So if somebody doesn't necessarily want this book, but they might see a book that they're more inclined to buy, and they're going to be able to click it because the link is there. So that's something that you can add as well. So before we go into actually creating our A+ content, let's go into look what not to do. So right away, pretty self-explanatory. The most important thing with A+ content is not having all this text, because it's not that this text is bad. It's not that the pictures are bad or the formatting is bad or the design is bad. It's just that nobody's going to read it. People have already read the description. They're going to go read the reviews. They're just not going to read it. They're going to come and they're going to glance at the titles. They're going to look at the pictures, and then they're going to scroll down. So it's a lot of extra effort that's not going to get you anywhere. This is the content that needs to be inside your book. Take away all this text and just leave it as the main points: vegetables, fruits, herbs, flowers, greenhouse maintenance. Give them a broad overview of all the things they're going to get without any of this text, because they're just not going to read it. So now let's actually get into creating our A+ content and the formula we should use. So this is my winning formula that I use on all my books. So first of all, I use the standard blocks, the 970 pixels by 300 pixels. And then how I structure it is I'll have a hook sentence with the cover of my book. I'll have some sort of selling feature why they need this book and what's kind of the core idea of it. I'll then have a block explaining what they're going to get out of the book, and probably some snippets from inside and why they should buy this book and what experience they're going to have with it. And I inevitably just close the sale. You have to think of your A+ content just like your description. Your description is formatted properly because you want to take them to the end result, which is buying your book. Your A+ content should be the same format, because the people who are reading your description are thinking the same thing about your A+ content. They need to be taken through kind of a system. You need to hook them in. You need to tell them why they need this book. You need to give them the supporting information and the pictures from inside to allow them to visualize the experience they're going to have. And then you need to close the sale so they go to the buy button. So if you want an alternative to this format, you can also do the same hook and book cover, but then you can put a block in that's 970 by 600 pixels, and then it allows you to have some more space to showcase important points in interior content, and then you can close the sale. So you can have multiple of these in the middle, or you can just have the one big block. but the standard is definitely just the 4. The last thing that you can add to this is if you already have a brand, you already have lots of books, add a 5th block in that essentially just showcases your brand and other books in your brand to give yourself some authoritative credibility and just to show them that you're here for the long run and you have lots of content. So now let's go create some A+ content. So what I did was I essentially took a best-selling book from Amazon and I basically redid the A+ content for it. So we're going to go in now and have a look at that, and I'm going to show you my exact thinking behind it. So what you're going to use for your A+ content is a website called Canva. I'm sure you've heard of it before, but it's just the best platform for doing stuff like this. It's super easy, it's super intuitive, and there's lots of illustrations and pictures and diagrams that you can use for your A+ content. So how you're going to create that is you're essentially just going to go to Canva, create an account. You're going to click create a design. You're going to go to custom size, and then you're just going to size it at 970 by 300 pixels. Click create new design, and then you can add as many pages as you like. So now let's go into the A+ content that I created for this book. So I chose a book called Stop Overthinking to make the A+ content for. So I basically just go through my formula. I have an opening hook sentence, break the cycle, and free your mind once and for all. And then what I did was I actually added a bunch of quotes in behind, just kind of cluttered in the back, transparent, just different things that people would be thinking of. I can't believe I said that. They hated my presentation. I'm never going to get that promotion. I think I'm going to get fired. My boss hasn't talked to me all day. Just thoughts that people would think of and kind of spiral into a negative thought train with. So I just wanted to relate to the potential reader and really hook them in and just tell them that I understand what they're going through. And that's what this book is for. So going down, I showcased the main selling feature of the book, which is the 23 effective techniques to declutter your mind. People like numbers. People like a definitive number. Like it's not unsure. It's like, no, I have 23 things. If you do these techniques, you're going to declutter your mind and free yourself from overthinking. And then I added a circle just saying backed by behavioral psychology. This was in the information of the book. So if you have something like this, just add it in there. Just give your book some credibility why they should buy your book. And if you want to add any visuals or different things, Canva has tons of elements and different things you can add just on the left over here. So check it out, type in keywords based on your topic and see if you can find some nice illustrations to add to make it more appealing. So in the third block, I just go over some of the interior of the book, highlight a key point of what the book is so that they can really visualize what their experience is going to be. So I put 20 plus worksheets inside, and then I actually put in some of the worksheets that are going to be in the book so people can actually see and visualize their experience of going through the book, filling out these worksheets, and maybe they might even give it a try and it might even be effective before they even buy your book. So these are not actually from the actual book. These are just for the example, but pull stuff from your book, illustrations, diagrams. Maybe if it's a coloring book, take coloring book pages, put it there. So even if you don't have these worksheets in your book, just showcase the interior. Just take the formatting from chapter 1. And if it's done properly, if you formatted your book well or got it formatted by a professional, it's going to look nice and it's going to give people a visual of what your book is like inside, how they're going to be reading it. And if they really like that, they're already going to be more inclined to buy it because they can picture the experience that they're going to have reading it. So my fourth and final block, I have the closing statement, closing the sale, regain control over your thoughts with just one book. And then I have this little add to cart button to kind of entice them to take action. So if you actually look on the left, there's all the sentences from the first block and they're just shoved in the trash can. So it's basically just showcasing that this book will help you take all those thoughts, throw them in the garbage and have control of them. So it kind of closes the loop. You have all these thoughts, this clutter, and then you take them, you throw them away because you've read the book and you've regained control over your thoughts. So just to go over the blocks, you basically have the hook, the main sentence with some sort of enticing features like the book cover, maybe something that relates to the book. In this case, it's these little thoughts. I have an important selling feature of the book and why somebody would need to buy this book and why it's going to help them. I have some interior snippets from the book, just allowing the reader to visualize the experience that they're going to have and entice them even more. And then I close the loop with the final closing sentence and then some visuals to kind of represent the problem being solved and going to buy the book. So you're probably wondering how we should export this. So basically to export this, the settings you want, you're just going to go share, you're going to go download, and usually you can do PNG or JPEG. PNG is just sometimes a high quality version, but if you're not sure, you don't really know what that is, just go JPEG. And then from there, you always want the highest quality. So with A+ content, you're going to notice that sometimes it can be a little blurry or it's having trouble finding the size. So I would start with 970 by 300 pixels, but then if you upload it, it doesn't look right, you can actually increase the size of it a couple of notches. It's just going to add more pixels, add more data, and most likely improve the quality. So if you do too much, it doesn't always work better. You have to find the sweet spot. So start with 970 by 300, and then if it's not looking that clear, just up the size of it a couple of times and find the sweet spot. Sometimes I'll normally do 2 or 3 sizes bigger just with this little bar here, it'll just automatically go to the next size up, keeping it in proportion. And then you're essentially just going to click download. So we're not done here. I'm actually going to show you now how to properly upload your A+ content once it's complete. So what you want to do is just simply go to your KDP dashboard. You're going to go to the marketing section, which is the fourth one over here, which will take me right back to where I am. You're going to scroll down and you're going to find A+ content. An important thing to note when you're doing A+ content is you have to upload it for each marketplace. It's not one per all marketplaces. You have to upload it individually to Amazon.com, Amazon.ca, Amazon.uk. So make sure that you go and put it on all the platforms you'd like. I usually just do the main ones: UK.com, Australia, Canada, maybe Spain, Germany. But if you want to do it for them all, that's fine too. So I'm just going to log in to get into the A+ content dashboard. So when you get to your A+ content dashboard, whichever marketplace you click, you're simply just going to go start creating A+ content. And now this is where you add the modules. So we're just going to go add module. And this is an important part right here, is you're actually going to click the standard image and dark text overlay. So this is going to have a dark text overlay, but to get away from this, all you have to do is add your image, put no text in the box, and the overlay is not going to come up. All you're going to see is your image. So just simply click add background image and then upload the image that we just exported from Canva. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to add 4 of these because we do have 4 of our images because they are separated on the A+ content. So just make 4 pages, then add your images that we just exported. So now that I added it, it's actually going to ask you to just describe the image. So I usually just type in whatever text I have on there. So break the cycle and free your mind once and for all. This is just for like descriptive people. If they have trouble seeing, they can listen to it. So this is where you're going to see the quality of it. So I think this is fine, but sometimes when you upload it to Amazon, it's going to look a little different. So just monitor it, and you can always change the size to improve the quality. You'll just have to go re-export it and re-upload it. So once you've uploaded your 4 blocks, you're just going to click next. It's going to take you to the next section, which is applying it to your books. So I'm not going to do this because I'm not going to actually upload this A+ content, but essentially all you do is go to your KDP dashboard and get the ASIN of your book you want the A+ content to be on, and just put it in here. You're going to have to get it for the ebook, the paperback, and whatever other formats you have. So once you upload it, you apply it to each one. You simply just submit your A+ content, and then Amazon approves it. And you can go in and edit this and edit your blocks as much as you want. So for the people who are re-uploading their A+ content because they want to improve it, I just wanted to showcase this quick tool. BookBeam has this thing called Listing Optimizer. So if you're actually trying to optimize your listing, you can essentially just take the link to your book, click Analyze, and what it's going to do is it's going to give you a score and go over things you can do to improve your product page. It's going to talk about the reviews and ratings, what you need: at least 20 reviews, an average star rating of 4.0 and up, at least 3 category trees, which this person doesn't have, within the top 100, ranked in at least 4 categories, the A+ content. It's going to see if it's added, having at least 2 sections. The description, is it formatted? Is it at least 1,000 characters? And it's going to give you a summary of this. So if you're looking to improve your product page and just optimize it, this tool is awesome. You can check it on the link in the description. And it's just a great way to optimize your product page and make sure that you have all the important features that your book needs to convert to a sale. So I mentioned before I was going to talk about how to actually outsource your A+ content. So if you have the budget and you're not really a creative person, you can actually go to Fiverr. Just type in A+ content, go through the listings, find one with good reviews, one that has some good designs, and give them a message. They're going to know exactly how to format it. And it's a very quick and easy way to outsource it if you have the budget and if you're not very creative of a person.
So we've done our title, our cover, our description, and our A+ content, and hopefully by that time your book is ready to be delivered. So now that our book is finished and we've received it from the writer, what do we do now? So let's go through the exact process that I walk through once I get my manuscript back. So the first thing I do is I always plagiarism check. I make sure they didn't plagiarize most of the book and it's unique content. So how I do this is I use a site called a Q-Text. You're simply just going to copy and paste a manuscript into the box, click check it, and it's going to tell you what's plagiarized. So what you want to look for is anywhere from 3 to 6% is fine, no more than that. The reason why there is some leeway is because you can only do a sentence so many times. So you're going to find that the stuff that is plagiarized is just basic sentences and basic sentence structure from articles online that has nothing to do with your book. So it's not actually going to be plagiarism from your resources. So that's why the buffer is fine. But anything more than 6%, I would just go in, look at it a bit and see if it is pulling from the resources a bit too much. So I've checked my manuscript. I've finished up with the writer. The payment has been done based on whatever platform you're using. Now I have a finished manuscript in a Google Doc. So what do I do from here? The first thing I want to do is I want to get it edited. I want to make sure that it's grammatically correct and there's no spelling errors. So there are 2 ways you can edit your book. I always recommend you read through your manuscript before you get it edited. Just do a quick rough pass, which you can actually do with Grammarly Premium. So if you have Grammarly Premium, it's a great way to just do a quick sentence edit, make sure there's no spelling errors, make sure there's no punctuation errors, and just go through your book once, and also make sure the flow and the structure is to your liking. This covers the typo, the grammar, the punctuation, and then from there, if we have the budget, we can actually outsource it if we want a more detailed line edit and just overall flow and restructure of the book. This is going to cost anywhere from $50 to a couple $100, but if you have the budget, it's worth it because this is where a professional is going to go in, have a look at your manuscript, make sure there's no mistakes, and make sure it just flows nicely. So once we have a completed manuscript in a Google Doc that is edited and it's ready to publish, we have to now, of course, get it into that print-ready PDF, which is through our formatting. So there's a few different ways we can format our book. So the two ways that I normally use is I will do it myself through Vellum. Vellum is just a simple formatting software. It's only available on Mac, I believe, at the moment, but it's very easy and very intuitive. So if you'd like to do these steps yourself and you want to get Vellum, it's a couple $100 one-time purchase, and then you can format all your books from there. And it is very easy and intuitive to use. The second way to get your book format is you can outsource it with a simple formatting like Vellum. So these are people who are going to charge less than $50 to format your book, but it's just going to be very basic, which is fine for some simple nonfiction books. We're going to look at some examples in a sec, but the third way, which is the way that I mainly get my books formatted, is outsourcing in a fancy way. So this is going to be more expensive. It's going to be a couple $100, but most likely those designers are going to use InDesign and stuff like that to make your interior really pop and be really unique, which I think is extremely worth it. So before we go into the examples, I just want to cover something very quickly. And a lot of people will often use a Word doc or a Google Doc or the site called Readsy to format their books. And I don't really recommend this because you can get a Vellum format done for very cheap and it looks very nice. Or if you do have a little extra money, spending $200 on professional formatting is going to increase your book sales a lot more than $200 because you're now the most desirable option in the topic. You can showcase that interior in your A+ content and you're just giving a better experience for the reader, which never really ends up in organic positive reviews. So if you don't have much budget, you can easily spend less than $30 to get your book formatted through Vellum on Fiverr. Or if you can pull a bit more out of the budget, then you get your book professionally formatted for a couple $100, but it's so worth it. So let's go over the style of formatting. So this is the Vellum format. It's very basic, very straightforward. If you have the software yourself, it's very intuitive and easy to use and basically auto-populates. You just restructure the chapters. But if you have a simple nonfiction book, it's perfectly fine and very cheap to get done. The second way is the professional, which is what I recommend. And as you can see, there's a big reason for that. It just looks phenomenal and it really just makes your book stand out as a professional, credible author. That's what we want to come across as. We don't want to come across as self-publishers. We are putting a lot of effort into creating our high content books. And as far as I'm concerned, we are credible authors. So if you have to create a memoir and put your life's work into a book, you're not going to get it formatted for $5 or you're not going to go and do it yourself to save a penny. You're going to get it done properly because it's very important to you. We should treat our books the same way and the customers will feel that. Here's another example of a professional design. It's a simple gardening book, but it just goes the extra mile. The text formatting is nice. It has some nice illustrations and images that showcase each individual vegetable or fruit that it's showcasing. And it's just a great way to stand out and will increase your book sales for not too much extra money. So let's quickly have a look at the options we have for outsourcing our book formatting. So you have two different options. You can go with the basic Vellum formatting, which can be very inexpensive, as you can see. You just type in book formatting Vellum on Fiverr, and you're going to have a few options here. So I will format your ebook for Kindle and print using Vellum, so $40, so we can check this out. It's good to look for people who are top rated with good reviews. This person's 5 stars at 569 reviews. So if you want any information as well, you can just give the person a message, but I'm always just going to look for good reviewed formatters, and from there you can get your book formatted for very cheap. So this is only $40 for up to 50K words, and you're going to get your EPUB file for your ebook and your PDF file for your paperback. So it's going to get you the basic Vellum formatting for relatively inexpensive for your entire book, and you can just have a print ready and a publish ready book within a couple of days. So this one actually has 1-day delivery. So that's what you can do for Vellum. If you want a bit more advanced formatting, you can simply go to book formatting. And if you have that higher budget, I would recommend getting a bit higher tier of a design and just the same thing. So all you're going to do is just scroll through and just look for some designers. So you're going to see the examples here. You can see that the interior of the books is just, very elevated. They use probably InDesign. So this looks like a good one here. I like this picture. So as you can see, this is definitely high level formatting. So it's of course going to be more expensive, but in my opinion, it's worth it. If you have the budget, this is the level of formatting that I would do. It just separates you from the competitors. You can use it as marketing material and it's going to give the reader a good experience. So we can have a look at what the budget's going to be based on the size of our book. So let's say our book, a 30,000 word nonfiction book is going to be around 150 pages. So it looks like it's going to be either the standard or the premium package. So this is going to be a bit more expensive. But like I said, if you spend $200 to $300 on your formatting, you're going to have better marketing material. You're going to stand apart from your competitors. And I'm sure that you're going to make more money because of it. So if you do have the budget, this is definitely a good way to go. It's just future-proofing your book and really separating yourself from everybody else on Amazon. So those are your two main options that I recommend for formatting. Vellum is the easy way. It's super simple. It's super cheap. And it can be done quickly, and it's just a print-ready file and an upload-ready file. But if you have the budget, the more intricate formatting is definitely a good way to go. So what you're going to give to your formatter is, of course, your manuscript, the docx version, the trim size that you want your book to be. So this is the 7.5 by 9.25, or whatever you choose. Any images or diagrams you want inside the book, and of course, examples and inspirations. So they are very good. They can kind of bring anything you have in mind to life. You can let them have free reign and do what they want, or you can give them some examples or some style guidelines and a bit of creative direction to match the style you're going for. Or another good thing is to give them your book cover, because giving them your book cover, they can directly see the color palette you're using, the typography you're using, and what overall style you're going with, which can be then encapsulated inside the book, so you have some nice cohesion between your cover and your interior pages. And what your formatter will deliver to you is, of course, your upload ready print PDF and then your EPUB version, which is your ebook. So you're going to have both versions, and these are ready to then upload onto Amazon. So I've got my manuscript back from my writer. I've gotten it formatted and ready to upload to Amazon. And now I have to gather all of my files and gather everything so I'm nice and organized to then launch my book. Going to make sure my cover is finished and finalized, because now you're going to have the word count of your book, because you're going to have gotten your manuscript back. Your formatter is going to format it, and then you'll have the word count based on that formatted PDF. So you can finalize your cover, you'll have your finished manuscript from the formatter, you'll have your finished A+ content. You can then go back and tweak it or add any images from the interior of your book now that you've finished that section. That's why we have to gather everything and make sure everything is ready to publish, because if you didn't get to finish certain items while your book was getting written because you didn't have the information, that's fine. But this is when we go back and just finalize all those last few pieces, so that we're not publishing a book and forgetting something. And then of course, just have a simple Google Doc or Word doc just with your title, your book description, and have everything in one place so it's easy to access. Your pen name as well. So once I have all my files finished, they're all in one place. Maybe they're on a folder in my desktop and it's ready to publish on Amazon. I'm then going to set my launch date. So what getting ready for a launch looks like for me is I'll set my launch date to be about 1 to 2 weeks in advance from me completing my book. So then in the next few weeks, what I'm going to be doing is uploading a draft just to ensure that everything fits. There's no issues with the cover, no issues with the manuscript. I'm going to organize any final touches that I need. This is, of course, depending on your situation. I'm going to start gathering my review currency through Puppy and BookBite. So if you don't have any books live yet, don't worry about this. Just completely ignore it. But if you do have books that are live and you're unfamiliar with this, I do recommend you go and check out my review video in the description. It's going to show you exactly how to use these sites and how we can build up currency. So then when we launch our book, we can get 10 to 20 reviews right away, which is going to be a huge boost. So of course, before we go and launch our book, we have to upload it to Amazon as a draft so we know everything works properly. We have to get our backend keywords, we have to get our category, and we have to nail our pricing. So let's hop into the computer. I'm going to show you how to upload your book, how to do these steps properly, and just get our draft ready to then launch our book. Okay, so now let's upload a draft of our book to get it ready to launch. So you're simply just going to go to your KDP dashboard and you're going to click create. Then you're going to simply select the format that you want to create. So we're probably going to do Kindle, book, and paperback. And how it works is when you create them separately, they can actually link together. So what we're going to do is create our paperback first, and then on our dashboard, we're going to create our ebook from that listing that's already there. So now we're just going to simply fill out the prompts for our book. So we're going to do our book title, our subtitle. Keep in mind, you cannot change the author name or the book title after a book is published. You can change your manuscript, you can change your cover, but you cannot change your title. So make sure that your title, you're nailing it, you're watching my videos on titles, you're making sure you do it properly, because it's one of the most important things and we can't change it once the book is live. So you're going to ignore series details, you're going to ignore edition number. This is for series and stuff like that. Simply going to put in your author name, whatever your author name is. Contributors, you're not going to have to worry about this. This is if multiple people contributed to the book, but this won't pertain to us. This is where you put in your description. If you get it outsourced, you're going to have it in the right format. You're just going to copy paste it. If you create it yourself based on what I already showed you, based on the layout, you're simply just going to lay it out in a Google Doc, just how the example was, and then copy paste it into here. You're going to select I own the copyright and hold the necessary publishing rights. Now, is there any explicit images In the book, we're going to say no. Primary marketplace, we're going to go with Amazon.com. So all this stuff is super straightforward. With the most important thing that we want to get into is, of course, the categories and the keywords. So starting with categories. So how do we find the categories that our book should go in? So just like many other steps, we're going to look and see what the competitors are doing. So you're going to go to the product page of one of the best-selling books in your topic, and you're going to scroll down to product details, and you're going to see the categories it's in and where it's ranking in those categories. So this is a great place to look if you're wondering where to publish in, because there's a good chance that this author also did some research and figured out the best categories for its book. So have a look at the categories here, then maybe go and search through the categories as well, and maybe find a bit deeper categories where you can rank high in, because inevitably we want to be ranking in the first 100 best-selling books in these categories. This isn't always possible, especially for a new book, so don't stress about it too much, but the important thing is you're putting your book in relevant categories. As long as they're the main categories and they're relevant to your book, it's going to be fine. So from there, you're just going to choose your categories. This is going to walk you through the prompt. So we can go business and money, management and leadership, project management. So just go through, so just based on the categories that are here, maybe a bit more research you do, select whichever ones are relevant. And if you're wondering how to find the specific categories, if you actually go to the category itself, you're going to see the path in which you have to take to get to it. So this is going to be business and money, management and leadership, and management. So this would be business management. So you can see some of the categories over here. So we're simply going to go management. So that is exactly the category that the other book is in. And we're going to do this for all three categories. So don't stress about this. As long as you have three relevant categories, maybe pick two popular ones and maybe find a third that is a bit more nuanced but still on the topic so that you can rank a bit higher. That's fine, but there's no real strategy to this. You just want your book in relevant categories. So now let's get into the back-end keyword. So this is arguably one of the most important things for your book, but it's also not the most important thing for your book. So the reason I say that is because everybody talks about the back-end keywords. What do you do? It's confusing. In my opinion, if you do proper keyword research, you title your book properly and target the topic effectively, these keywords are actually kind of irrelevant. You're going to rank for anything relevant and get more than enough sales from that. This is kind of the icing on the cake to just get your book seen in all the relevant places and not miss out on anything. So what you want to do for this, so first things first, what are backend keywords? So backend keywords are essentially just the keywords that you put in when uploading your book to just give Amazon a bit more information about it. So what do your backend keywords do? So your backend keywords are just going to help you with your SEO, your search engine optimization, as well as tell Amazon exactly what your book is about and where it should rank it. Basically, you have your book, you have where it ranks on Amazon, and the backend keywords are just that extra boost or bonus that spreads it a bit wider. So why do people get them wrong? So the main reason that people mess up their backend keywords is because they think that their backend keywords are going to save them. At the end of the day, if the book topic that you chose isn't good to begin with, the backend keywords don't really matter. What we need to do is have a strong book plus optimized backend keywords, and this is how we get the best ranking on Amazon. But what I see a lot of people do, especially in the low content space, is they will first create their activity book or whatever book they're creating, and then go and find out where to put it. They'll do some keyword research and find out exactly what backend keywords to put in so their book ranks accordingly. But this is not what you should be doing at all. What you should be doing to have the highest chance of success with your books is you should be looking for a profitable keyword first, find a profitable book topic to create a book in, then you create your book for that specific topic and for that person who's searching it up. You then create an intentional book title that's targeting that direct keyword, and then you fill out your backend keywords with words that you haven't targeted already. So if it's already in your title, you're not going to want to put it in your backend keywords. Amazon already knows that that's what your book is about and is going to rank it for that. So having it in your backend keywords is irrelevant. So we're going to find a good book topic, create our book, create a title for that specific topic, and then fill in our backend keywords with related search terms that aren't already in our title. So what exactly is this doing? This is just essentially ensuring that we actually have a profitable topic, and then we're ensuring that we can rank anywhere that's relevant without any overlap. We're not targeting the same thing twice, and we're just ranking in all the places that we should. So how do we fill them out? So before I hop into the computer and show you my process, there's a few things that we should keep in mind. And the first thing is we don't want to repeat keywords. You don't need to put the same keyword in multiple boxes. Amazon's going to combine everything together, and it's not necessary to add it more than once. And we also want to be specific and relevant. We don't want to just put in random keywords in very broad terms. We want to actually be intentional with what we put in there and actually put in keywords that people might already be searching that are related to our book to begin with. So if it does rank on these keywords, the people are going to actually be interested in our book. We also want to use all 7 boxes so we're getting the most out of our keywords. So let's say that my book is a book on data science and the title is A Beginner's Guide to Data Science, How to Collect, Clean, and Present Data. So now from here, let's go and actually find some backend keywords for my book. So I'm going to want to find some search terms or keywords that are related to my topic that aren't already in my title. So I'm just going to start by typing in my topic, which is data science, and just using the Amazon search results to see what it gives me. So I do have the BookBeam extension. You do not need this. You will get some suggestions from Amazon on its own. So I'll just look and see what comes up here, data science from scratch, data science Python, and I'll probably even just click enter and search the topic and just kind of look at the books that are here and see what other things that they're on. Probability and statistics, we have machine learning statistics. Another great way is to just type in the first part of your topic. So in this case, I'm just going to type in data and see what other search terms come up underneath that. So as you can see, there's data analytics, data visualization, data engineering. So these are all definitely topics that I want my book to rank under because they definitely are related. So data analytics is definitely similar to data science. It's more of an overarching term of processing data. So I definitely want that in there. So what I'm going to do is type in data analytics and just see if it gives me some search terms. So the top search term is data analytics books. So I'm definitely going to put that into my backend keywords. So just like that, I can put in data analytics books. And now for the rest of the keywords, I don't have to put in data or books anymore because it's most likely going to pool them all together, as well as it's already in my title. So we're going to do data visualization as well. So we can just type in visualization because it will use the keywords from the other boxes as well and interchange them. So I also just thought of one as well, data analysis. So I'm definitely going to put in analysis. So we have data analytics books, analysis, visualization. So you can also put in things that are inside your book. So if you know you cover a specific topic that people will be looking for, it's definitely good to put that in. So I'm actually going to put in SQL. So this is just a type of language that people use to access data in databases. It's also good to think of things that people would search up when looking to learn about a topic. So if they're going to type in Beginner's Guide to Data Science, Data Analytics book, they're probably also going to type in things like Introduction to Data Science, Introduction to Machine Learning. So I kind of want to have that in there as well, just so it falls under that category. So if people do search up different type of terms when they want to learn something, I'm still going to come up. So I'll just do Introduction to, I think that can be effective. So if you're a little bit confused and you're wondering, why am I doing it like this? What's the importance here? And I'm not too worried about this because I've already nailed my keyword research. I found a good book topic as well as my title. I've made sure that I have all the relevant keywords in my title and I'm targeting the topic effectively, speaking to somebody who would want a book on data science. So I do know that I'm going to rank for anything that's relevant already. And this is just the bonus. So I'm not going to sit here and worry too much about it. I'm just going to get some basic search terms and phrases that are also related to my topic and just tell Amazon a bit more information about my book, but I'm not going to stress about it. So another way to find some keywords for your backend keywords is if you actually go to this site called keywordtool.io. This is a free tool that will just show you a bunch of search results on Amazon. So I'm just going to type in data, and from there it's going to give me a bunch of results that people are searching. So we have data science, data structures and algorithms, data analytics. So this is everything that people are searching on Amazon related to data. And this is a great place to find some top searches that you can use for your backend keywords that aren't already in your title. So data structures and algorithms, so that's definitely a good one. So we can type in structures and algorithms. So what I'm also seeing is I'm seeing the word database a lot and does pertain to my topic, which I don't already have in my title. So it might be effective to do something like database structures and algorithms. So although this is probably not a specific search term, it's probably close enough, makes sense, as well as it's just going to interchange everything together and use the word database with everything else. So based on a few words I saw earlier in my search on Amazon, I'm going to do statistics and machine learning. I'm also going to be thinking what is actually in my book and use those terms as well, because people might just be looking for statistics and machine learning and they might see my book and realize that my book covers that stuff as well. So that's it for the backend keywords. You're basically just going to use the Amazon organic search results that come up as suggestions, as well as keywordtool.io. Based on these two free tools, you should definitely be able to find your 7 backend keywords or search terms to just spread your book a bit wider. So for the people who actually have the BookBeam web app, you can actually use the keyword tools there as well. So if you just go to keywords and go to keyword generator, as well as keyword research tool, you can just find some different keywords and search terms for your backend keywords. It's the same concept as before, just type in some related terms and see what comes up. If you do want to check out BookBeam for yourself, I'll link it in the description below. So something to keep in mind with this is the most important thing is your title. Make sure that you're focusing on your title first, making sure that it has any relevant keywords that you need. And then only once you've perfected this, then you can go to your backend keywords. So basically what this is doing is this is allowing us to rank everywhere that is relevant. We're going to rank anywhere that people will be searching up related topics that will be actually interested in our book. We don't want to rank in a bunch of places that have nothing to do with our book topic. It's not going to serve us at all. We want to make sure that we're ranking in relevant places, and this is what this method does. So my advice to you is don't stress about this. The last thing that you should be stressing about is your backend keywords. What you should be stressing about is your book topic, making sure you're actually finding a profitable book topic and you can prove it's profitable. You should be spending time on your title, making sure that it's actually targeting the topic properly. It has the right keywords in there, as well as just giving a good offer. When somebody's searching through Amazon and looking at all the other books there, why would they click yours over the competition? What kind of offer are you giving? And how can you make it more enticing than all the competitors? As well as your book cover. You want to make sure that you nail your book cover with a professional design that's easy to read, so when people are searching on Amazon, your book stands out. If you nail this, if you find a good book topic, nail your title, you have a good cover, you can honestly not put any backend keywords in and you'll be fine. The backend keywords are just a bonus. They're just a bit of a boost saying, oh, also my book is actually on these topics as well. So you can rank it for that too. If you nail your title to begin with, you're going to have anything that's relevant, because I always say almost 95+% of your sales will come from one or two search terms. It's going to come from the main book topic you chose. So don't stress about the backend keywords. Find a good book topic and create an awesome book, and then fill in the backend keywords with some related search terms that your book is also about, and that's all you need to do. So ranking for keywords and getting seen isn't that hard. What's hard is actually getting people to buy your book once they see it. That's why we should put emphasis on our keyword, our title, our cover, and positioning of our book, because this is what's going to allow your book to sell, not just ranking in a bunch of places. I see so many people still that are putting too much focus on having so many keywords in their title and worrying about their backend keywords so they can rank in as many places as possible, but they're still not selling books, because ranking in different places is not what sells books. You can rank in as many different places as you want, but if the title doesn't speak to the customer and your cover isn't good enough, no one's going to care. You have to prioritize finding good topics and creating good books to solve somebody's problem, not just ranking everywhere you can. So worry about your book topic in your book first, and then when it comes time to publish, you can worry about what backend keywords you're going to put in there. So publication date and release are the same, and release my book for sale now. So now let's move on to the actual content. So now we're actually going to upload the content for our book. So the first thing you're going to see is the ISBN section here. So there's two options. You can use your own ISBN, or you can use one from Amazon. So it doesn't really matter. If you do plan to publish your book on multiple sites like Ingram Spark and Draft to Digital, it might be better to use your own so you fully own that ISBN and the identity of that book. But if all you can do is the Amazon one, that's fine too. So I will link below the Canadian website and the American website to get your ISBN. So if you live in Canada, I do recommend getting your own because we get them for free. You simply go to the site, fill in the information, and you can get your ISBNs for your books for free. If you're in America, you have to pay for it, but I will link both of those below. So from there, we're just going to select the interior we want. So depending on your book, if it's a nonfiction book, black and white interior with white paper works fine. You can always go with cream paper. This is more for fiction type of books. So for nonfiction, we can go with the black and white interior with white paper. We don't want to go with color. Why that is simply because the printing costs are too high. We're not going to make any profit on our books, and it defeats the whole purpose. The whole purpose of high content books is to be able to make $7, $8, $9, $10 profit for each book. Once you start doing the color interior, that profit margins goes down to $1, $2, $3, and you might as well just publish low content books at that point. And I can promise you, people don't care that much. They really don't. I really haven't gotten any bad reviews or anything for my books that are printed in black and white. As long as the message is getting across, that's what's important. So now here's where you upload your trim size. So we did talk about that. So depending on the trim size, select which one you like. In terms of the bleed setting, this is if you have any sort of images or high quality formatting that goes over the edge of the page, and you're going to need the printing right to the edge of the page. So in that case, you can go bleed, but if you don't, if it's just formatted very simply through Vellum without any images that are going over the edge, you can simply select no bleed. So when it comes to the cover, I personally like going with matte. I just think it looks professional and clean and sleek. It's up to you. Glossy or matte, it really doesn't matter. But from my experience, I really like the matte look. I think it looks cool and it's just a very nice finish. So here's where you upload your manuscript. So this is where you're going to upload the file you would have gotten back from your formatter. It's going to be a PDF ready file. If you have any questions, you can simply ask your formatter which format is for what, and they can, clearly lay it out for you, but this is very straightforward. You upload it. One thing I will note is sometimes there can be errors. There can be errors in the formatting. It doesn't work properly and you get these error notices. So there's two things I suggest you doing, either sending the screenshot of the error to your formatter, or feel free to screenshot the error and post it in the Facebook group and I can help you out the best that I can. This doesn't happen very often. Most of the time it should be fine, especially if you're getting your book professionally formatted, but just wanted to put that out there in case you do run into an error. Don't stress, don't get overwhelmed. It's an easy fix. Now here's where you upload your book cover. You're simply going to select upload a cover you already have. We're not going to use the cover creator. And this is where you're going to upload your print-ready book cover PDF for your paperback book, which you would have gotten back from your cover designer. If you get an error, don't stress. You can simply send the screenshot to your book cover designer. They can fix it for you or post it in the Facebook group and we can help as much as we can. But like I said, this doesn't happen very often, especially if you get your stuff done professionally, so don't worry about it. So does your cover include a barcode? Ours will not. This is only if you're actually printing your books somewhere else and shipping them to Amazon to fulfill. Will your books have barcodes? So the ISBN is actually what puts the barcode on. Since we're doing the print on demand and we're letting Amazon print our books, we're not going to have a barcode on our books. So don't check the box and they're going to add the barcode for you. So now it's going to ask you if your book is AI generated content. Most likely it will not be. Hopefully it will not be. So select the answer depending on your book. Just keep in mind with this, don't lie on these things. Just be honest. If you have some AI generated content in your book, just click yes. Like, it's not going to do anything saying no. So before we go to the next step, which is pricing, you're probably wondering what the book preview is. So this is something that we have to do before we can move on. So we simply will just select launch previewer once you have your manuscript and everything uploaded. And it's just going to let you essentially view your book and make sure it looks okay. And then you're going to select approve when you're in the preview. It's very straightforward and simple. And then you can click save and continue and go on to pricing. So now we have to get to the final step, which is pricing our book. So the first thing we're going to do is select the rights that we have per territory. So in this case, it's our book. We own the rights worldwide. So just select all territories. You're going to select your primary marketplace, which in this case will be Amazon.com. And in most cases, it will be Amazon.com. And now we're going to go into the pricing. So if you have the option, you can select expanded distribution. We don't have to get into it right now, but how this works is sometimes Amazon will make your book available in bookstores that it owns and some other distributors that Amazon owns, because Amazon owns a lot of different bookstores. So if you have the option, you can go ahead and select it. So when it comes to pricing, it's very simple and straightforward. You're going to have the boxes here. We'll start with Amazon.com, but what you're going to do for this particular book, because we haven't launched it yet, is you're going to price your book, like I mentioned, between a 30 and 50% discount. So a sweet spot will be $10, $9.99, because when we launch our book and we have the initial boost from Amazon, we have that new release badge, we're running ads to it. Having a cheaper price just adds to the launch and adds to the sale of your book to get lots of sales in that initial month so that we can rank high after that. So a normal nonfiction book is anywhere from $14 to $18, depending on what yours is going to be based on your other competitors. Just do a 30 to 50% discount for the first 2 weeks. And then what you're going to do after the 2 weeks, you can simply just go into your book on your dashboard, select edit your pricing, and you can go and edit it and change it to the full price. So fill out these boxes. If there's any countries you're unsure of, you can simply kind of go with the estimated whatever's here. Japan and that kind of thing, you're not going to get a ton of sales anyway, so as long as it's on par with whatever the USD price would be, that's fine. But the best thing to figure out your exact pricing is don't try to reinvent the wheel. Just go to your topic, see what other books are priced as, and do something like that. It's not super important, but what is important is we don't want to be the lowest price book and we don't want to be the highest price book. As long as we're competing with the books that are there, and if they're all $17, $18 and ours is $17.50 or $17, that's fine. But don't try to be clever and price it at $13 or $25. It's not going to work on your favor. You dim the price down for the launch. Once the 2 weeks are up, you simply just raise your pricing to whatever the competitors are at so you can be competitive and it looks like you're in the same market as those books. And we don't want our price skewing our customers' perception of our book. We want our book to be regularly priced, competing with the books that are there with a strong cover and title. So we're basically done after this, but what you can do is request a proof. So before your book actually goes live, Amazon can send you a sample version of it. So if you'd like to see it, simply collect request proof and you can get a physical copy of your book before it goes live. And once your book is live, you're going to have the option to order author copies at just the price of printing and shipping. So very important, you're not going to click publish your paperback book. What this is for is we're going to save this as a draft. So we just confirmed that everything works well, the manuscript uploaded properly, the cover uploaded properly, everything works. And now we're going to save it as a draft. So when we are ready to publish our book and ready to launch it, we don't come into any complications that we didn't know about, and then now we're frantically trying to fix them before our launch date. So you want to do this, like I mentioned, a few weeks before you actually plan to launch your book so that you know everything works properly. So simply go save as draft, and then when you're ready for your book to go live, just come back, edit the draft, and go publish your paperback book now. It'll take a day to get approved, and then your book will be live. So what exactly is my book review strategy? So basically, I have a 3-part system that allows me to get as many reviews as I can, and then set my book up so that it can get organic reviews once it starts to sell. So the first one is review sites. The second one is I set my book up to get organic reviews from buyers on Amazon. And the third thing is I'm going to be making updates to my book after I do get some reviews and I can read some feedback from the readers. So let's go over review sites. So how exactly do review sites work? So basically, you do pay a subscription to use their site. You then leave reviews on other books. This will earn you some sort of currency. Each site has a different currency. And then you can exchange that currency for reviews on your book. So basically what you can do is you can, 1, pick one of these sites. Popular ones are ones like Book Bounty, BookBlaze, and Puppy. I will, of course, leave them all linked below. From there, you basically want to build up your currency. So what you're going to be doing is reviewing other people's books while you're using this site. You're going to earn the currency, of course. And ideally, we want to do this 1 to 2 months before our book launch because we don't want to launch our book and then be scrambling around trying to get reviews for it. We want to build the foundation so that when we do publish our book, we already have a ton of currency built up and we can get 20, 30, 40, 50 plus reviews within the first few days. This is what I do for all my book launches is I'm always going to be building up currency with these review sites. So I know that the first week of my book being live, I'm going to get more than enough reviews to compete with the competition that's there. And then now all I have to do is drive traffic to my book. So how I use these sites to be as safe as possible to protect my Amazon KDP account is I want to make all the reviews that I'm leaving and getting as legitimate as possible. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm always going to be doing verified reviews. So when I do review people's books on this site, I'm going to actually be purchasing their ebook. This can be on the free promo. This can be 99 cents, whichever book you decide to pick. But what this is doing is just keeping my Amazon account looking safe. I simply bought the book and I left a review. I'm also only going to do about 5 to 7 reviews a week. I'm not going to be doing 20 plus reviews and just pumping a ton of reviews out there. I want to make it look actually realistic, like I'm going through and reading the books. That leads into the next point, which is I'm always going to actually read through the book, whether I skim it, whether I read through half the book. I want to actually get a feel for what the book actually is. Is it good? And what was my actual experience with it? And then from there, about 24 hours after I purchased the book to leave my feedback, I'm going to leave the review. I'm also going to be doing a few of these things when I'm actually getting reviews for my book. Most importantly, the verified reviews. I will always get verified reviews for my book. This is when people actually have to buy your book to leave the feedback. So all it looks like is somebody is purchasing your book, going through it, and then leaving their feedback on it. From there, once I've used the site, I've built up my currency in the most legitimate way. I'm then going to run a free promo. So this happens when my book is actually published to be launched. I'm going to publish my book. I'm going to book my pre-promo, and this is going to allow me to get reviews from these sites as cheap as possible. So my currency is going a lot further. Not only that, it's also a lot faster to get reviews. So depending on the site, sometimes it might take a little bit to actually find a reviewer for your book. But if your book is on a free promo, it's more likely someone's going to scoop it up and leave their feedback. And if you do prep and save up a lot of currency before your book launch, you're easily going to be able to get 50 plus reviews within the first week of your book being live. So just to go over a couple of these review sites, this is Book Bounty. Once again, I will leave it linked in the description below, but it's going to walk you through exactly how to create an account and how it works. And when it comes to the plans as well, I believe all the sites have the same thing, and you actually have the option to just create a reader account. So even if your book isn't live yet, you can create a reader account for very inexpensive, and then start to leave reviews, build up your currency, and then when you go to actually launch your book, you already have a bunch of currency built up, even if you don't have a book on Amazon yet. And of course, BookBlaze is one as well, and I will leave it linked below and you can check it out and see which one you want to use. When it comes to the actual free promo, If you go under your marketing tab on your Amazon KDP dashboard, you can simply go down to run a price promotion. So if your book is enrolled in KDP Select, we can simply go to free book promotion, create a free book promotion, and then from there, we're just going to select the book we want, and we can do up to 5 days. So I will always do the full 5 days of my free book promotion. The reason being is now I have as much time as I need to get as many reviews on my book as I can. And this is when I'm going to exchange all the currency I can to get reviews. And because I've been building up currency over at least a month or two, I'm going to have more than enough to get at least 50 plus reviews during my book launch. So immediately I can already compete with the books that are there and very quickly start to make some really good sales. So a quick disclaimer about these review sites is they are technically not against Amazon TOS. There's no review swapping going on, and you're not paying anybody directly for reviews. However, I always say to do your own research and just make sure they are something you're comfortable using, because at the end of the day, it is your Amazon KDP account, and you need to do what works for you. I do personally use them, I'm okay with them, but just double check and make sure you are too. So now we have to set our book up to actually get organic reviews, because we will inevitably be getting lots of sales for our book because you built up your currency already. You're launching your book and getting 40, 50 reviews right away. And if you follow the rest of my launch process, you definitely will be getting some book sales. So now let's set up our book to get as many organic reviews from those organic customers as we can. So there are 2 simple ways to do this. 1 is we want to create a good book, of course. And 2 is we want to simply ask the reader to leave their feedback. So when it comes to creating a good book, we want to do topic research and actually find out the problem that we're solving for the customer. Make sure we're solving that problem efficiently, and also taking the customer from point A to point B. Where are they starting when they read your book, and where do they want to go? We don't want to add in a bunch of extra fluff if unnecessary. Let's simply find out exactly what our customer needs from our book and give them that. Something very important for book reviews as well is getting professional formatting. When your book is formatted professionally, it just comes off as a credible author and a lot higher quality to the customer. And they're going to be way more likely to leave a review because it has good content, it looks nice and feels professional. And then once you pair that with simply asking them for some honest feedback, they're going to be a lot more inclined than if it's just a simple, boring book. And most importantly is don't cut corners. Find out what your book needs to have and make sure you put that in it and give the customer what they're actually looking for. So I do cover topic research in the free course linked below. So definitely check that out after this video, as it's a very valuable resource and will walk you through my exact process step by step. So now how exactly do we ask for a review? So basically what we're going to be doing is we're going to be putting a page inside our book, asking the reader for their feedback. We're going to put this in the middle and at the end of our book. So we ask them twice. And then from there, all we're going to do is have a QR code on that page that links them directly to the review page. So it's very easy. It's very seamless. There's no friction. We simply ask them for their feedback and give them a place they can go right away. So this is the review link we're going to use. I will leave this linked below. And this is what we use to actually create our QR code. So you're basically just going to use this link. You're going to put in your ASIN where it says ASIN, and then you're going to go and create a QR code and put that on the review page. So let's have a look at how exactly we do this. So this is a site I use pretty often. It's a free QR code generator. You can simply take that review link, put it in here, make sure your ASIN for your book is in there, and then simply click create QR code. Now you're probably wondering, how can I actually get the ASIN for my book if my book isn't live on Amazon yet? Don't worry about that. We'll cover that in a second. So from there, all I'm going to do is create a simple review page for my book. So you can go into Canva. You can simply make a custom sized canvas the same size as your book, the same trim size. And then we can just add some simple text asking them for their feedback. So we'd love to hear from you. Thank you so much for reading this book. It means the world to me. If you found it helpful, inspiring, or just enjoyable, would you take a moment to leave a review? Your feedback not only helps others, but also keeps me motivated to create more valuable content for you. Here's how you can leave a review. Scan the QR code on this page to go directly to the review page, or visit your Amazon orders page, find this book, and click write a product review. Your kind words make a big difference. Thank you for your support. So it's very straightforward. We're simply just going to ask them for their feedback, tell them exactly how to do so there is no friction, and put this in our book at the middle and at the end. And of course, make sure you add the QR code here that links to your review page. So an alternative is to actually just give the QR code and the book blurb to your formatter if you do have one, and they can just put it in the book for you. So now, how do we actually do this if our book isn't live yet? So the trick is we actually don't. So how we do this is we upload our book, of course. We then create our review link because we will now have our ASIN. From there, we simply update our manuscript with the review page. We go back to our formatter, we go back to our formatting software, we put the review page in, and then we simply go to Amazon and edit our book. So if you didn't know this already, if you are on your Amazon KDP dashboard, you can simply click the ellipses beside your book, and you can actually edit your book. So you can edit your details, your content, your pricing. So you can change your cover, you can change your manuscript, your pricing, your backend keywords. You can edit almost every element of your book except for your author name and your book title. So once our book is live, we get the ASIN, we make the review link, we put it inside our manuscript from our formatter, or if we did it ourselves, then we just go and edit our manuscript and add the new one in. So a bonus way to do this is if you do have a paid QR software, you can simply create a QR link, put it inside your book, and then go back to your QR code software and update that link with the updated review link once your book is live. However, the first way I showed you is free and not too hard to do. So the final thing we want to do to get positive reviews organically from our book is updates. So have some negative reviews on your book, read them. They're going to tell you so much about the experience the customer had, and you can easily avoid future negative reviews if you simply update your book and make some changes. So let's look at an example here. Totally misleading. Second stretch, page 42, illustration is the opposite of the written instructions. Elbows pinned into your sides. The illustration is of the elbows far from your sides. So right away, the reader is telling you exactly what's wrong with your book, and it's as easy as going into your manuscript, making these changes, updating some illustrations, and editing your book with the new manuscript. And as you can see, 57 people found this helpful. So potentially 57 people didn't buy this book because they read this review, saw the quality control wasn't very good, and didn't buy it. So that's a lot of sales being left on the table. So now we're just going to go and correct this issue. So if this is our book, we're simply going to make sure the images actually match the descriptions and the explanations themselves actually make sense. So just to overview my book review strategy is I'm going to 1, use review sites. I'm only going to get verified reviews when I leave reviews as well as when I get reviews. I'm also going to leave legitimate reviews. I'm going to leave my honest feedback. I'm not going to just use AI or just do a quick review. But most importantly is I'm going to build up the currency for my book launch. I'm going to do this at least a month or 2 in advance. And then once my book is live, I can put it on a free promo and then get tons of reviews right away. So I can start to make a lot of sales immediately because I can now compete with the books that are there. The second thing is setting up our book to get organic reviews. We want to make sure we actually create a good book that solves the reader's problem and something that they want to read. From there, we simply want to ask for their feedback. We want to remind them that they can leave their feedback and we would like them to do so, and then make it easy for them. Tell them where to go and give them a QR code to scan. And of course, the final thing is to make updates. Read your negative reviews, improve your book to improve the things that people didn't like, and then your negative reviews will stop because the future readers will not have the same experience. And then when you do ask them for their feedback, they're going to leave a positive review. So this is the exact system I use to get tons of book reviews at launch, to start making book sales as quickly as possible, and to also set my book up for the future. So when I do get hundreds of sales a month, I have a very high conversion rate when it comes to actually getting organic reviews. So let's quickly overview the book launch process and then dive into exactly how we can do each step. So the first thing we want to do is of course make our book desirable. When we upload our book, we want to have the highest conversion rate possible. The second thing we want to do is to drive traffic to this high converting book, because our goal in the first 30 days is to get as many sales as possible, which is going to boost our book to page 1. Like I said, if we don't tell Amazon that people want to buy our book, why would it prioritize us in the ranking? From there, we just adjust our book and continue to scale it over time. So our goal of our book launch is one thing, and that is to rank high on page 1 and get organic sales, because that inevitably is where the money is with Amazon KDP. We want to rank high on our desired search term so that the organic traffic can see our book, and then they buy it without any advertising spend. Then the ads are just going to maintain our ranking and continue to keep our book relevant. So how the algorithm actually works is, like I mentioned, there are way too many books on Amazon that not every single book can rank high and get seen by organic traffic. And so it's the ones that show potential, aka the ones that tell Amazon that people want it, that do the best. And so you do not need to be an authority to do this. You just have to understand this book launch process that we're going to go through. So before we dive in, I just want to go over one of my high content books that I published and used this launch strategy with. So as you can see, as of April, it's made about $27,000. But you can also see that when it was published, very quickly it got up to $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 plus per month, all within a matter of months. And so this is the breakdown of the launch. You can pause it and have a look at this. I'm not going to dive too deep into this because I do have a video on it and I don't want to take up too much time during this one. But as you can see, I just drove as much traffic as I could, continued to get reviews, And this book inevitably ranked on page 1 of my search term, and that's when the sales really started to flood in. And as you can see, I never had an insane amount of reviews either. It started to do very well even with as little as 77 reviews. And of course, if you don't have this ad spend, that's fine. We can adjust our ad spend to cater to our budget, which we'll get into. But this goes to show when you do have a high demand topic and you create a good book, when you launch it correctly, it just shoots right to the moon. So step 1 is our pre-launch prep. So this is mainly just getting ready to get reviews for our book. So if you do use sites like Book Bounty, I definitely recommend anywhere from 1 to 2 months beforehand. So when we do go to actually launch our book, we can get 20, 30, 40, even 50 plus reviews within the first 7 days. So of course you do have to have a good book and a high demand topic for it to actually do well. If there's nobody searching or buying the books that are there, a book launch isn't going to do anything. So of course, if you're at this point, you probably have already picked your topic, so don't worry about that. But just keep this in mind. So if you don't get the results you're looking for, maybe it's because your topic doesn't have very much demand, and you can improve that with the next book. And of course, it's good to start thinking about your ad budget, because the most important thing when launching your book is we want to get consistent sales over the first 30 plus days to show Amazon that people actually want our book and that it sells consistently. And so when you do consider what your ad budget is going to be, you can then set up your Amazon ads with this in mind, so you know you're not going to have to shut them off in the middle of the month. And so with our book launch, we want to have steady, consistent sales over the first 30 days, just because it's a new book. And we want to tell Amazon that people want our book and it's only doing better and better. And these consistent sales is what's going to get you to ranking on page 1, get you to the top of page 1, and allow you to stay ranking there. And so of course, if your launch isn't perfect, that's fine, but we don't want to have something like this. And so this often happens if somebody is spending too much on their ads and they have to shut them off in the middle of the month. But if you determine what your ad budget needs to be and how much you can actually spend, you can stagger it throughout the month so you know you're going to have the consistent sales. So let's move on to step 2, which is actually publishing your book. So when you do publish your book to launch it, you're going to want to publish your book at a discount because it's going to be more desirable. You're going to have a higher conversion rate. And it's just going to help with that influx of sales so that we can boost our book to page 1 ranking. And so if you're publishing high content books, most likely your paperback book is going to be $9.99. You can price your ebook at 99 cents. And we're going to publish our ebook and our paperback together. So now once our book is live at a discount, we can go into the first 7 days of our launch, which is making our book desirable. So of course we already have our discounted price, which is the most important thing. From there, we're going to simply upload our A+ content. If you don't know what that is, you can go to my channel and watch that video. I'm not going to dive into it here. We want to also set up our free promo. So if your book is enrolled in KDP Select, which I recommend, you can actually go to the marketing tab of your Amazon KDP dashboard and run a free price promotion. So this is going to do 2 things. It's going to allow you to start to get reviews on your book from these sites like Book Bounty, which will allow you to get the most out of your currency because it's going to be the cheapest reviews. It also allows your book to get a bit of an influx of downloads. So it just kind of jumpstarts it with your launch, tells Amazon it is a new book and there is traffic driving to it. And it's just nice to have that influx of downloads. So ideally, if you have been prepping your reviews a month or 2 in advance, you should easily be able to get 40 plus reviews within this first 7 days, mainly coming from your free promo. And so once you have at least, I'd say 10 to 20 reviews, most likely this will be around the 7-day mark, you can move on to day 7 to 30. So day 7 to 30 is going to be basically just driving traffic to our book. And the simple way to do this is just to run Amazon ads and of course continue to gather reviews after the free promo is over. What this is going to do is drive traffic to our desirable book. And if we continue to gather sales over the first few weeks, our book will hopefully end up ranking on page 1. And so let's say I'm publishing in the topic off-grid survival, and my book is some sort of no-grid off-grid survival book. So when I actually hit publish, my book is not going to show up here under the main search term. It's most likely going to be all the way down here on page 5+. And so let's say my book is ranking on page 4. Unless I drive sales to it and tell Amazon that people want to buy it, it's never going to rank on page 1. The only way it's going to rank on page 1 is if it gets sales. And this is how the Amazon algorithm works. It's a performance-based system. So like I've said before, there are so many books being published to Amazon. You can't expect your book to rank on page 1 and get seen by the organic traffic. We have to prove that our book actually deserves that spot. So when we publish our book, let's say it comes up on page 4. So now if we have a discounted price, we start to gather reviews. We then start our Amazon ads, which we're going to go over in a second. Our book's going to start to get some sales. So as it starts to get sales, it's going to go from page 4 to page 3. And if it continues to get sales, it's going to go from page 3 to page 2, and then page 2 to page 1. And then inevitably, if we continue to drive sales to our book, it's going to slowly creep its way up to the top of page 1, because if it is driving a lot of sales, Amazon's going to think that people want the book, so it's going to allow it to rank in the highest spot. And then once you're ranking up here, this is where the real money is, because now our book can get seen by the thousands of people searching the topic. Of course, if we do have a high demand topic, that's going to be reflected with sales. And so now you can actually see that these books are selling well. We have a book with as little as 57 reviews. That's 11,000 BSR. This one here, 75 reviews, $80 a day. And so our goal is to get our book ranking here, but that is done through driving sales to it. And so we make our book desirable, we run our ads to drive traffic, and then if we do this continually over the first 30 plus days, our book will slowly creep to the top of page 1 ranking. So from day 7 to 30, that's all we're going to do is just run our Amazon ads and drive sales, and of course continue to get reviews. From there, when it gets to day 30 plus, this is where we just adjust our book and then continue to scale it. So ideally after the 30 days, hopefully you will be ranking on page 1. If your topic has demand and if you've created a high quality book with some reviews, you definitely will hit page 1. And from there, we can do a few things. The first thing we can do is, of course, raise the price of our book to actually be competitive with our competitors. So now we can make some real money from our book. The second thing we can do is continue to gather reviews. You definitely want to aim for upwards of 200. Of course, this takes time and that's fine. However, in the long term of your book, if you want it to stay ranking high and making a good amount of organic sales, we definitely have to continue to get reviews, and we don't want to stop too early. I see a lot of people who stop around the 40, 50 review mark, and although that's fine to launch your book, in the long term, your book will inevitably get taken over by your competitors and just slowly start to lose its ranking. From there, we can also optimize our book. So definitely go into your Amazon ads after around 30 days. Go and look at the click-through rate of your ads, of your campaigns. And if it's anywhere from 0.3 or below, you're probably going to want to update your cover. So the biggest thing we can do with our book launch is to actually update our cover just to make sure it stands out. Because if our initial cover isn't performing, you'll be selling your book short if you don't make a change to that to optimize its performance. So like I said, if you have a 0.3 click-through rate or below, definitely update your cover, make sure it stands out, make sure it's easy to read, which is a big one. If people can't read your book, they're not going to click on it. This will ensure our book is optimized for the long term. And the final thing is to optimize our ads. So like I said, you just want to take the best performing keywords and products from our main campaigns, put those in their own campaigns. And then over time, you can watch this. You can either keep your initial broad campaigns running and continue to find winning keywords, or just keep it simple, have your best performing keywords and products, and then raise your daily budget from there to continue to drive sales. But most importantly, you want to take what you've learned and move on to the next book. We don't want to get too hung up on our book and just try for 6+ months to get it to sell. Launch your book, get as many reviews as you can. If it's not performing how you thought it would, analyze it, have a look, see where you fell short, and then take what you've learned into the next book. And each book you publish, you'll get better and better. It will be more and more optimized until you just hit everything right. So when you do hit the nail on the head with your topic, your cover, your title, your launch, you're going to see exactly how effortless it is to sell books. It's just there's always something that might be off that's hindering your results. So like I mentioned, this video is going to be going over 4 things. 1, understanding what Amazon ads actually are and how they work. The most important thing when it comes to Amazon advertising, what my strategy is for beginners, and why it's both easy to manage and effective. And of course, I'm going to walk you through setting up the campaigns if you've never done it before. So what are Amazon ads? So Amazon ads are just bypassing other books in the search results to show your book in a more desirable spot than it's ranked. So basically, if you search something up on Amazon, you're going to have all of the books that show up, most of which will be organic ranking. However, normally the top 3 spots at the beginning, in the middle, and the end of the page are going to be advertising placements. And there will be a little sponsored logo under the book. You can also find advertising placements on the product pages of books themselves. So if you actually click on one of these books, it's going to be a spot on the book page itself where you can advertise your book to. So what determines who gets these placements? So basically at any given time, there's a bunch of mini auctions going on for each one of these placements. And based on a number of factors, Amazon determines who wins that specific placement. So the factors include, of course, placement relevance. So is your book actually relevant to the topic or product you're targeting? The bid price, are you actually bidding enough to get that placement compared to the other books that are being advertised? Potentially the book performance. So if your book's already performing well, you might win more placements, but at the end of the day, nobody really knows how the Amazon algorithm works. The best guess is the actual relevance your book has to that topic. You want to be advertising to places that make sense, as well as you want to be bidding accordingly based on the competitors. So the ad strategy we're going to be going over today, which in my opinion is one of the best strategies for beginners, and it can be very effective, is we're simply going to set up our launch ads. These are going to be a bit broader of campaigns to find out where our book sells the best. And then we're going to narrow those down after a bit of time into our maintenance ads. So these are just going to be targeting the relevant stuff that actually works, and they're going to be easy to maintain and scale over a long period of time. So before we dive into the campaigns themselves, there is a few important things we have to cover. And the first things are the actual metrics we're going to be looking at with our Amazon ads. So we will dive into the Amazon ads dashboard in a second, but the most important metrics you need to understand is, of course, the click-through rate, the rate in which people are actually clicking on your book, the cost per click, how much are you actually spending per click. So how Amazon ads works is we set a bid price for a specific keyword, let's say, and when somebody clicks on our ad, we get charged that amount. So we only spend money if people are actually clicking on our book. The top of search impression share. So this isn't a super important metric. This just shows you how much of your ad placements are actually the top spot, that top of page, which is the most desirable spot in my opinion. So it is nice to see this. And most importantly, the advertising cost of sales. So the ACoS is just a percentage number, let's say 35%. And this is going to tell you if your ads are actually profitable or not. So later in the video, we will dive into how to actually find out your break-even ACoS, what ACoS your ads need to have to break even and be profitable. But for now, let's continue. So something very important, and the most important thing you need to know about Amazon ads before you start advertising at all, is that your Amazon ads are simply just showing your book to people. And so if your topic, let's say, has low demand, your book doesn't spark an emotion, it doesn't look professional, it doesn't have enough reviews, you're not actually targeting your audience properly, the best ad strategy will do nothing. Because like I said, we're just taking our book and showing it to potential customers. And so how we do that through our Amazon ad strategy is honestly irrelevant if we don't nail these things. And so before you even expect to get anything out of your ads, you have to nail the most important things when it comes to making money on Amazon. And that is, can you make sales and can you make profit? So I'm not going to dive into this any deeper. I will leave a video in the first link in the description that will walk you through my exact process, how we do this correctly, as well as how you can get some help with your Amazon KDP business. But for now, let's continue on with our Amazon ads. So the goal of our ads is to 1, launch our book to page 1 ranking, use our Amazon ads to leverage our book so it ranks high in our desired search term, and 2 is to maintain our ranking. And this is how you build a profitable business with Amazon KDP. You have to pair leveraging Amazon ads with high organic ranking to get those organic sales. So let's dive into the strategy itself. So like I said, we're going to be starting with our launch ads, getting some data, and then narrowing those down to our maintenance ads. So when it comes to our launch ads, the purpose of them is to basically get as many sales as possible to get our book ranking high organically. So like I said, if you're just publishing your book, this will make the most sense. If your book is already live, you can still run these. They're going to do the same thing. But basically all we're going to do is set up an automatic campaign. This is where Amazon decides where our book goes. We're going to set up a broad keyword campaign. So we are going to select the keywords or search terms that our book advertises underneath, and we're going to make these as broad as we can. The third campaign is we're going to set up a broad product campaign, the same as the broad keyword. However, we're going to be targeting products themselves. Once again, we're going to go very wide. And so for our targeting, we're going to do broad, phrase, and exact, which we will get into. So don't worry about this now. And then all we're going to do is once we have some data from those, we can then refine the campaigns and create new campaigns, which is going to be our maintenance ads. So all this is going to be is basically a winning keyword campaign. So the best performing search terms or keywords from our automatic campaign and our broad keyword campaign. And of course, a winning product campaign. So the best performing products, of course, from our product campaign, as well as from our automatic campaign as well. So we're going wide, we're figuring out what works. We can then narrow down what we found and put the best performing search terms and products in their own campaigns. So we know we're just targeting what's relevant and they're easy to manage and they're as profitable as possible. And so we're driving sales, finding what works, and then targeting the best performers so we know we're not wasting a bunch of money. So let's hop in and set up our launch campaigns. All right, so if you've never ran any Amazon ads before, you're gonna want to go to your Amazon KDP dashboard, simply go into marketing, go down to Amazon ads, and then from there, you're just going to click Amazon.com. This will take you to the .com Amazon ads console to advertise to the US store, which is the main place you wanna advertise to. You can explore other countries later, but for now, the US site is all we need. So your dashboard will look something like this. However, if your metrics here are slightly different, we can simply go into columns, customize columns, and then select all the relevant things that we want to look at for our campaign data. And so the important ones are type, budget, impressions, clicks, click-through rate, spend, cost per click. You can also have the top of search impression share if you like, orders, sales, and advertising cost of sales. These are all the most relevant metrics that we want to look at. Everything else you can deselect. Click apply. So now when it comes to creating our launch campaigns, we're just going to go over to the blue button that says create campaign. We're going to click sponsored products, go continue. Now we can create our main campaigns. So it's very easy. We're just going to go to standard ad. From there, we want to select the book we want to advertise to. So always click on your paperback book. When it comes to targeting, if you want to set up an automatic campaign, you can simply just go to automatic targeting and go down and click launch campaign. You can keep it super simple. Amazon will decide where your book gets placed, and it's going to be very broad. So that can be your first campaign. Now, when it comes to our other two campaigns, we can simply go to manual targeting, select keyword targeting for our keyword campaign. We want to select broad, phrase, and exact, so it does target many variations of these search terms, and our campaigns go broad. And there are a few different ways to actually find specific search terms and keywords to advertise to. So the first one is to just simply go to the suggestions that you have here. So based on your book and your metadata, Amazon will give you a bunch of suggestions, and you can go down this list, and if they are relevant, you can add the broad, phrase, and exact terms. And for this campaign in general, we're going to aim for anywhere from 20 to 60 keywords roughly. And for the bids, I always leave it at the recommended bid. However, if it is over $1.50, I would lower that down to $1.50. If your bids are $1.50 or more, especially with a discounted book, it's going to be spending a lot of money and not going to be making much back. So ideally we have our bids at $1.50 or less, but most of the time I will just leave it at the recommended because this is going to be the sweet spot. So another way to find keywords for our keyword campaign is to simply go to Amazon. We're just going to type in our search term. Let's say it's ChatGPT for beginners. And as you start to type, you're going to see it starts to suggest different things for you. So just have a look at the suggestions it gives you. And if it does make sense, you can add those as well. And any keywords you want to target outside of the recommended, you can go into enter list and simply type them here. There's two other places you can find keywords for your keyword campaigns, starting with keywordtool.io. So simply type in keywordtool.io and it will take you to this website. You can filter it to Amazon, as well as you can filter it to books. And now simply type in your search term. This is going to give you a bunch of keyword recommendations based on that main search term. So now even with a free plan, it's going to give you all of these recommendations. And you can simply just go and copy paste this entire list as long as they're relevant and go and add them into your campaigns. So I can simply paste this into the list here. I can remove anything that isn't relevant and then simply add all these keywords at once. Anything that doesn't have a suggested bid, it will ask me to update that. So I'm just going to leave it as is. Click add keywords. And now it adds the broad, phrase, and exact of all those keywords that I just entered. The final place we can find keywords is actually using one of the publishing tools that you have. So whether it's Publisher Rocket, BookBeam, Helium 10, they all most likely will have a place where you can plug in your topic and it's going to give you a list of keywords related to it. So once again, we can go type in ChatGPT under the keyword research tool, and it's going to give me a bunch of related keywords to that. So I can simply copy paste anything that is relevant, as well as if you want to go to the reverse keyword tool in BookBeam specifically, this will actually tell you the keywords that other books are ranking for. So I can find a book, I can simply copy the URL or find the ASIN of the book and type that in here. Now it's going to show me all the relevant keywords that this book is ranking under. And once again, you can take these keywords, anything that is relevant that you haven't already plugged in, and put them into your keyword campaign. And like I said, keep it at the recommended bid. It makes the most sense. However, if it is over $1.50 and the bid seems very high, definitely lower that down to that $1.50 mark so you aren't spending a ton of money on one click. So once you're happy with your list, anywhere from 20 to 60 plus, in this case I have 100, you can go down to the campaign bidding strategy. To keep it simple, you're just going to want to go to dynamic bids down only. This means that Amazon will only change your bid to make it cheaper than what you set. If you have dynamic bids up and down, it will potentially raise your bids up to 100%, which in some cases will be a lot and could potentially turn a profitable keyword into an unprofitable keyword. So dynamic bids down only. When it comes to bid adjustments, you can adjust the top of search spot. So let's say it will increase my bid 20% if I have the ability to win the top placement. This is usually what I will do. I would leave the rest of them blank. And finally, all you have to do is name your campaign and launch it. So in this case, I'm going to go launch keyword 1. You can also put in the book title as well, so you know exactly which book you're advertising for. So book 1, launch keyword 1. When it comes to your daily budget, you can start with $5 a day. It will only spend this money if you actually get clicks. So hopefully those will return in sales. However, if you do have a bit more of a budget and you want to launch your book aggressively, you can put this anywhere from $10 to $20 plus. And so from there, all you're going to do is click launch campaign. That campaign will go live and go and target those keywords you chose. Now, when it comes to our manual product campaign, exact same thing. You're going to go to standard ad. You're going to click on the book you want to advertise and add it to the campaign. For targeting, you want to go to manual targeting, of course. But now instead of keyword targeting, you're going to go to product targeting. It will give you the option to add categories. I personally don't add categories as they're a bit too broad. They're going to target a lot of books that aren't relevant to your topic, and they just spend a lot of money without much return. So I'm just going to go to individual products. Just like the keywords, you will have a bunch of suggestions to target, but you will see it has expanded targeting selected. I normally will deselect this and just click exact. The reason being is expanded, of course, will go very broad. However, it's not really necessary with products. We want to be a bit more specific, as well as the expanded campaigns are just a bit jumbled and kind of hard to manage. They're not very organized. So let's just go exact to keep it simple. So there are two ways we're going to add our products to our product campaign. We're just going to add all the relevant topics based on the recommendations we get here. So we can simply add these here, as well as you want to go to your search term itself, go and look at the top 2 rows of the keyword and add in any best-selling books that are there. We want to make sure we are targeting the main books in the topic because they're going to have the most traffic to them and be the most relevant to our book. And so if our book is advertising on another book that is on the exact same topic and we have a bit nicer of a cover, we're hopefully going to take a lot of sales from that product page. So once again, add in any relevant books, go to your search term, find those books. You can simply type in the title of them under the search bar. You can even just type in the topic and you might even find them. And you're going to add in anywhere from 20 to 50 products. Like I said, these 2 campaigns are going to be very broad. We're just going to find what works, drive a bunch of different sales, profitable or not, doesn't really matter. And then once our book has collected some data, we can then take the best performers and just refine them down to some very simple campaigns that are easy to manage and scale. Once again, campaign bidding strategy is dynamic bids down only. Bid adjustments, you can do 20%. And same thing, we're just going to name our campaign, but this time we're going to go the book title and launch product. So we know that we're actually targeting products with this campaign. Once again, set the daily budget that you are comfortable with. You can start with $5 a day, see if it is spending, and then from there you can increase it if you like, and simply go launch campaign. So those are the 3 launch campaigns. We have our automatic campaign, we have our launch keyword campaign, and our launch product campaign. And all these are going to do are go wide, find where our book actually sells the best, and then after a bit of time, anywhere from 2 to 4 weeks, we can narrow these down to our maintenance campaigns. So now when it comes to our maintenance ads, like we talked about, we're going to take the best performing keywords and products from our launch ads and put them into their own winning campaigns. And so the best performing keywords and products are going to be anything that has 2 to 5 sales and above with a reasonable ACoS. So ideally anywhere from 50% or below. And so the goal of our maintenance ads is to just keep our campaigns as simple and as profitable as possible. They're easy to manage. We know they're not overspending on a bunch of broad random search terms. And we know that we can scale these up knowing they're only going to target things that are relevant. So we will set up our maintenance campaigns in a second and find our search terms for that. However, if you're wondering where you can find these keywords and products and find the best performing ones, you simply want to click into the campaign itself on your Amazon Ads console. From there, you want to click into the ad group. From there, you want to go into search terms on the left-hand side. Once you're in search terms, you can click on the orders tab twice. This is going to filter any search terms that have a sale to the top. And so now you only see the keywords that are performing. So let's hop in and find our winning keywords and products from our launch campaigns, then set up our maintenance ads. So now when it comes to setting up our maintenance campaigns, we're going to want to go somewhere else to actually find the search terms for that. So like I briefly talked about, you want to click into your campaign. You want to click on the ad group itself. From there, you want to go to the left-hand side and go to search terms. And now the final thing we want to do is click on the orders tab twice. This is going to filter everything to the top. And based on our metrics, anywhere from 2 to 5 sales, ideally a 50% ACoS or below, those are the ones we're going to record and go and put into a new campaign. So your campaign will probably look a bit more like this. It's going to have a lot of different results in it. And you can select the top performers for your campaigns. So if you are in a keyword campaign, simply grab the matched keyword. So it will say matched keyword over here if there are 2 columns. Just for reference, the right column is always what you chose to target, and the left term is what your book actually was shown under. Because we are setting broad campaigns, so let's say we target ChatGPT for beginners. However, because it's a broad campaign, it might show it under ChatGPT for teens or something different than the actual keyword we chose. And that's just going to specify that here. So always take from the left column. Basically, we're just going to copy paste these keywords that are here, record them in a Google Doc or something, and then put them into our new campaigns. If they are a product, you will see there is an ASIN number underneath the title of the book, and that's what you're going to use to put into your custom campaign. So go into your 3 campaigns, record all of the winners you have, whether it's a product or a keyword, And then we're going to go and set up our maintenance campaigns that we can run for a long period of time and scale up. So once again, we go to create campaign, we go to sponsored products. Everything is the same as before, standard ad, select our book, manual targeting, and we are going to be setting up 2 campaigns. One is a keyword, one is a product. The exact same as what we just did with our launch campaigns. The only difference is what we choose to target. So with our keyword campaign, we can actually deselect phrase and broad, because now we just want to target the actual search term that we pulled from our initial campaign, because we know that's the search term that works. So we don't want it to be broad again, because we will have another broad campaign that spends a bunch of money in a bunch of different places. We just want to spend money where we know it actually works and gives us a return. So we can simply go to enter list, enter the list of keywords you took from your other campaigns, set the recommended bid, whether it's 4 keywords, 5 keywords, 10 keywords, it doesn't matter. The important thing is we're only putting in keywords that showed some potential. Same thing as before, dynamic bids down only. You can adjust the top of search once again. And for our campaign name, we can go book 1, maintenance keyword. So we know it's our maintenance campaign and it's targeting keywords. And from here, I do recommend having a bit bigger of a daily budget, anywhere from $10 to $15. And then as it starts to perform, you can raise it or lower it from there. But because we know that it is keywords that should be performing, we should at least get a return from this investment. We can simply go launch campaign, and that is our maintenance keyword campaign. Same thing once again for the maintenance product campaign. We simply go to product targeting, individual products, and then we can either search up the books that we found with our initial launch campaigns, or we can simply type in the ASIN with the enter list function, and then just use the recommended bid and go from there. Same thing once again, dynamic bids down only, adjust the top of search. In this case, we're going to go book 1, maintenance product. So now we have our 2 campaigns that are just targeting the winning keywords and products from our initial campaigns. And so we know we're not going to be spending a bunch of money for a bunch of broad terms. We're only going to be spending money where it makes sense. Set your daily budget and you can go launch campaign. I will note I don't ever put an end date to my campaigns. I want them to run indefinitely. You can always just turn them off in your ads dashboard. So just keep no end date. It's way easier to manage. You don't have to worry about forgetting about it and having to come back and restart it. So your launch campaigns have been running for, let's say, 30 days. What do you do now? So of course, when it comes to your launch campaigns, you can either keep them running if you do have the budget for them and they are performing okay. If you're going to do that, you can add any winning keywords or products as negative so they do not target those anymore, have those in a new campaign. Or if you are on a limited budget and you want to keep the simplest ads possible, you can simply turn off your launch campaigns and just have your new maintenance ads. When it comes to scaling, if you're of course in a high demand topic, and you have a book that people want, you can simply increase the daily budget of your maintenance ads. And if they are targeting the most relevant keywords and products, and there is demand for your topic, and they're performing well, you can easily continue to increase this daily budget, and it's going to spend more and bring in more and more sales. Now, if you want to dive deeper into the optimization of your Amazon ads, and want to find out exactly what your ACoS needs to be for that campaign to be profitable, you can actually calculate your break-even ACoS. So we can hop into ChatGPT and do this very easily. So now when it comes to your break-even ACoS, what your ACoS number actually needs to be to make profit with your campaign, you can simply go to ChatGPT, type in your book price, and ChatGPT will tell you your break-even ACoS. So in this case, my break-even ACoS is 37%, 38%. So anything over 38% isn't profitable. So in my opinion, as long as your ads are breaking even, they are still helping your book sell. They're showing it a lot of different places. They're keeping it relevant in the rankings because they're still making sales. And if you are ranking high in your search term, you should be getting enough organic sales to be in the green at the end of the month. So prioritize high demand topics. As long as your ads are breaking even and you're in the green every month, that's perfectly fine. So what if I'm not getting results? What if I set up these campaigns? I'm not getting sales. I'm not getting impressions. I'm not getting clicks. Basically what you want to look at if any of these things are happening is of course your keyword demand. Are there actually other books on your topic selling? Is there clear proof that your topic has demand? What does your cover and title look like? If you have a low click-through rate, 0.3 or below, it might be worthwhile updating your cover because at the end of the day, like we talked about, your Amazon ads are just showing your book to people. And so if you don't have a good cover, you don't have a good title, you don't have enough reviews, why would somebody click on your book anyway? You can of course increase your bid price if you do think it is low or you did go on the lower end. And most importantly, increase your reviews. If everything is performing well, you have some demand, your click-through rate is okay, the best thing you can do to increase your conversion rate of your ads is to get more reviews. So I always say shoot for 100 plus, ideally 200. So this will take some time, but that's fine. Amazon KDP is a long game. So if your book is showing potential, your keyword is good, definitely increase those reviews to get the most out of your book. But the most important thing is if your Amazon ads aren't performing, they're not making sales, they're not getting much traffic in general, it's rarely your ads. Your ads are just taking your book that's already there on Amazon and showing it to potential customers. And so it's always an external factor that is affecting your Amazon ads. If your Amazon ads are not performing, it's always something else. And make sure you look at these main things first and go from there. Sometimes the best thing you can do is simply take what you've learned and move on to the next book and improve in the areas you fell short. And so like I said, if you do want me to walk you through my Amazon KDP process and even help you with your Amazon KDP business, I will leave that video linked below. So here is an overview of the strategy. You can take a screenshot of this if you like. So when you do go and set up your campaigns, you have a guideline to follow and you're not just scrubbing back and forth through this video. Now, if you're not overwhelmed yet and you want a quick bonus tip and something that we can do continually to help with our book sales, that is something I like to call the 90-day relaunch. So basically all you do to keep it as simple as possible is you have your maintenance campaigns running, of course. What you can do every 90 days is simply relaunch your book. So reintroduce traffic to it to drive some sales that drives you up in the rankings. And so how we can do that is we can simply add some broad campaigns to our ads to go a bit wider. From there, we can discount our book once again, so it is more desirable. And if you have been using review sites like Book Bounty, you can also drive a bit more reviews to your book. And we're going to run this for anywhere from 7 to 14 days. And all this is doing is, of course, discounting your book and reintroducing traffic to it by some broader ads and a higher conversion rate because our book is discounted. And this is going to essentially boost our sales and boost our ranking. So if you are doing this continually, it's just going to keep your book relevant for the long term. So that is my beginner Amazon ads walkthrough. If you do have any questions at all, please leave them below and I'll try to answer as many as I can. That's it for this video. We'll see you in the next one. So first things first, what is our end goal with our Amazon ad campaigns? So ideally for each book, we want to have a winning keyword campaign that's profitable and a winning product campaign that's profitable to the point where we don't even have to look at them. They're just going to run in the background, make sales that are profitable without overspending. So why is this our end goal? So there are two main Amazon ad strategies that most people use, and those are a simple strategy and a complex strategy. So the simple strategy is very simple. You have a winning keyword campaign with a few profitable keywords. You have a winning product campaign with a few profitable topics, as well as maybe some sort of auto test or broad test campaign just to spread your book a bit wider. And the complex strategy is just going to be targeting a bunch of different campaigns in a bunch of different ways. So the simple campaign is essentially you're starting with a strong keyword. When you have a strong keyword, from there, you're just going to target anything that's relevant to that keyword and really nothing more. Everything that you need, but nothing that you don't. So the pros of this is it's very hands-free, it's very high profit and low spending. The cons are you're definitely leaving money on the table in the long run. So the complex strategy is going to be a bit different. So of course you're going to target everything that's relevant, but you're going to have lots of campaigns spreading wide. You're going to have campaigns with long tail keywords, short tail keywords. You're going to have campaigns with high bids and low bids, and you're just going to be targeting thousands of keywords. And you might only make a sale or two every month with each keyword, but if you have hundreds or even thousands of them, it adds up. Pros of this is you're going to get a lot of placements and your book's going to be seen everywhere and you're going to get a lot more sales in the long term if done properly. But the cons are it's a lot to manage. You're going to have to be very active with your Amazon ads every single day or even outsource them. You're going to spend a lot more money on your campaigns and you're also going to have some unprofitable campaigns because if you have so many different campaigns, not every one of them is going to do super well. So I personally go with the simple strategy. The reason being is I like to work less and I like to spend less, even if I make it with less. I'm okay with the trade-off of making less money because I don't have to work as much and my Amazon ad bill is a lot less every single month. It's very easy and optimized and essentially just runs itself. So how exactly do we achieve this? So if you haven't started running your Amazon ads yet, I suggest you go watch my complete Amazon ads video. I'm going to link it below. And this is going to show you exactly what I do and how to set up your campaigns. But if you do have campaigns and you simply don't know what to do, just keep on watching. So my basic Amazon ad strategy is I just want to go wide and then narrow it down to find where my book sells the best. So what you're probably seeing right now on your Amazon ads dashboard is a manual keyword campaign. You're probably targeting broad and phrase, so there's tons of different keywords in there. You're probably doing the same thing with a manual product campaign, and you might even have an auto test campaign running that's just showing your book in a bunch of different places. Your campaigns probably have keywords that have a high ACoS, a low ACoS, a high spend, a low spend, and just lots of clutter and keywords that you simply don't know what to do with. So I'm going to show you exactly what to do and how we can get the cluttered mess to some organized winning campaigns. So the first thing we're going to do is check the metrics of the campaigns and make some updates. We are then going to go through the campaigns to find what's working. From there, we're going to take what's working and create our winning campaigns. And once we have our winning campaigns, we're going to monitor and adjust them for the foreseeable future. So number one is check metrics and make updates. So something very important. Your Amazon ads are trying to tell you something. If you have no impressions, there's probably no demand, or your keyword just has low search volume. If you have impressions but no clicks or a low click-through rate, customers simply aren't interested enough in your book. Maybe it's your topic, maybe it's your targeting of your book, it's too vague. Maybe you have a low quality cover so nobody is interested in clicking on it. Or maybe you just don't have enough reviews. If you're getting clicks but no sales, there's probably something wrong with your product page and your conversion rate. This can be your description, your A+ content, your reviews, all of those combined. Is the book clearly targeting a topic, or are people clicking on it thinking it's something else? And finally, if you're getting sales but you're unprofitable, maybe your bids are too high. Maybe you have a poor conversion rate, so your clicks to sales ratio is just not doing very well. Maybe you need more reviews to get better social proof so that conversion rate increases. Or maybe even your book is priced too low. Maybe you're just not making that much profit on your books compared to how much you're bidding. So what we want to do first is look at our campaigns and look and see if we're falling short in these areas and make some updates to our book. Make some updates and then let your campaigns run for another week or two to get more accurate data. Change your cover, add some A+ content, update your description, just optimize your book a bit more, and then let your campaigns run, and you're going to get back different data and different results. If you're not sure how to make a better cover or description, I have videos covering all those things on my channel. So definitely subscribe. So number two is we're going to then go through the campaigns and find what's working. So we've done our updates, we've let our campaigns run for a bit. Now we can go and find the gold within them. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to go into one of our campaigns and we're going to find where our book is actually selling, pull that out, and we're going to put it in a new campaign on its own. So select what campaign you want to go through first. Go into the ad group. Now you're going to want to go into search terms. So this is the first thing that you're going to see when you go into your campaign. So the first thing we want to do is filter it so we can actually see which keywords are making sales. And how you do that is you click on the orders tab and you click on it one more time. Now this filters all the orders to the top. Now, if you don't have the same columns as me, you can simply go columns, customize columns, and select all the columns that you would like. So you want impressions, clicks, click-through rate, spend, cost per click, orders, sales, and ACOS. Everything else you can leave unchecked. But what we're going to do is pull out whichever ones are performing the best and put them in a new campaign. And all these ones down here that are spending money but not getting any sales, we're going to leave them. But if they have over 10 clicks and no sales, you can probably add it as a negative keyword. I'm going to have a Google Doc open in a separate tab and just start recording all the keywords that are making lots of sales that are profitable. A good rule of thumb is if a keyword has over 2 sales and less than 40% ACOS, I would consider it profitable. That's a winning keyword we want to record for our new campaigns. And even though it's still 40% ACOS, we can easily lower that by adjusting the bid and maybe making some changes to our book. So this campaign has these 2 winning keywords here, which I'm going to take. I'm also going to take this third one as well. It's a bit higher ACOS, but I can easily make some changes to improve that. So take the keywords that have more than 2 sales and 40% or less ACOS and record them in your Google Doc. And now you're going to do this for every campaign that you have running. So now what you can do with this campaign now is to take those winning keywords and actually add them as negative keywords. So they're not being targeted with this campaign anymore because they're going to be targeted in our new campaign. And then continue to let it run and then see if any of these other keywords here turn into winning keywords that you can put into your new campaign. And anything that has over 10 clicks with no sales, you can add as a negative keyword. Or if you don't have the budget, you can simply just get all the winning keywords from your campaigns, turn all the old ones off, and just make some new campaigns with the keywords you know are profitable. Something else I'm going to record is I'm actually going to record the cost per click, because the cost per click is how much you actually bid to get that sale. And if it is a profitable keyword, then the cost per click must be good. So simply record the keyword with the cost per click. Now, if you're going through a campaign with products, you're actually going to take the ASIN. So it's the same as the keyword campaigns. Where the keyword would be, you're going to see a book or a product, and you're going to just take the ASIN of that product. So you're going to do that with every campaign that you have live. You're just going to go into it, filter it so you can see all the sales from the keywords, pick out the keywords or products that are actually performing well based on the metrics we talked about, and record those in a Google document. You can either let the campaigns continue to run while adding the winning keywords as a negative keyword, or if you don't have the budget, you can get rid of those campaigns altogether. So now that we found where our book is selling the best, we can now create our winning campaigns. So we're going to go create campaign, sponsor products. So it's very straightforward. If you set up an Amazon campaign before, you're going to know how to do this. You're just going to go a standard ad. You're going to pick the product you want to advertise to. I will always have 2 campaigns for each book, a manual keyword campaign and a manual product campaign. I like them to be separate. It's just easier to see the data. Then for targeting, we're going to go manual targeting. And because we already have a list of keywords, we're simply just going to go to enter list under keyword targeting. And we're going to deselect phrase and broad because we're only going to target the exact keywords because we proved that they were profitable. So now you can just copy paste the keywords from here into the list. And because I recorded the cost per click, I know that it's going to be a profitable bid, and that's what I can use for my new bid amount. If the keyword wasn't super profitable, but you still think it's a winner, you can simply add a lower bid and then make some changes to the book itself. So enter in the bids based on what the cost per click was in the previous campaign. So now for the bidding strategy, there's two things that we want to do. The first thing is we want to go to dynamic bids down only. The reason being is we only want Amazon to change our bid to be lower than what we set it as. But what we can do is for the top of search, this is actually going to change our bid slightly if we have a chance to win that top of search placement. And because the top of search placement is the best placement to get, it might be worthwhile to raise our bid slightly to get it. So in this case, I wouldn't raise your bid more than 10 cents. So usually that's around 15 to 20%. So I'll just do 15% here. So it takes my bid from 51 cents to 59 cents per click if it has the option to win the top placement, which is perfectly fine with me. For the campaign name, I will always do the title of the book plus which type of campaign it is. So in this case, book 1, manual keyword. I'll always set no end date because it is a winning campaign. It's most likely not going to spend as much money as, let's say, an auto test campaign, and I'm always popping in to check on it anyway. For the daily budget, I usually go with the recommended daily budget. In this case, it's $12 because, like I said, it's not going to spend as much money as an auto test campaign. And if it does spend money because they're already profitable keywords, it's only going to spend money to make money. So start with $12 and you're going to find it's not going to even spend that much and you can actually raise it. And I'm simply going to click launch campaign. I'm going to do the same thing with my products, with my ASINs. I'm going to create a winning campaign for the same book targeting products. So under manual targeting, you're going to click product targeting instead of keyword targeting. And the same thing, you're going to go to enter list, deselect phrase and broad, and just enter the list of ASINs that you have from your previous campaigns. And those are going to be your 2 winning campaigns for your book. You're going to do that with whatever books you have based on all the campaigns you already have running. So the fourth and final thing is now we're just going to monitor and adjust our campaigns moving forward. So what you want to monitor is your ACoS, your click-through rate, and your bid amount. These are the main things that you're going to be looking at and that will directly affect the results of your campaign. So your ACoS, you want to hover around 25 to 35%. In simple terms, this is just your advertising cost of sales. It's just telling you if that campaign is profitable. Your click-through rate, you want to be at least 0.4% and above. If you don't have 0.4%, then maybe consider changing your cover and getting a few more reviews. And for your bid amount, there's 2 things that we want to do. First thing is if we have an ACoS of above 35% on our campaign or on our keyword within the campaign, we're going to lower the bid by 10 to 15 cents and then monitor the results. If you have an ACoS of below 25%, you want to raise your bid by 5 to 10 cents. This just means that this keyword is very profitable, and we don't want to leave any potential placements on the table. So we can raise our bid slightly, still be profitable, and get a bit more placements. So this is not any sort of complex strategy. This is just a very simple strategy that I use to make my Amazon ads as easy as possible to manage. I just hop into my Amazon ad campaigns every few days, monitor them, make some changes, but overall they just run themselves. So most likely it's not going to be this easy and perfect. If you barely have any impressions, sales, clicks, or profitable keywords, it might just be time to move on to the next book. Take what you've learned, create a new book with a new Amazon ad strategy from scratch. Just make sure to find a strong keyword, you have a desirable book, you have some reviews, and you launch it properly. And if you do this correctly, your Amazon ads are going to perform very well. Something very important that you can't forget. Your Amazon ads are simply just showing your book to people. They're just taking the cover of your book and putting it in the eyes of people who are looking for a similar topic. So if your book is no good, you have a bad book, or there's nobody looking for it, your keyword's not very good, there's not much traffic or demand, your Amazon ads aren't going to do anything. So having a great keyword and a great book is how you actually have profitable Amazon ads that perform well. It's not the Amazon ads itself that make your book sell, it's your book and your keyword that makes your ads perform well. So if you're struggling with your Amazon ads, adjust your keyword and your book. Maybe try a new book and a new keyword, or adjust your book to make it more desirable. Don't struggle to try and make your Amazon ads work. So then there's a bonus that we can get into, which is of course audiobooks. So you're leaving a lot of money on the table if you don't turn your books into audiobooks. This is of course for another video, but a brief overview if you are almost at this step, how to actually create your audiobook is you're simply just going to go to atcx.com. This is Audible's platform to actually publish onto Audible. You're going to create an account. I believe it can be the same as your KDP account. It might sync Don't quote me on that. Once you create an account, you're going to have this very straightforward dashboard where you can claim your title. You're simply just going to search up your book and claim it as your own. From there, after you claim your title, you're going to fill out the information to post your title for auditions. It's very straightforward. It walks you right through this. And how ACX works is you essentially just post your book to get auditions from narrators, and then those narrators will submit an audio sample, which is something that you can provide. It's a simple just page out of your book, and then you essentially just wait a couple weeks while people do this. Auditions will come in, and then you hire the one that you like the best, and then you're just going to work with them in the production tab until the audiobook is complete. Like I mentioned, the dashboard's very easy and straightforward. ACX has done a great job in just making it super accessible to the beginner, but this is of course down the line after your book is published and it's already going good. You can go and get your audiobook done. So for the people who don't know what a bundle is essentially just when you take multiple books in the same topic and put them together and sell them as a package. This can be anywhere from 2 to 10 books. So why are bundles so effective? So the first thing is that people just love a deal. People love to get things on sale. They love to just feel like they're getting the good end of the stick. And this is exactly what bundles do. The second thing is it actually eliminates your competition. So even if your topic is quite saturated and you have books that aren't selling very well, you now become the best option in the niche. People want that done for you option in so many scenarios. So why would they buy one book that solves one problem when they can buy a book that solves all their problems in one without having to buy 4 or 5 books? If positioned properly, you can get a lot of attention and sales away from the authority figures and onto your book because it's the most desirable option. You're giving them more. So what you can also do with bundles is you can essentially turn dead books into gold. So what do I mean by this? They're now perceived as a different product. If you have a few books that aren't doing super well and you package them together in a bundle, they're now a different product. You can position it a lot differently and you can completely turn around how those books perform. You now have a desirable package that will sell really well. And this is actually what happened with my other bundle that made over $27,000. One of the books in the bundle was performing really well, but the other 2 were just doing okay. And I made the bundle, and now the bundle is one of my best-selling books. So now how can we actually create a bundle with our books? So basically we're going to be combining the covers of each of our books with its matching manuscript and then combining them all together into one PDF. The order is going to look something like this. We're going to have the title page for the bundle. We're going to have the table of contents, not just for the first book, but for all the books inside the bundle. We're going to have our book 1 cover, our book 1 manuscript, our book 2 cover to separate that manuscript, and then our book 2 manuscript. And then of course as many other books as you want. And then we're actually going to have the resources from all the books at the end. So to actually create this, if you've outsourced your formatting, you can ask your formatter to combine your books for you. Simply get them to add 1 table of contents at the beginning for all of your manuscripts and remove each individual ones from throughout the book. It's going to look something like this. You're going to have your main table of contents. It's going to start with the book title for the first book, the introduction through the conclusion, and it's going to go into the second book, introduction through conclusion. And this way people have an index of everything that's in the book right away, and they're not confused like, oh, why is there only 1 table of contents? And maybe they find them later, or maybe it disrupts their reading. So we want to make sure it's at the front. They have what they need and they can just cohesively read the entire book. So if you format your books yourself, you're just going to combine all of your manuscripts together in your formatting software. Add each individual book's cover before its matching manuscript. This way it separates them nicely and people know exactly when they're going on to the next book. And you're going to create 1 table of contents for your entire bundle with each individual title separating the table of contents at the beginning of the book. And then you're simply going to export it as 1 big PDF. It's going to be 1 big book. Just another visual so you understand how it's going to look. You're going to have your table of contents for both books in the bundle. You're going to have your book 1 cover PDF. You're going to have your book 1 manuscript. You're then going to have your book 2 cover and then your book 2 manuscript. And then you can have all your resources at the end. So you have all your index at the front, your resources at the end, and they can just read the books in the middle. Separated by each cover so it's easy to determine which is which. If you're having trouble combining covers and manuscripts, you can actually use this website called Combine PDF. You can essentially just take your book PDFs, your book manuscripts, and then combine them together. And if you actually don't have access to your formatting software, this is also an easy way to create your bundle. You can essentially just take all your covers, take all your PDF manuscripts, and put them all together in order and then combine them in 1 big book. Yes, your table of contents are going to be throughout your book, but it's not the end of the world. If you can, try to get a table of contents for everything at the beginning, as it just creates a better experience for the reader. So now let's actually go into titling our bundle, which in my opinion is one of the most important parts. So Amazon doesn't like its customers being misled. It is important to present bundled products accurately, clarifying to the customer and to Amazon that it contains 2 books in one, or however many books there's in the bundle, rather than separate books. And to do this, we have to avoid words like bundle and box set. And now this is ironic, but things like bundle, like box set, people assume they're going to be getting multiple different books. We have to use words like 2 books in one so they know exactly what the product is, because the last thing we want to do is people to get their product and say, oh, this is not really what I expected. This can lead to bad reviews and just overall not a good experience for the reader. And worst of all, it can look really bad in Amazon's eyes, and we don't want to jeopardize our account. So now let's go into the structure of the title. So the structure of the title for your bundles is going to be something like this. It's going to be the overarching topics and ideas that both books will cover if it's a 2-in-1 bundle, followed by 2 books in one. And then the subtitle is going to be explaining what this series provides as a whole in greater detail. Just be creative with it and find some important snippets that each book covers and encapsulate that in the title. So an example would be, let's say we have books on Python programming and JavaScript. So I would title it something like Python programming and JavaScript full course. It's nothing confusing, it's nothing fluffy, it's just the 2 things that are covering. It's a full course and there's multiple books in this course. And the subtitle could be something like beginner to intermediate coding crash course using Python and JavaScript. Very descriptive. You're speaking to who the potential reader might be and what exactly they're going to get out of the book. We want to package it more as they're getting a course, they're getting a full system. It's not just one book where we can be more creative with the title. We want to really make it descriptive that they're getting 2 different products, and then the books within can have their own fancy titles or whatever. So another example will be, we have a book on raised bed gardening and organic gardening. So the complete guide to organic gardening using raised beds. 2 books in one. So you essentially just try to combine both of your titles as long as they have some key points on what the book is about. And in the subtitle, same sort of thing, a complete guide to growing fresh organic vegetables at home using raised beds. With the bundles themselves, we don't need to get fancy with it. We just need to say exactly what the book is, show that there's 2 books in one, and then showcase that on the cover, which we'll get to. So creating a cover for a bundle is also just as important as the title. So how I create my bundle covers is I do something like this. I'll have the title, I'll have 2 books in one in bold so it's clearly seen by the customer, and then the covers of the books that are in the bundle, followed by the subtitle. So the subtitle is not as important to have on the cover. The important things is the main title, expressing what's in this package, the 2 books, that there's 2 books inside of this package, and the book cover so they can see that there's distinct separate things in this package and they're not wondering why the 2 books in one thing is there. So the background design for our covers can either be matching what the topic is, or if you don't want it to seem too cluttered, you can just do the color scheme of the overall brands. Because we have to remember that we're going to have our book covers for the books in the bundle on the front cover of our bundle, and those are going to have designs on them. So let's look at some examples now. So here's an example on Japanese history, 2 books in one, Ancient Japan and Modern History of Japan. Super straightforward. It has both books. It has Mount Fuji, that's something to do with the history of Japan. So the second one is a bit different and not normally something that I would recommend, but I think they did a really good job. So this is C# and C++ programming book, the #1 coding course from beginner to advanced. 5 books in one. So the reason I like this is they just let the title speak for itself. Someone who's looking for a book like this doesn't need a bunch of fluff. They want to know what they're going to be getting. So right away, they have the main programming languages, C# and C++, which is definitely something that the potential reader is going to be looking for. And then they follow it with 5 books in one and a very desirable subtitle, the #1 coding course from beginner to advanced. Although you don't have covers of the books on the front, it doesn't really matter because people know that they're getting multiple things in this. They know it's a full crash course for programming. They know what languages they're going to be learning. So as far as they're concerned, they're already happy. You could definitely stack all the 5 books on the front cover and make it even more desirable, because then they're seeing, in my opinion, this laptop here doesn't really do much for the topic. It's just kind of a corny infographic type of thing. So if you had all 5 books stacked on there, it creates a clear visual on like how much stuff they're actually getting and how good of a deal it is. So here's another example, the Comprehensive Guide to Herbalism for Beginners. So this example is a bit cluttered. I would make some changes, but overall it's pretty good. One thing to note, and this is a good example for this, is you want to specify more what type of books are actually in the bundle. And this particular bundle has Growing Your Own Medicine and The Art of Herbal Healing. So it is a comprehensive guide to herbalism, but for some people this might just mean understanding what the herbs are, how to use them, and they might not even think about growing them. So we really want that to be a selling feature in the title, and I would title it something like A Comprehensive Beginner's Guide to Grow and Use Medicinal Herbs for Natural Healing. So you're not leaving anything out, and they understand the entire process that this book's going to take them through, which is growing all the way to using their herbal medicine. So this is a different style of bundle cover that I actually do like. They're essentially just combining the 2 covers together. So although you're not seeing the individual books, you can clearly tell that they're 2 separate things. And it's a great way to just stand out, especially if you're in like the gardening niche. I find bundles in the gardening niche, they all look the same. So if you can somehow separate yourself in this way, it could do wonders. So now let's actually go into my favorite example, which is Critical Thinking and Logic Mastery, 3 books in one. How to make smarter decisions, conquer logical fallacies, and sharpen your thinking. So I really like this book because it's just very straightforward and tells you exactly what you're getting in a well executed way. So if you look at the main title, it's exactly what the book covers. There's no fluff. The subtitle is what the book is going to do for the the reader and key points from each individual book. So you're pulling what each individual book is doing for the reader and adding them together so it kind of hits all their pain points. And then of course it shows the covers, which is exactly what's inside the bundle, and essentially what more does the customer need. Someone who's interested in critical thinking, there's no reason why they wouldn't at least click on this book. It covers all the bases and it's not leaving anything up to chance. They're just going to click on this book and be interested in it. And if the person nailed the product page, that's how you're going to close the sale. So finally, this is the type of cover that we don't want to do. I see sometimes people have this as their ebook covers, and in my opinion, it's quite misleading. When you look at this, you're going to think that you're going to be getting multiple books. And although lots of books have this and it's probably fine, I would stay away from it because it just goes back to that whole thing on misleading the customer. So in terms of launching your bundle, you essentially just treat it like it's its own separate book and launch it as normal. If you want to learn how to launch your book properly, I made a video on that, so go check it out after this one. So finally, let's go into some things not to do. So first of all, if you have a book in a bundle, you don't want to put that book in any other bundles. It can't be in multiple bundles on Amazon. Amazon does not like this and it's quite misleading. So the second thing we shouldn't be doing is separating a book into multiple books so that a bundle can come across as 10 books in one. So what some people will do is they'll take their 30,000 word book and they'll separate the first 2 chapters into its own book, the chapter 3 and 4 into its own book, and then they can make one book seem like 5 books on paper. So they'll have these 10 in 1 bundles that have like 200 pages. It's extremely misleading and it's just going to jeopardize your account. So the third thing we shouldn't do is having books that aren't related in a bundle. First of all, it's just not going to sell well. And second of all, Amazon just doesn't like this. So if books aren't related, don't put them in a bundle together. If someone who reads one book will not be interested in another book, they shouldn't go together. And the fourth and final thing we shouldn't do is we shouldn't mislead Amazon or Amazon customers. I know I keep saying this, but it's so important that in our title and our cover, we're not misleading the audience or misleading Amazon. It's just going to jeopardize our account and cause some bad reviews. So the conclusion is utilize bundles at any capacity if you can. Bundles are just a great way to repackage the books you already have live in a very inexpensive way and sell them as a new product that can be extremely profitable, as you can see. Today we're going to break down the best method to take your existing customers you're already getting on Amazon and drastically increase your income by selling them other things off of Amazon. Let's dive right into it. All right, so something that's very important to cover is that over 70% of all books being sold, whether ebook or paperback, are being bought on Amazon. And so there's an insane amount of people going to Amazon to learn about different things. And that's the important thing here, is that these people who are buying these books that we're creating are looking to solve a problem. Whether they're looking to buy a coloring book to solve their boredom, or they're simply just going to buy a book to get started with gardening or something along those lines, at the end of the day, they're looking to solve a problem. But, and yes, there's a big but here, the most important thing to know is that their learning does not stop here. They're not going to buy your book, solve the problem, and move on with their life. So what exactly are they going to do? They're going to continue on their journey of learning. They're going to go and watch YouTube videos. They're going to go and read blogs. Maybe they're even going to go and purchase some sort of educational content. But the important thing is they're going to continue to learn and continue to spend money until they achieve their desired end result. Until they solve the problem they're looking to solve, they're going to continue on this journey. And so if you are self-publishing books on Amazon, you're most likely stopping here. You're creating your book and you're stopping. And yes, you make some sales, maybe you run some ads, but they're a bit unprofitable. And overall, you're just struggling to make it work because it is a difficult business to learn and understand. But the most important thing is we're only making anywhere from $4 to $7 per book. Now, of course, you don't have to deal with any product, any customer service, so it is a great business model. But if you really want to capitalize on Amazon KDP, the customers you're getting, whether you're already profitable or not, it doesn't matter, is we have to continue on that journey with the customer. Because like I said, they're going to continue on with their journey. They're going to go and watch videos. They're going to go and consume more educational content. And so we have to ask ourselves, how can we give them the journey they're looking for? How can we say to them, hey, don't just read this book and move on. I have more content and stuff for you to consume to help you with your desired end result. And so all this is doing is we're simply just increasing the LTV of our customer, the lifetime value of our customer. Instead of them just buying our $9 to $14 book, giving us our $4 to $6 royalty and moving on, we're getting that customer to continue down the line and continue down the path of learning through us, through our resources. And so of course, the simple way to do this is when we do sell our books, we have something inside our book, ask them if they want more. Hey, do you want to continue on with this journey? Because if you do, I have some stuff for you. And one of the best things about Amazon KDP is people are going there looking to solve a problem and buying our books. And if you make even a few sales, that is an extremely warm customer. That is a customer who sought out what they're looking for and already spent money on it. They've already proven the concept that they want to spend money learning this thing. And so because they're a warm customer, they're very likely to say yes to this. So if we do offer them something else, they're very likely to say yes. And no, this isn't just going to be a simple gift like we often do, an extra ebook, maybe some activities go alongside the book. We're going to give them more than that and actually start to walk them down a path and offer them things of great value to them. And so what is the best way to offer your warm customers more and increase their lifetime value? And more importantly, increasing your income. Because if you already sold a book on Amazon, even if you just sell a few, even if your ads are unprofitable, you're still selling something to somebody who is looking to solve a problem. And like I've said before, and I keep reiterating because it is important, they're not going to stop there. And so that leads us to the main thing we're going to be focusing on in this video, and something that I highly, highly recommend you do, and it's going to make you a lot of money, and that is school. So school is just a place to have a community and host educational content. Most importantly, we're going to create a free community, a place where they can go completely free, get a bunch of educational content that we create, and I'll show you how to create it. It's very easy, but also have access to other people in the space, other people trying to learn the same things they're learning, and just be part of that community. Because people at the end of the day want to be part of a community. They want to be part of something. They don't like being alienated. They don't like to be the outcast. They want to be doing something with people who are also interested in that. So like I mentioned, this is going to just have bonus content based on your niche, whether it's gardening, whether it's activity books for memory, you have some memory improvement activities, whatever it is, it doesn't matter. But a very important part about this free community is it works like an email list. You're going to be collecting a group of people who have already purchased your stuff. They're interested in what you have to offer, and you now have access to them. And not only that, but school has a cool feature where you can actually send a post to all the members' emails inside the group. So if they do join the group, you can make a post, you can send it to them all at once. And so you have access to an email blast. You don't have to go out and get some sort of email software and do all that complex flows and spend all that money. You can simply just have your school community. It's a hub of people who have already purchased from you and like what you offer. And then you can blast information to them whenever you like. And why I recommend you at least try this out, because of course school is a paid platform. I believe it's around $100 a month to have a group. However, you can try it free for 14 days. So you can simply make your group, put it inside your books, test it for 14 days. If you're already making sales, even if you're unprofitable, you're going to see very quickly if people join the group. And you can prove for yourself if it works. So I do have a link below. It is an affiliate link just because I have one, so I thought I'd use it. If you don't want to use it, that's fine, doesn't matter. The point is just the idea itself, is we are taking all our warm traffic from Amazon, purchasing our books, unprofitable or not. We are sending them to a free place they can go with a bunch of like-minded people, as well as a bunch of valuable resources that are very easy to create, which I'll show you how to do. And now you're building that ecosystem. And so you can sell books over 6 months, a year, 2 years. And like I keep mentioning, even if you're not making any money from your books, you're now collecting this audience of people that you can continue to sell things to. And so you'd be surprised how much extra money you can make from educational content and start to make some very good money online without ever being profitable on Amazon. So of course, what we're going to do is we're going to create our books or update the books we already have on Amazon. We're then going to send those warm customers to a free community on school. And then inside that free community, you're going to have some free content. Maybe it's some videos, maybe it's some blog posts, some articles, or just some posts in general. But then how you can get creative is you can also spend a bit of time creating something of value, whether it's some sort of course, program, mini course, educational content, something that goes alongside their book, and you can charge money for it. Whether it's $10, $20, $30, it doesn't matter. What's important is that you have now a free hub of warm customers that you can simply offer them extra things that they're already wanting. Because if they buy a book on organic vegetable gardening, they're wanting to learn how to become a gardener. And so if you now have a masterclass in gardening, step by step what to do, they're going to be very likely to at least be interested in it. So I will hop into school and show you what it looks like, but a really cool feature about school is that you can actually offer little courses inside your free groups for a one-time price. So they have to pay a one-time price to unlock it. It's just a great way to funnel warm people into a community with a bunch of free content. And then if they'd like to, they can also purchase anything that is in there as well. If you do want to go further down the line, you can also start a paid group. So you can have a subscription-based paid group where people can join, get access to more exclusive content inside that group, as well as other people and experts who are taking the topic seriously. So this can be anywhere from $5 to $20 a month. even if it's only $5 a month, if it does have some really valuable content in there, people are going to be very receptive to at least checking it out. And so you can take your customer who just spent $14 on your book, you made about $4 or $5 royalty, and now you're taking that lifetime value customer of $4 and potentially turning them into a $5 to $20 a month customer. So their lifetime value is now going to be hundreds of dollars over the months that they stay in that program. Or of course, if they even just bought a program for one-time price, maybe it's $50, maybe it's $100, you're still taking somebody from giving you $4 to giving you $50+. And so in terms of the content inside, if you are a bit overwhelmed, it's very easy to make content with ChatGPT, Canva slideshows. It's very easy to do. You don't have to show your face. And more importantly, you don't even have to show your voice. You can simply use AI tools to narrate slideshows that you make on Canva. So you don't have to be involved in this at all if you don't want to. But the important thing is you're just providing value. So we need to aid in the customer's pursuit of their desired outcome. So like I keep saying, because it's very important, is this customer is not stopping after they buy your book. They're going to continue on to buy more books, consume more content, purchase more things to aid in what they are looking to achieve. And so when it comes to creating one of these free communities, if you're wondering how much work it actually is, I would say a free community with some resources, some videos, some templates, even a little paid program, it is no more work than a high content book. Like a high content book takes research, keyword research. You're going to have to create your outline. Even if you outsource it, it's still a little bit of work, which you can also outsource content creation as well for your group. But at the end of the day, if you have created a high content book, creating a free group is no more work. It's no more work, but now you're taking your customers who are vanishing into thin air after they buy your book and increasing their lifetime value and having access to them for as long as they stay in the group. If it is a free group, there's no reason why they would leave. As long as you give a little bit of value consistently, they're going to stay and they're going to collaborate. And more importantly is if you just nurture it as a community and make it so people are supposed to interact with other people, make posts, ask questions, they're going to fall in love with the community aspect, the fact that they have a place that they can go with a bunch of like-minded people who have answers to their questions. Because if they are buying a book on gardening, there's going to be people buying these books at all skill levels. And so you don't even have to jump in and answer any questions or help anybody out. There's going to be other people in the group who are more than willing to do this for you. So you're going to build a community which inevitably builds itself. All right, so what is the plan? How are we actually going to create this and execute it? So it's very easy. There's simply 3 parts to this. So number 1 is we're going to, of course, set up the community. So you're just going to create a school group. You can do this now, or maybe you can create some content and get it prepped and then do it so you can test it out during this 14-day free trial you get. And so if it doesn't work, if you're not happy with it, you don't have to pay anything. It's completely free. But go and create a school group. More importantly, go and join any relevant groups. So go into school, go into Discover Communities, and simply type in whatever your topic is. And you're going to find there's already a bunch of people on school with these same groups making a lot of money. So let's just have a quick look at school, what it looks like, and how we can find some communities that are related to our topic. So if you have a look here, this is my free community. So you can, of course, join this below if you like. It's linked in the description. And then you can just have a look and see how it's laid out, what the pinned post looks like, what the classroom looks like, and just get a feel for what I do. However, you can also go up to here and go to Discover Communities right here. And of course, it does cost money to start a group, but just to create an account on school and join groups is completely free. Now we can start to type in some interests. So we can go, let's say, gardening. Let's see if we have any gardening communities we can join. So we have cold climate gardening, painters hub, a landscape artist group, which is interesting. And we have the survival gardener here. So maybe this is a gardening group. Sign up for a community and let me help you directly overcome your challenges and get your food force in the ground now. So yeah, this is just a gardening group helping people garden. And as you can see, it's about $24 a month with 200 members. So we can actually do the math on this here. We got 203 times 24. So if every member is paying $24 a month, they're making $4,800 a month. So that's pretty good. And if you think about it this way, if you make, let's say 1,000 book sales, and I know that seems like a lot, but if you're doing that over 6 months, a year, realistically, that's not a ton of royalties. However, if you are funneling that warm traffic to something of value like this is also going to compound and stack. So if you only get 10% of your Amazon KDP readers into the group, we're looking at $2,400 a month. So that's pretty good. So this is just important to keep in mind, because if we are just letting our customers go, we're selling ourselves short because these are warm customers looking to solve a problem. If we very easily just send them to a free group with some value inside it that we continue to update, they're going to be very receptive to join, especially if it's quite cheap. So let's say it's only $10 a month. As long as you're putting out one new valuable piece of content that helps them a month, they're going to get their value's worth. So you can also look up things like meditation. So let's say you have some books in the meditation space. We have meditation school, 1 minute meditation, inner journey school. So this looks like a more established kind of group for meditation. So join the inner journey school and take your meditation and spiritual journey to the next level. So it just has a bunch of cool things inside. So it has a 12-week meditation course. So this can be a fun element as well. If you do have meditation style books, you can create a 4-week meditation course. Just have an intro to meditation, how to do it properly, and then just hold them accountable along the way. And of course, you're only going to create this asset once and keep it there forever. You don't have to actively improve it if it's good. But accountability is a very valuable thing because people want to be held accountable and they want to have their hand held throughout their journey. So something as simple as a little meditation course plus like a 12-week schedule for them to follow, they're definitely going to be inclined to join. And this one here is only $15 a month. They have 500 members. So they're making $7,500 a month from this. And like I said, if you're making hundreds of book sales a year, even if you only convert 10% of those people, it's going to add up. And if you have 10, 15, $20 a month, very quickly you can add an extra $200, $300, $400, $500 a month to your income without creating any more books, just taking the audience you already have and continuing them on their journey, just offering them more because that's what they want. They want to learn about the thing that they're learning about. So go in here, have a look at some groups related to your topics that you're in. If you do have books in multiple topics, it might be worth considering picking the best one, seeing how well this does, and if it does do well, continue to make books in that topic and build yourself out a little brand. And of course, if you don't want to show your face, you don't have to. We will dive into the content and show you how we can do that. But what's important is you're just creating a valuable place with some new pieces of content every single month. And even if it's 10, 15, $20, as long as that person is getting a little bit of value every month, that's more than enough for them to stay inside. So you're also welcome to join mine. I do have my free community linked below. So my community is, of course, for Amazon KDP publishers. And it's a free course. So I have a free course in there, as well as just a place to have some resources. You can get my keyword research spreadsheet in there and a few other things, as well as just ask questions and collaborate with other people. So it's a completely free group that people join. They enjoy, they ask questions, they take the content, and then of course, if they do want to upgrade to my complete program, they can. But if they don't, that's fine too. So after you join these groups, whether it's mine, whether it's other people's, in your topic, you're simply just going to study the group. What is the intro post they have pinned? What does the classroom look like? What does the classroom banners, have as a design? And so just go and build a bare bones group. So if you want, you can just copy my group to a T, go in, look at the intro post, copy it, pin it to your group, go into the classroom, make a couple modules, and just keep it super simple. You can start to funnel people into this group without having any content in there. It's just a free place to ask questions, to collaborate, and then you can also tease some upcoming resources they might find helpful. And so, of course, once we do have our group set up, we have a place where people can go. We can then create our offer. So we can actually offer this to them in our books. And as people buy your books, they're going to see this offer. And because it's exactly what they're looking for, it's expanding on their journey that they're already on, you're going to be very inclined to join the group. And so this is what your page should offer. So basically, we're just going to create a page and put it inside our book. We're going to put this in the beginning, the middle, and the end. So we're just going to remind them that we do have this offer, just because they're way more inclined to do it if you give a bit of a reminder. So I do have a little sample here for a gardening book or gardening group. So basically, it just says, join our free gardening community. Want to take your gardening journey to the next level? Join our exclusive free gardening group where fellow plant lovers can come together to share tips, success stories, and inspiration. Inside, you'll find exclusive content including seasonal gardening guides, troubleshooting advice, and bonus resources to help you grow your best garden yet. Whether you're a beginner or an experienced gardener, you'll love being part of this supportive and passionate community, just scan the QR code below or visit, you can put the link in here, to join now and start growing with us. So it's a very simple page in the book. I just had ChatGPT wrote this. I put no effort into this at all. But any gardener who reads this will most likely join it. And that's what's going to happen is as the group builds, you're going to have a lot of other gardening experts join. So they're the ones hopping in answering questions. Even in my free group, because I have so much responsibility with this YouTube channel in my paid program, I only have so much time. I can't get to every single question people ask, even though I do try, but there's always somebody who answers a question for somebody else. So it's turning into a place where I don't even have to hop in. I do hop in and monitor and check and do give my 2 cents as much as I can. But most of the time, if I were to go and give an answer to these people's questions, the answer's already been given by somebody else in the group. So I'll just like the comment and say, yep, this is the right answer. I don't even have to chime in. And so it turns into a place where it just runs itself and people just love to be a part of it. So now let's go into the bulk of it and the most important part of the free group, which is the content. So in terms of the content, you don't have to be an expert in the topic. You don't have to have some tech skills to do this. It's very simple to make some informational, educational content for people that expands upon your book. So if you've already created a high content book or whatever book you've created, you have enough knowledge to create extra content for that. So when it comes to our baseline, just brainstorm ideas with ChatGPT and just have a little foundation of what the group is. So maybe this is canning recipes, maybe this is bonus content, like extra content from whatever your book is. Maybe you even give away your audiobook for free in here. But more importantly, the community aspect. So we want to promote this as a community, ask questions, collaborate. And as that grows, that's what people are going to stick around for. So just brainstorm some content with ChatGPT based on what your topic is, and then we can go ahead and create it. And so like I mentioned, of course, you can just slowly make content. You don't have to have a big, loud group right away. Just start a free group, have maybe one bonus in there, and then as the group is starting to build, you're trying to send people to it, just start to make some content. And then over a few months, it's going to build into something very valuable. And you can decide if you want to start charging money for it, if you want to have some free mini courses for purchase inside, or just keep it completely free and maybe sell something else that you have. So in terms of the content, of course, we're going to use places like ChatGPT, Canva, and just start to brainstorm some content and then use Canva templates to create these things. It's very easy to do. I can hop in and show you what I do and how I do it, but it honestly is so much easier than you think. Even my YouTube channel, I just make slideshows. I make a slideshow about a topic, whether it's Amazon ads, whether it's book covers, and just record myself talking over the slideshow. So you don't even have to go that far. You can use AI to record these slideshows. You can just record yourself without even showing your face, which is what a lot of people do. But that is the kind of era of what content is now, is somebody wanting to learn something, doesn't want this flashy, crazy edited video. They just want a simple video explaining the thing they want to learn about. And so it doesn't matter what the production value is. What matters is the value that they're getting from it. All right, so now when it comes to making content for our group, it's very easy to do this completely free or even just with a little bit of cost. But basically what we want to do is start with ChatGPT, get some ideas, and you realize it's very easy to create some valuable resources, some mini courses, and just some simple assets for our group that will make it worth that $10, $15, $20 a month. So I simply went to ChatGPT and I said, I publish books on Amazon in the gardening niche. I'm looking to find some ideas for content I can add into my free group I'm starting on School. So that gives me a ton of ideas. So it has some engaging content ideas, quick gardening tips, plant of the week, highlight a specific plant with growing tips, benefits, and fun facts. So tons of great ideas. As you can see, you have this classroom in School. So this is my classroom for my free group. And you can add in all these courses inside here. So one can be plant profiles, one can be a mini gardening course, and all these different ideas we are getting on ChatGPT, we can start to kind of craft our classroom and see what it looks like. So we have, of course, exclusive checklists and cheat sheets, so we can have some sort of gardening checklist. So maybe they want to keep track of their crops and when to harvest them. Member spotlights, we can start to engage with our members and feature one of their gardening success stories. So there's an endless amount of content you can think of, especially with ChatGPT, to put inside our group to just make it valuable. And you'll realize that very quickly people will be totally receptive to paying $10 a month to stay in a community where they can make friends, they can meet other gardeners, and they just get all these little snippets every single month. So also different things like printable garden planners. So the ideas are endless. And because you're just funneling people to this group from your books, you can just slowly start to create these things. It doesn't have to be a rush or done beforehand. As the group builds, just make it better and better and just go from there. And this is actually an interesting one. It says affiliate gardening products. So this is actually really good because you can also recommend tools and have Amazon affiliate links. And so people buy the tools through you. Maybe you have your essential gardening tool checklist. It has all the tools and links where they can buy it. And so not even adding an additional income just because somebody is going and buying a product that they already want to buy. But because they're using your affiliate link, you're going to get the commission. So this is very interesting. When you do have an audience all these different opportunities open up. And that's why it's very important not to let our customers simply buy our book and continue on with their journey. Because what's going to happen is they're going to go and do all these things. They're going to join a group. They're going to purchase things through affiliate links, but they're going to be making somebody else money. And so if we are helping somebody in a topic, let's continue on their journey with them and give them the resources they need. And if you're building out this community with all these ideas over 4, 5, 6 months, you're going to have a very valuable place filled with resources that people want. And of course, you can go down the rabbit hole even further and start to drive traffic other ways. Maybe you start to post videos on YouTube. Maybe you start to run some ads. But building this foundation is going to give you this baseline, and the books that you already have and are already selling are going to fill it up, and then you can expand from there. So when it comes to content, it's very easy to make some really good content on Canva. So of course, you can just make a free account. And if you do the presentation size, the 16:9, you can go over to the design and have all these templates. There's going to be tons of different templates, and you can find basically whatever you're looking for, depending on what you're going to do. Maybe you want to do a mini course or something along those lines, or maybe you even just want to have a document and create some printable, let's say, gardening sheets for people. So you can just look through the templates and see what they have. You can also type things in, so we can maybe go tracker and just find some things that we like. Maybe we have a mental health tracker here, so we can either use this for our group or of course customize it to our liking. But right away, if we do have a group on, CBT, DBT, mental health, maybe a sheet like this will be very valuable to have in there that they can print out. And maybe you even encourage them to post it inside the group and the other members can collaborate with them. But if we're in the gardening space, we can also customize this as much as we like to make it some sort of gardener tracker. Maybe one of these will work a bit better. And based on our ideas we got from ChatGPT, to start to create some resources and content for our group. Now, if you're wondering how you can make videos without actually filming yourself, because I know not everyone wants to do that, you can do that with Canva. So if you do go into apps and you type in AI, you can see this one here called Murph AI. So if you do download this and make an account, you're going to have access to the little tool here. So now, of course, we can go to the design. We can find some sort of little course that we like, marketing plan, or whatever we're looking for. Add the pages in. We can customize it to our liking. So maybe it's a little gardening course, a meditation course, or something from the ideas we got from ChatGPT. Then we can go to Murph AI and actually have it narrated. So you will have to pay for Murph AI. I believe it's around $19 a month. However, to pay $20 a month to be able to create all these valuable resources, you're going to easily 10x your income. And so you can't text it for yourself. So basically every slide, you're going to be able to customize the speed, the pitch of the voice, select your voice itself, as well as the text you want that person to say or that AI to say. So you can build out this complete slideshow and have somebody narrate it. So if you want to test it, put your text in the box here. You can click play. So you can find a voice that you like, and you can do this for an entire slideshow. So you can make an actual complete course without actually saying a word. And this AI does work very well. Of course, you can find the voice you like. And when you are paying for the plan, you have more features. But it's never been easier than it is today with AI to create extremely valuable content that people want to consume. And so if you're just stopping at your books, you're missing out on this whole world of online business. And once you expand into, let's say, the community, then you have an audience who is loyal to you. They bought your book, they join your community, they're consuming your content, they're engaging with other people, they're happy. And then of course you can have affiliate links, you can have paid courses, you can have a paid group, whatever you want to do. But if you're just stopping at the books, you're leaving all this on the table. And like I've showed you, it's not hard to create content. It's never been easier to do this than it is today. We can get a free account on Canva, pay $20 a month to have somebody narrate our entire course, which is insane. And then of course use ChatGPT to find all these ideas. And as we slowly build out our group and it becomes something that we really like and it's a lot of value, then we can even hone in more on the books and prioritize funneling that traffic to our group. And then of course, like I mentioned, you can go down the rabbit hole. You can start making YouTube content with the Murph AI tool as well. Start running some ads if you like, and just start to build out this other form of income. So now even though your books only make a couple $100 a month, maybe they're not even profitable, you just took that audience and that core idea and created a group that's going to make you thousands of dollars a month. So the possibilities for this truly are endless, but I will say I highly recommend you create some sort of asset off of Amazon, because if you're just letting your customers buy your book and move on, you're leaving so much on the table, because this customer is going to continue on their journey of learning what they want to learn, and we want to be the ones they choose to continue that journey with. They join our group, they buy our courses, they join our paid group, they consume our content, and we build out an ecosystem and an audience with a large lifetime value. So if you have any questions at all, definitely leave them below, but this is the natural expansion and progression of online business. And if you're struggling to really make a lot of profit with Amazon KDP, before you start to fork out thousands of dollars for more books, try to see what you can do with the books you already have and the audience you're already gathering. So if you made it this far, honestly, congratulations. Based on my last KDP course video, only 5% of people actually made it to the end. And in my opinion, you're already ahead of 95% of people just from making it to this point. You clearly are committed to yourself and your future, and for that, I applaud you. Trust me when I say this, as someone who sells education that helps people reach a result, not everyone will be successful for the sole reason that they simply don't follow through. The reason that ordinary people like Mario actually have breakout results, as well as more like Tony, who just recently hit his first $4,000 month, I think it was over $4,000, as well as Carissa, who had similar results, actually get the results they're hoping for, is they simply stayed consistent and followed through. So you've already done half the work by committing to this point. Now just pair that commitment with some consistency and execution, and you're not that far off from the results that you're hoping for. You've already proven to me that you are not someone who quits easily because you're listening to this right now. And of course, as the video continues to the end, more and more people will drop off and probably not do anything with this at all. But what is next? What is the next step to really making it happen? And so there are two paths to take. Path number one is, of course, try to figure this out on your own. Like we already talked about, it's going to have a lot of uncertainty, a lot of guesswork. You're going to be stuck a lot with a lot of questions that have no answers to them. You're going to be spending a lot of time and money on books, and you might even end up back at square one with no success, even after publishing multiple books. However, because you made it this far in the video, I still think you're going to succeed. You obviously stay consistent, you push through. You're not getting caught into this world of instant gratification like most people are. You're still going to succeed, but it will take a lot of time, effort, and investment. But for the people who really want to take this seriously, there's path number two. Let me make it easier for you. And that's through my simple 4-pillar system. In my opinion, there are 4 crucial pillars that someone has to have to actually have success with online business. They might not be my pillars, they might be somebody else's, but in my opinion, you need these 4 pillars in place just to have all the touch points required to have the highest chances of success. And pillar number 1 is clear direction. It's a clear system to follow. In this case, a very comprehensive system with over 17 hours of content, walking you through my exact book creation process in 6 clear phases to learn exactly how I publish winning books backed by data and strategy. On top of that, pillar number 2 is handheld guidance. As you're going through the journey, you need the handheld guidance to ensure that you are on the right track. In this case, you can submit your content for approval, your book topic, your book outline, your title, your cover, and your A+ content. Before you finalize those and you move on to the next step, you can have an expert review them to make sure that you are on the right track, or if you need to do some work in which you can then resubmit and get the approval so you can move forward with confidence. Once you have the system to follow, the handheld guidance, you also need the high-level tools to streamline the creation process and make it as easy and as affordable as possible. And then once you have the system, the coaching throughout, the tools to streamline your process, the icing on the cake, in my opinion, is the mastermind community. You can follow a system, get handheld guidance throughout the journey, you have access to the high-level tools, and then on top of that, if you need a bit more, you can join live Q&A calls and get your questions answered in real time, as well as collaborate and stay motivated and accountable with some high-level publishers who are taking this seriously. And so I truly believe that you need these 4 pillars in some shape or form to actually have success, which is exactly why I built my complete program, Publisher Mastery Academy, around these 4 pillars. So if you do want to take this seriously, definitely check the first link in the description. You can see more about what's inside, read some more success stories and reviews, and see the experience that students are having, as well as you can even book a call to chat, ask some questions, and make sure that it is what you're looking for. So you know why you made it this far, you want this, and you're willing to put in the work for it. Then let me give you the guidance and support at every step. So thank you so much for making it this far. I really appreciate the support more than you know. Amazon KDP has changed my life. It's changed a lot of people's lives around me. And it does take time, effort, and investment. But if you really stay committed and work hard, you can achieve results. It's very viable. It's always going to be viable. And even if the program isn't for you, that's fine. I'm still going to be creating very thorough, no-nonsense videos on this channel. So definitely subscribe if you want more of that. And of course, leave a comment if you have any questions below. I do try to answer as many as I can. With that out of the way, thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next video.